Chloe, Bo, Chloe, Tyler, Sophie, Olivia, and Penelope Sutton is the Cox, coached by Fee Patterson. Wairoa 1 in lane 4, Kate, Poppy, Maisie, Maggie, Daisy, Ruby, Emma, Charlie, Hayley Southern, and Cox, and the coaches are Joe, Benian, and Jessica Bennett. Then we've got in lane 5 and 6, St Margaret's 1 and 2, Fleur, Isabella, Lila, Sophie, Izzy, Scarlett, Poppy, Josie, and Emily Fitzsimons is the Cox. And for College 2, Sophie, Grace, Alex, Ella Drummond, Taylor, Elsie, Isabel, and Annabelle Scott as the Cox. Lane 7 and 8, we've got the 2 Christchurch girls crew, 1 and 2, Lola Grace, Millie, Sophie, sorry, where am I? Emily, Olive, Sienna, Sophie Robertson, and Greta Brokenshire as the Cox. And for Christchurch 2, Sophie, Tanisha, Polly, Sophie, Stella, Charlotte, Lily, Izzy, and Sarvarit Malhi is the Cox. Then the outside lanes, 9 and 10, we have Star and Marion College. For Star, we've got Neve, Kate, lost my place there, Emily, Ali, Phoebe, Isla, Lena, Phoebe, Emily Clark is the Cox. And for Marion College, Ava, Siami, I'm sorry, I will need help with that one. If someone could tell me how to pronounce this girl's name of Caoimhe, be really good. I'm guessing it's Irish. Charlotte, Freya, Neve, Annabelle, Olivia, Sophie, and Lexi Fakro Halsey is the Cox. So that's the girls under 17-8 that is kicking off at 7:30, and I'm just looking up on the screen here and I can see some whole lot of boats. They're not into the line. Here we go, they're just crossing now. Who's that? A2. That looks like can't be A2 because it's definitely not Orangaroo. I think that might be St Margaret's crew by the look of it. Coming across, so those are the girls under 17 Cox States. They're getting themselves sorted up there. Starters, the boat holders are already there and everyone's ready to go. Following on from that, let's see. I've got time. I'll go through the boys' crew as well. So the boys under 17 Coxed 4 after that. So it's not a Cox State, it's a Coxed 4. In that event, we've got a scratching, Christ College 2. So, 2 Christ College crews are scratched. Brings it down to 8 crews. In lane 1, St Thomas, Kalex, Cairo, Caden, Seth, Jack Dunn is the Cox. Coaches Jack Wassel and Paddy Dowling. Christchurch 2, boys 2. Donna Shea, Alex, Cosmo, Toby, Carter Williams is the Cox. Coaches Ted Main and Tim Osmers. Lane 4, Christchurch 1, Christchurch boys 1. James, Freddie, Matthew, Romy, Cooper Dean is the Cox. Coaches Scott Shackleton and Tim Osmers. Then lane 5 and 6 and 7, we've got Christ College 1, St Bede's 1 and St Bede's 2. Christ College 1, Alex, George, Matthew, Alex and John O. Simpson is the Cox. St Bede's 1, James, Brody, Alex, Carter, Matthew Casey is the Cox, and the coach is the well-known Dale Meyer. St Bede's 2, Isaac, Cooper, White, Ryan and Cody Clark is the Cox, same coach. In lane 9 and 10, Christchurch Boys 3 and St Bede's 4. Christchurch 3. Lockie, Brody, Ryder, Finn and Callan Faulkner is the Cox with coaches Josh Dolan and Tom Fraser. And then on the far side, St Bede's 4, Jay Ruare, Eddie, William and Theodore Gibson is the Cox and coach Charlotte Charter. So we have 3 St Bede's crews and the boys under 17 Cox 4. We've got 3 Christchurch boys crews and rounded out with St Thomas at Canterbury 1 and Christchurch College 1. So the 8s are all lined up there. 2 minutes to go. They're getting in the block still. Looks like a Rangiru crew backing in there. I think it is. Is it Rangiru? No, it's Wairo. Wairo in lane 4 backing into the blocks now. Great conditions this morning. Just a little ripple. I think the sun is supposed to come out. I do believe it is poking through over the mountains. I can see sunlight on the mountains in the distance there down towards the... which direction does this lake run? It must be down towards the southwest. Just a reminder to the spectators today, if anyone have dogs and that, all dogs are on leashes. And as I said before, as we said yesterday, make sure you collect your rubbish, anything, and also just check out. Sometimes the kids drop gel satchels and things like that. They should be picked up. You should take out what you take in. It's like you would in a national park. And then a reminder also, just think is if you want a coffee, I can see the coffee cart down there. She's already got a queue. There's the cafe shop here. They've got really good coffee and various cakes and things. There'll be a bacon butty truck just around the corner, and of course there's Mr. Whippy there. It might feel a bit cool, but you'd never for an ice cream. But I don't know. There's any day, any temperature, any day is a good day for a Mr. Whippy. That's my view. And just like the kids need to fuel up, you parents should be fueling up as well, just in support. Okay, they're lining up in the blocks now. We're about to go. 1 minute. Right, our bell seat's got their hand up, so they're just making adjustments there. We touch up there, I can see. The bell seat's touching up the boats, holding it nice and steady. Yep, St. Margaret's one just put the hand up. They just the bow seat's just straightening the boat again. There must be a little drift there towards the bow side of these boats. I noticed yesterday when we were out rowing that in the lanes waiting at the 1,000 for the Masters races, that if we waited for a time there, we were shifting across from the stroke side over towards the bow buoys. There's a little cross current there, or maybe a slight breeze. Hands down, they're ready. And they're away. So the Canterbury Championship of 2026 Rowing Regatta season final day is underway, out of the blocks, and that's that St. Margaret's Crew 1 in Lane 5 got off to a very quick start. It's particularly, and beside them, St. Margaret's 2, is it? Yes, right beside them. They also got off to a quick start, but I can just see the outside of them, Christchurch Girls in Lane 7 have already taken a lead. The stage, they're still side by side, but yes, Christchurch Girls Lane 7, that's who, let's see, that's Laura Grace, Millie, Sophie, Amelie, looked away, Amelie, Emily, Olivia, Sienna and Sophie Roberts, and Greta Brokenshire as the cocks have taken a quick lead out there already. Over in lane, that's lane 7, Christchurch Girls High, and they're still in front of the other boats. The other boats are reasonably in a line there. I think that either side of St. Margaret's 2 and Christchurch Girls 2, also possibly up there, but St. Margaret's 1, Christchurch Girls 1 are the definitely leaders at the moment as they're coming up to the island. Lane 2 there, Rangiroa Girls 2 there, also a little bit of a spurt there I can see. They've just pulled themselves. And they haven't got caught up with that Christchurch Girls 1 crew, but they have pulled themselves up into, possibly the second position here. But it's still early days yet. When they come up to the island, it's probably roughly around the 250. And we'll be ticking over things pretty quickly today. It's like every 4 minutes like yesterday. So already the boys under 17 Cox 4s are backing themselves into the starters blocks there. Everything is running smooth. It was a very smooth day yesterday. Everything was completed on time, barring a few minutes. And that's pretty good for when you think there are, over 100 and something. How many events were there yesterday? A lot. 150 odd events yesterday. They're coming up to the 1,000. It still looks like that. Christchurch Girls 1 crew in the pole position. And some of the crews, it looks like Marion College 1 have dropped back a little there. They're on the far side. In fact, the Christchurch Girls 2, Star and Marion College on the far side have dropped back a bit actually. Star's not too bad. They're still up there in contention, maybe in second place, along with St. Margaret's College 2 over St. Margaret's College 1. On the inside lane, the Whakatipu do appear to have dropped back as well by a couple of boat lengths. So we are starting to get the arrow forming. It's not surprising. It's usually the fastest times sort of get those middle lanes or the inside lanes to the middle lanes. So you do get a bit of an arrow forming in the shape based on the times. Christchurch Girls 1 holding the lead at the moment. They're coming up to the 1,000. Inside them, it will be one of the St Margaret's crews are probably in second place there. Let's look at the monitors up now as they cross the 1,000. Yes, I think it was St Margaret's 2 are in second place. It's Whakatipu crews, the Rangiru 2, Rangiru girls have also made a bit of a move. They're pulling themselves up there, but they're still probably about a boat length off the pace at the moment, off the lead boat there. And this St Margaret's, sorry, this Christchurch girls crew have really pulled themselves ahead. They should be easy into your vision now. The Star crew is also up there, but they're actually even they're back a bit. So we're looking definitely here that Christchurch Girls High have got, I would think, about almost 2 boat lengths over the next boat, which is possibly St Margaret's 2 inside them. And then the far side there, Star. The Rangiru cruisers look slightly off. The Rangiru 1 looks slightly off the pace here. Not by much. There's still actually that third place is still up for grabs, I think. But we're getting a very strong performance from this Christchurch girls. They started out, they came out of the blocks well, and they've led all the way so far. It does look like they are. St Margaret's College 2 and beside them is attempting to challenge them now. They're all through the 1,000. They'll be coming up. You can see them in your sight now. They're coming up to the 500 shortly, or they haven't passed through it already. This is the girls under 17 Coxed 8 final. Been dominated by Christchurch Girls High School 1 here today. Been challenged by St Margaret's College 2 on the inside. They look like they have at least a boat length or more to make up on them. Other side of them is now the St Margaret's College 1 have pulled themselves into 3rd place. And maybe back to 4th. We're looking at Rangiru 1 and Star on the far side. And North Island Cousins coming over down from Wellington. Coming up to the 250 boys, of course you can all see them there, and I bet I can hear you cheering already. But this Christchurch girls crew have done really well. They've taken the lead, they've held it, and they've actually probably moved slightly forward at each moment. Each stroke, they look like they're just pulling away a tad. I can see the St Margaret's 2 and 1 are both up their rating now, trying to haul them back. I don't think there's not enough space in 250 metres to be able to haul back an 8 unless something happens. And all these crews are now picking. The rating's gone up on the Christchurch girls crew there. They're still maintaining their position. The St Margaret's crew 2's rating's gone up as well. But then the Christchurch girls are actually continuing to pull ahead now. So Christchurch, St Margaret's 1 are now coming down on St Margaret's 2. They've walking the dog there. Up the bow ball to Coxon, but that won't be enough. Not in the short. They'll probably only get about 5 strokes left. As they come across the line, you hear that's Christchurch Girls High School 1 and the girls under 17 Cox State. Winners for this regatta, followed by St Margaret's 2 and St Margaret's 1, and then we've got Rangiru 1 crossing, closely challenged by Rangiru 2. Wairoa have come through very strong and rode through Star. That was Wairoa, just came through now with Star, and followed up by Marian College. Christchurch Girls 2, and then Marian College on the far side. And as we speak, the boys under 17 Cox 4 has already passed the 1,000-metre mark here. So let's see if I can pick out who's in the lead. It looks like those middle lanes again. 1, 2, 3. I'm thinking that's St. Bede's College 1. Is it St. Bede's College 1? Bit of clear on the water. It's hard to actually see the colours at the moment. So that if it's St. Bede's College 1, then we are looking at James Franken, Brodie Clements, Alex Walters and Carter Connell. Cox by Matthew Casey are looking to take the boys under 17 Cox 4, but there's still some time ago. They're not in a dominant. Oh no, maybe there are 2 boat lengths ahead of the next crew, which is who's inside them. That could be Christ College 1. Yes, I think it is Christ College 1 in second place there behind St. Bede's 1. Over on the far side, we've got Christchurch Boys 3 and St. Bede's 4, and they're really back off the pace along with St. Bede's 2. So at the moment, it's St. Bede's 1 who grabbed this by the throat, and they're now probably up to about 2 or 3 boat lengths over their challengers from Christ College. Christ College have got Christchurch Boys on their heels as well. Well, not even on the heels anymore. I think they're probably at the canvas ahead. Christ is probably a canvas ahead of Christchurch Boys there. But St. Bede's College 1 are leading this event. They're probably, let's see, they're coming up to the 250 mark now. They're a couple of lengths over that Christchurch, the Christ crew. Although I can see the Christ crew have picked up their rating. This Christchurch Boys crew on the inside too, they've actually picked up their rating as well. Are they going to row through the Christ crew to maybe take that second slot? Because at this stage, St. Bede's College are looking pretty. St. Bede's College and the boys under 17 Cox 4 are looking pretty strong. And definitely, here we go. So we can see Christchurch Boys there are up their rating. They started their rating earlier than the Christ Boys inside of them, and I reckon they just row through them. I'll watch out for that when they get through the 100-metre mark, boys. But St. Bede's 1 have got this by the scruff of their throat. They've upped their rating again, and they're just holding. They're holding off the other boats. In the meantime, we can see that Christchurch Boys have rowed through Christ College there. They're in the second slot at the moment. This is Christchurch Boys 1, have rowed through Christ College 1. It still could be anyone's, but now they're starting to move down very quickly on St. Bede's. St. Bede's are responding. They're putting everything into this in the tandem-rigged car 4. And Christchurch Boys are hooning down. They've come through. They've now got a canvas over Christ. They're not going to catch the St. Bede's crew. We're about to cross the line now to take the first slot for the boys under 17 Cox 4, followed by Christchurch Boys and then Christ College. And then there's a bit of a gap, about 3 or 4 boat lengths back here to the St. Bede's College 2 team, who are just keeping... who's on the far side? Keeping the Christchurch Boys 3 team at bay, and on the inside lane here, St Thomas of Canterbury coming through there in the 5th position as the other 2 boats finish that race. Right. So in both these events so far, the start of the final days, we've had 2 boats that have had clear dominance over the other 2 by taking the lead and maintaining it all the way through. Second and third racing has been a bit more interesting. Rightio, so now we've got the girls under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. Race 154. This is the B final. They're already underway. I can see them up at the island here. So we'll quickly whip through the names here. We've got from lane 1 to 10, North End 2, Jess, Serene, Sophie, Zoe, and Bryn Allison is the Cox. Invercargill 1, Evie, Piper, Madison, Mila, and Valerie Mendoza is the Cox. Coached by Kate Tari and Kira Houston. Just some very young coaches and doing some really exciting things down here in Invercargill with their crews. Weren't that long ago they finished rowing themselves at school level. Right, in lane 3, Otago Girls 1, we've got Millie, Eva, Daxia, Ella, and Laura Cadman as the Cox. Timaru 12, Sylvia, Genevieve, Penny, Pippa, and Amelie Murdoch is the Cox. Marion College, Amelie, Jordan, Suna, Asher and Olivia Barak is the Cox. Kashmir 1 in lane 6 there. Brooke, Annabelle, Pippa, Trudy, and Catalina Mihari is the Cox. Whakatipu 2, Isabella, Ruby, Mila, Gwyn, and Milan Mata Carissa is the Cox. Cure, Molly, Evie, Ashley, Macy, and Sophie Ratteray is the Cox. Burnside 1, Isabel, Nisa, Helena, Emerald, and Evie Nathan is the Cox. And on the far lane, North End 3, Bella, Isabel, Abby, Lucinda, and Taylor Nutting Talia Nutting is the Cox. Not quite at the 1,000-metre mark, but they're not far off it here. Looks possibly that Targo Girls there in lane 3 are in one of the forward leading boats here. Targo Girls in lane 3. Lane 7 there, Whakatipu 2, Isabella Thompson, Ruby Weber, Mila Walker, Gwyn Baldwin and Cox, Miliana Matua Carissa, coached by Annabelle Ronald. They, I think, are possibly in the front position there. That's lane 7 there in the front position here as they're coming up to the 1,000-metre mark. Although they are being closely challenged by Kashmir 1, Brooke Haley, Annabelle Dudda, Pippa Reeves, Trudy Levitt and Catalina Mihari Cox. Abby Higgins is the coach there, so that's that's those two inside lanes again. The Arrowhead coming through, Whakatipu 2 and Kashmir 1. Looking like the lead crew. Are they that lane 3? I think's up there. Does look like Cure 1 and lane 8 have dropped back a bit there and they're out of contention. As is North End 2 and I think Invercargill 1 there have dropped back. This is the B final, remember. Now I can see the A final already coming up through the island, so I probably will switch very quickly to the A final in the girls under 15 Cox quadruple sculls here. Yes, it's Whakatipu and Burnside there. Whakatipu and Burnside. I think Whakatipu maybe have a boat or at least 3/4 of a boat over that Burnside crew. It's a bit difficult to tell when the other boat's further away. Otago Girls there in lane 3, but they're definitely either in that second, third slot. But over the other side, the other boats drop back. There may be a boat length behind these 3 crews here. And as I just come down here, I'll quickly go to the girls under 15 Cox quadruple sculls, 10 in this race. This is the A final. They've already passed through the island. In lane 1, we've got Timaru 11, Emma, Sophie, Lauren, Evie, and Bella Westgarth as the Cox. Timaru 1, Annie, Justina, Paige, Paris, and Matilda England as the Cox. Lane 3, Columba College, Alicia, Ava, Emily, and Evisa, and Chloe Brian is the Cox. North End 1, Ava, India, Marley, Olivia, and Sophie Palmer is the Cox. Homaru, Pippa, Annabelle, Matilda, Summer, and Tempe Oliver is the Cox. Lane 6, Timaru 20, Rear Runner, Paige, Haley, Madison, and Sophie Scarlett is the Cox. Whakatipu 1, Sophie, Andy, Sienna, Pippa, Sophie Brown is the Cox. Homaru 22, Sasha, Ava, Amalie, Isabel, and Isla Capellal's Cox. And Margaret's 1, Raffia, Gabriella, Tessa, Bo, and Georgia, Todd Hunter is the Cox. And in lane 10, Ashburton 1 in the under 15 A final, Sienna, Elsie, Gretchen, Sasami, and Kate Shepherd is the Cox. And that's just the girls under 15 Cox quad A final that are coming up to 1,000. But let's go looking back here at this B final. Yes, if Whakatipu have maybe just holding a boat or 3/4 of a boat length over this Kashmir crew, so there's definitely challenges there. And lane 3, Otago Girls 1, Millie Ramsey, Eva Gardner, Daxia Grant, Ella Glover, and Lara Cadman the Cox. She'll be calling them on. She'll see where they are, and they've upped their rating. Very strong push going through in the water there. Maybe they haven't upped it up, but they actually, you can just see the push. Their boat is running very nicely. Very nicely indeed. They are challenging Kashmir. The Whakatipu crew in the meantime in lane 7, they're pushing them. They're holding off the others. They've upped their rating slightly. I think they look a little panicky there in some of their strokes because this Otago Girls and this Kashmir crew are coming down on them pretty quick. Can they hold them off? They're starting to chew them up already. The Kashmir crew have now got their bow ball up to the stroke seat. This Otago Girls crew are coming through. They are still off the pace. It's definitely going to be Whakatipu unless something drastic happens. They're just holding them off. These other crews are crawling them up. Oh, this Otago Girls crew is flowing down here. Can they do it? I think they might almost. Are they going to? Oh, they didn't. They didn't. That was very close. Otago Girls came flying down there very quickly to almost take the that second slide. And here, our first slide, and here was Invercargill there, rode finished very quickly there to make the fourth slot there in the B final. But this race was won by Whakatipu 2, who held off the other crews of Otago Girls 1 and Kashmir 1, followed by Invercargill. And in the meantime, it's the girls under 15 Coxcrubble Skulls A final. They're up and down here, and what have we got here? Let's see. I'm looking across here. Ooh, this is a bit closer than the other one. Does look like Oamaru 22 in lane 8 there. Yes, I think it's Oamaru 22 in lane 8 there. Or maybe they don't. They're definitely up there with lane 5, Oamaru 23. Also, we've got 2 Oamaru crews in pole position for the A final of the girls under 15 Cox Quadruple Skulls. Yep, definitely Oamaru crews. And now that's picking, I think it's possibly the Oamaru 23 crew in lane 5 that actually are ahead of the Oamaru 22 crew, maybe by half a boat length. The Oamaru 22 crew have got a Whakatipu crew on the inside of them that are working away at them there by the look of it, and other side Timaru 20, so it's the lower South Island and the middle of South Island here. It's the middle of South Island at the moment, I think, are in the lead with these Oamaru crews. They've been challenged. Oh, now what's going on there? Keep your eyes open, mate. On the far side, we've got Ashburton. So these lowest Canterbury crews are in this race, and Ashburton over the far side. I still think it's now Oamaru 23 here that are in pole position. They pulled ahead probably by maybe I think they may even have almost a boat length. They're coming up to the 250s. They'll have to look when they come through. In the meantime, we've got down here in lane 2, Timaru 1. Timaru 1 are coming through quick. Beside them, Timaru 11 and Columba College are probably slightly out of this at the moment, but with Timaru 1, we've got North End 1 there in lane 4, but it's lane 5. Oamaru 23 are in the top slot at the moment here. If they can maintain this, they'll be the first, but second, third is going to be a lot harder to decide. We've got the other Oamaru crew, a Whakatipu crew inside then, a Timaru crew inside them, and a North End crew. So it's all those middle lanes, and then this Timaru 1 crew. And over the far side, we've got Ashburton. This could be a very close finish for the first and second slot, but this Oamaru 23 crew is working hard. Their rating's gone up. They're getting good push through the water. Their boat's flowing quite nicely, and they're still nice and controlled. I like that. I like seeing these nice and controlled oars, skying a bit, but that's very common for these early rowers, but they've got it definitely in control. But second and third is going to be challenging. I'm just lining up the line in my window here with the finish going to see if I can pick this one. Oamaru 23, they're just holding off the others. They're being pulled back, though. It's that Whakatipu crew there. It's that Whakatipu crew who've come through probably into second slot at the moment. That Whakatipu crew, they've got their bow ball to the seat 3 of this leading Oamaru crew. This leading Oamaru crew, they're coming through very fast, this Whakatipu crew. They're claiming that second position. And in the meantime, we've got this North End crew coming through very quick. They're going to maybe get third. It's very challenging, and there we hear the Oamaru 23 crew pass the line. Whakatipu and North End 1 who came through. Ava Woodcox, India Gardner, Marley Hoare, Olivia Williams, Sophie Palmer, the Cox coached by Georgia Cornane, and Jess McIntosh came through very quickly there to roll over the other crews to take that third slot. So well done. Oamaru for taking that race, Oamaru 23, and that quick finish from Whakatipu and North End made an exciting finish. You heard how quick the buzzer were for those last few. So overall, this was a very close race. And isn't that the way we want it? Right. What I've got rolling on down here, we've got the men's premier single sculls. Oh, I wish I had the results from yesterday. That's probably a similar maker up here. The men's premier single sculls are coming down. They're already through the 1,000-metre mark. There are 7 in this event here, starting with. It's a Dunstan Avon. It's a Dunstan Avon party, mainly Dunstan. So in lane 2, we've got Avon, Jimmy Middleditch. In lane 3 to lane 7, we've got Dunstan. So Dunstan Arm 5, Henry Clatworthy. 6, Matthew O'Meary. 2, Finn Ellison. 1, Matthew King. 3, Charlie Manser. Then we've got Avon 3, Joshua Clark in lane 8. So looking at this here, the arrowhead is an arrow of Dunstan. So it looks like those middle two Dunstan, of Dunstan 1, Dunstan 2 and Dunstan 1. That's Finn Ellison and Matthew King are in the lead. In fact, I think that it's actually Matthew King, who's Dunstan Arm 1, is currently in the lead at the moment, or just holding off Finn Ellison on the inside. And then over on the far side, we've got Avon 3 in the picture there. The Dunstan 3 and maybe I'm wrong there. Yep, Dunstan Arm 1s. So it looks like the Dunstan 3. Except something's in the order has changed here, and I'm looking at my sheet. Can't pick the numbers because of the light on the water here, but the way I see it, there should be some of these other rows. Should be the positioning of the rows looking a bit different here, but there's definitely this 6. Yep, no, it's definitely Dunstan Arm 1 who's got the lead here, but he's been challenged over the far side. And that's not an Avon row, and that's what's throwing me off. It's a Dunstan row. Oh, there's no number on it there. That's confusing. That's a bit confusing. So, yeah. That just confuses. But so Dunstan Arm 1's in the middle lane here. He's been picked up his rating there. He's been challenged by his compatriot Finn. So Matthew King is in the lead here. Finn's on the inside of him and being challenged over on the far side by an unnumbered Dunstan row. So I don't know who that is. In the meantime, we've got another Dunstan row in the middle here coming through very quickly. Dunstan Arm 6, Matthew O'Meahy. He will be after that 4th position, but it's a pretty clear race here. We've got Matthew King crossing the line now, Finn Ellison followed by him, unnumbered Dunstan row on the far side, and then Dunstan Arm 3, Charlie Manson in this lane. Actually, Matthew O'Meary. Sorry, that wasn't. That was Matthew O'Meary, not Charlie Manson, who passed there in 4th position. Rightio, race 157, the men's senior single sculls, the B final. So there's 5 boats in this race who have had a scratching. So in lane 3, Wairoa 15, Hunter Marfell, Nelson 1, Sam Johnson, Wairoa 14, Logan Flight, Avon 2, Toby Trugidaga, and Avon 1, Sam Mons. And it looks like Wairoa 15 is probably well out of this race. I think it looks like Sam Johnson there from Nelson 1, who's in the top slot. Yes, he is. Inside of him is the Wairoa 14 Logan Flight, but it's actually Avon 1 Sam over the Avon 2 Toby, who is it probably that's third, he might be in the 3rd slot. The 2 Avon rows, Sam and Toby on the far side, are reasonably in similar position. In fact, it's Sam on the far side, the Avon 1, who's probably got a boat length over Toby there. And the inside here, we've got the Nelson rower, who's in the pole position. Not all that by much. And this is the men's senior single sculls B final. You can see the A final already coming up to the 1,000 there. Just these boats come through in front of us. Who's in the A final? We'll have a quick gander at that. A final's got 10 races. It's got lane 1, Whakatipu 1, Max Davis, Dunstan Arms 2, Hamish Sheepman, Nelson 2, Flynn Mercer, Wairoa 12, Zachary Jenkins, Dunstan Arm 1, Harry Lightfoot, Wairoa 11, Aidan Bennett, Oamaru 22, Logan Doherty, lane 8, Oamaru 23, Patrick Spillard, Dunstan Arms 3, Lewis Meads, and on the far side of Otago 1, Alex Hatterley. That's the men's senior single sculls A final, which are coming up to 1,000. But at the moment here, we've got the men's senior single sculls B final. We can see the Nelson rower there. Sam Johnson is holding off the other boats. They've all upped their rating, but he's got this boat flowing very nicely, actually, this Nelson rower. I can just see the extra push going through there, but the boat's responding well to that, and he's pulling himself away there to take this first position. Meanwhile, the 2 Avon rowers are having a go at each other. Looks like Toby is challenging Sam there for the 2nd position. Is Sam going to hold him off? As we hear the Nelson rower about to cross the line, as Sam Johnson comes across. And on the far side, it's Sam Mons, who's took the 2nd slot over Toby Trugidaga on lane 6. And you'll just hear Wairo come across now, and the other Wairo is just hitting the 100 metre mark. Boys, there as the men's senior single scull A final is coming down. Rightio, men's senior single sculls A final. We're coming up to the 750 mark. It looks like it could be Dunstan Arms 2 of Hamish Yeatman. Lane 2 there is in a pretty good slot. Either side of him, Whakatipu 1 and Nelson 2 are probably back off the pace a little by a couple of boat lengths. Wairo 12, he's slightly off. Dunstan Arm 1. Ooh, Dunstan Arm 1. He's Harry Lightfoot is definitely off the pace there. He's probably 3 or 4 boat lengths behind. And so it looks like to me, Dunstan Arms 2 here, Hamish Yeatman in lane 2 is in a good position. Then we go across to the other side, and we're probably looking at Omru 22, Logan Doherty there is in a good slot. And also, of course, in Dunstan Arms 3, Lewis Meets over there in lane 9. In fact, I would say that he's almost in the lead along with Dunstan Arms 2 here in the middle. And in third position at the moment would be Logan Doherty of Oamaru. Although Logan has been challenged a bit on the inside there by a Wairua Aidan Bennett. As they're crossing up, they come out to 250 line. I can see, yes, on the far side there, that Dunstan row. Dunstan Arms 3, Lewis has put his foot down. In fact, I would say he's in the front now, at least by a boat length over the Oamaru rower. Logan there in lane 7. In the inside lane here, we've got Hamish Yeatman coming through, but he's actually starting to be passed there by some of these other rowers. There's another Wairua rower, Zachary Jenkins, who's already passed him. But on the far side there, Lewis is right, very powerfully getting a lot of push through that boat, though he is being challenged. The Oamaru row is coming through very, very quickly. Logan's coming through very, very quickly, challenging Lewis there on the far side for the first position. He's already got his bow ball up to the stern of the boat, so he's a boat length behind, but I don't think that's enough, no, because as we see, but in the inside lane, the Dunstan 3 rower of Dunstan 2 row of Hamish Yeatman came through very quickly. He recovered his position. He took the third position. He took third in the men's senior single sculls of the A final. So that was 2 Dunstans and an Oamaru rower who taken that event. Dunstan, Lewis, Logan, and Hamish. Rightio. Women's Premier Coxless Quadruple Sculls. Once again, it's the Dunstan Avon party. We've got 4 crews in it. Lane 4, Avon 2, Tyler Stewart, Tegan Smith, Abby Higgins, and Taya Moody. Lane 5 and 6 are Dunstan Arm 1 and Dunstan Arm 2. Millie Scott, Olivia Pybinga, Olivia Key, Emma Spittle. Dunstan Arm 2, Ruby Smith, Isla Westlake, Madison Neal, and Bella Breen. Avon 1 on the far side, Harriet Williams, Sadie Mason, Phoebe Collier, and Lily Grant. 4 boats. It does look like Avon 2, Tyler, Tegan, Abby, and Thea are off the pace here a bit. It seems that Dunstan Arm 1, Millie, Olivia, and Emma, coached by Simon Smith, are in the first position. And inside of them, the other Dunstan crew, Ruby, Isla, Madison, Bella, are possibly in second position. And third is the Avon 1 crew of Harriet, Sadie, Phoebe, and Lily. 2 Dunstan crews maybe have a boat length difference between them, so it's not much. Possibly not even that. Maybe even 3/4 of a boat length, and then Avon back to them by 3/4. So any of these 3 boats could take it, depending on how they can respond. Although they front boat there, Dunstan Arms 1, they'll be keeping an eye on the 2 boats outside of them. That's for sure. Their position hasn't really changed. Avon 2 is off the pace now. They're probably about 7 boat lengths behind at this stage. And as we're looking out over this, we can see the sun shining on the mountains behind the lake there. Still a bit drizzly further south by the look of it. But it's nice and clear. Overcast on the lake, but it's nice and clear with hardly a ripple. As we see the Dunstan Arm 1 crew coming through, they're just going to go into the 250s. They've just hit the 250 boys now. And then it's the Dunstan Arms 2 crew and then Avon 1 right behind them. None of these crews have, I was just going to say, none of these crews have actually altered their pace at the 250, which is a common marker, but except Dunstan Arms 1 have just done that, and you can see them pulling ahead, and the other 2 crews are responding. Avon will be trying to crawl back Dunstan Arms 2. Dunstan Arms 1 have actually keep moving ahead. They've got the boat running quite nicely there. Yes, each stroke there you can see them. They move at probably at least a metre ahead of the other boat, and they're powering away from the other 2. Avon are having a push at Dunstan Arm 2 there, who are trying to hold them off. They're creeping up on them. They've got the bow ball up to the number 3 seat. And we can see the Dunstan Arm 1 crew keeps just pulling themselves away. Each stroke takes them another metre, and they're crossing the line now to win by at least 3 boat lengths. As Dunstan Arm 2's come behind them. Avon's challenging them, but they haven't been able to move the position once they had a go at them from the 100-metre mark, and they came through in 3rd place with Avon 2 coming through very shortly into 4th place. In the Women's Premier Coxless Quadruple Sculls at the 2026 Canterbury Rowing Regatta Championship Finals Day. Rightio, girls under 19 Cox Quadruple Sculls final. They're hitting the 1,000-metre mark, and we've got 9 boats in this event. Race 160. In lane 1, Marion College, Abby Olive, Jenna, Peyton, Cox by Lexi, Fakorhauser. Union 1, Billy, Michaela, Ruby Bella, Jamie, Pagan Hayther Cox. Timaru 11, Sophie, Jasmine, Greta, Kate, Bella Westgarth Cox. Kashmir 1 and Kashmir 2, Regan, Zoe, Millie, Aloria and Ivy Makahiri as the Cox. Kashmir 2, Holly, Charlotte, Lucy, Mela and Matthew Stewart as the Cox. Columba College 1, Fenella, Sarah, Nova, Anika with Sophie Thode as the Cox. Otago Girls 1 in lane 7. Kira, Mila, Millie, Sienna, Ruby, Merriman as the Cox. Wairoa 1, Paige, Amelie, Trinity, Anna and Molly, Hoban as the Cox. And Avonside Girls 1 on the far side. Neve, Gabby, Olivia, Emily and Brooke Skiles as the Cox. Okay, let's just... Righty-ho, let's see what's happening here. Oh, looks like possibly a very even race, except maybe that lane 4, Kashmir 1 are in the pole position there in the lead at the moment. Lane 1 and 2, Marion College and Union 1 are pretty much well off the pace, and I even think lane 3, Timaru 11 might be off the pace, because this Kashmir College crew do look like they've got a number of boat lengths over them, in fact everyone else. And then we go to Columba College 1 and Otago Girls 1 there over in the lane 6 and 7 there. They could be 2nd and 3rd place. The far side there, Avonside Girls 1 are well off the pace. There's Wairoa there pretty much off the pace now. It looks like there's a reasonably clear 3 leaders here. Kashmir 1, Columba Girls 1 and Otago Girls 1 in that order. This Kashmir crew look like they're a good boat length or so over the others. Although, just saying that now, I can just see that the Timaru crew have changed their position. They are working a lot harder. I can see they're all right. Their rate is definitely going up looking at the oars there. So they're actually pulling themselves along there. They've still got a bit of work if they want to catch up these 3rd girls. The 3rd girls would be Otago Girls there, Kira, Mila, Millie, Sienna, Ruby, Merriman as Cox over in the lane 7 there. They have probably a boat or 2 over the rest, but in the meantime we've got Kashmir here. Of the women's under 19 Cox Quadruple Sculls are in the lead. The lead's been chipped away at a bit though. This Colombo College and a crew has been having a wee chip away at them and having a go at them. I think they've maybe pulled them back to a boat length. And outside of them, the Otago girls are very close as well. But the Kashmir girls are coming through now. They're about to hit. They've just hit the 250 boys. They've got 250 metres to go. Yes, no, so there you go. So Colombo College and Otago girls have just come through onto the 250, so they are slightly off it. What's going to happen now? Is there going to be, there must be some movement now if they want to have a go at this. And we can see that Timaru there are having a real go. They're trying to get to the 4th position. They're going to work hard to try and get the 3rd position because that Otago girls crew on the far side looked like they're dropping off a bit. Kashmir are moving themselves away with every stroke, getting really good push through the water there. You can see it. With each stroke, they're moving a metre. They've got that boat running. You can see the real power going into that. Colombo College too are having a go as well. They're keeping off. The Otago crew have also responded because to keep themselves in that 3rd position. They've actually, all these 3 boats have pulled themselves well clear of the other ones by about 3 or 4 metres. As we can just see, Kashmir 1 cross the line in 1st place. Colombo College is going to come through in 2, followed by Otago girls. But in the meantime, this Timaru crew has come through very quickly to roll over Kashmir 2. And if they can keep that, yes, they'll keep pulling ahead. They'll come through in the 4th slot. So congratulations, Kashmir 1, Regan Kelly, Zoe Clark, Millie Brooks, Alora, Lind and Ivy as the cocks, and their coach Imogen Boxall for that 1st position in the women's under 19 Cox quadruple sculls. Now it's the men's, and it's the Octies, men's open Octies. Coming up to 1,000, quick race, Octies. 6 in this event, rightio, lane 3 to lane 8, Otago boys, Isaac, Luca, Hunty, B, Jaden, Charlie, Theo, Asher, Eli is the Cox, St Thomas of Canterbury, Flynn, Tyson, Celia, Sonny, Max, Jackson, Toby, Ryder and Sam is the Cox. Whakatipu 1 there in lane 5 in the middle. Tommy, Max, Rome, Finn, Oliver, Angus, Baker, Flynn, Harrison the Cox. Shirley boys, Ben, Caden, Liam, George, Johan, Louis, Callum, Lockie and Vadim is the Cox. Wairu 11, Halika, Gus, Finley, Max, Nico, Sam, Harris, Logan, Harry is the Cox. And in lane 8, Christ College 1, Otto, Justin, Freddie, Leo, Jono, Marcus, Oline, Jack, Billy Shield is the Cox. And it's those middle boats that are in the lead at the moment. That would be Whakatipu 1 there. Who've looked like they've got a good boat or 2 over the other boats. The other boat would be the Shirley Boys High in lane 6 over on the far side, who look on par with St Thomas of Canterbury here in lane 4, back to Otago Boys High, and then on the far side back to Wairua, and then further back to Christ College in the over there in lane 8. But this Whakatipu crew, and I remember they dominated yesterday, I think, are looking like they're doing the same today in the men's open Coxed Octi. Well, Octies are Coxed anyway, so maybe I'll just say the men's open Octi. Like a millipede on water. Or no, let's say a centipede. A millipede's a bit much, isn't it? Looking very nice here through the binoculars, that Whakatipu crew. Nice rhythm. Good timing. Maybe a few novices in that boat. A couple of skied blades. But they're still ticking along very nicely. On the side of them, that Shirley Boys crew, they've pulled themselves into that second position there. They maybe have a boat length over the St Thomas of Canterbury crew, who are being challenged by Otago Boys High School in lane 3 here. In fact, lane 3 and lane 7, that Wairua crew, along with St Thomas of Canterbury, are aiming for that 3rd position, because this Whakatipu crew is definitely dominating this race. I think with each stroke they are moving a metre or so ahead of the other boats at each stroke. They've hit the 250 and they're just showing it. Flashing the goods, as you can say. Rowing very nicely there. Back to this Shirley Boys crew as well. They're holding their position, though they are getting a bit of challenge now, because this Otago Boys crew on the inside lane have pulled ahead of the other two. They're now into third position. Are they going to be able to pull back down that Shirley Boys crew? I don't think so, but this Whakatipu crew is looking very sweet as they're just coming through. They're going to finish in a second. That'll tell you how much ahead they are by the beep. That's probably 5 boat lengths maybe. They're crossing the line now back to the Shirley Boys High, but a really impressive run here from the Otago Boys High. They've got a bit going in there. Look at that stroke. He's going for it. Keep your head up, mate. Keep your head up. Get the air and breathe. He's pulled their boat to a boat length ahead of the next nearest boat, but they're not going to catch the Shirley Boys crew who are about to cross the line now, followed by the Otago Boys crew, and then we have St Thomas of Canterbury back to the Wairoa crew. So a bit of an exciting finish there for that third position. And then on the far side, we've got the Christ College crew. That was race 161 and the men's open, the Coxed Octi Skulls. Now we've got the men's Coxed Club here, the men's Club 8. The men's Club 8. 6 in this event, coming up to the 1,000. I can see the pattern forming already with the middle lanes. That's Avon 1. That's Bruno, Hugo, Flynn, George, Ashton, Barney, Noah, Kobe, Cox by Grayson there. They look like they're in the lead position at the moment. But let's move over to lane 3. We've got Christ College 1, Cody, Robbie, Toby, George, Sage, Leo, Ollie, Johnny and Jeffrey is the Cox, but they're well back off the pace. And lane 2, Avon 2, William, Sam, Joseph, Cameron, George, Didier, William, Jackson and Robbie Miller of the Cox. Maybe they're in the third position at the moment. As I mentioned, Avon 1 in the middle lane there in the lead. And second place would be lane 6, Dunstan Arms, Luca, Brenner, Dylan, Jed, Jack, Ben, Jacob, Max and Kate Baskerville is the Cox. Other side of them, it's the Otago Uni Composite. Otago Uni, Canterbury and Cure. Hyung-Hoo, Darren, John, Mark, Sam, Nat, Oliver, Noah, Lily is the Cox. And on the very far side off the pace, Avon 3, Henry, Jack, Jamie, Jack, Samuel, Henry, Ollie, Harvey and Timmy as the Cox. But it's this Avon 1 crew, stroked, I'm guessing, by Bruno Dooley, as if the name order is correct, coxed by Grayston, Faulkner, who are in the lead and are just really powering away now. They haven't hit the 250, but they've already upped their rating in this 8. Behind them in the second and third would be the Dunstan 1 Arm crew and the Avon 2 crew, the Christ College crew, and the far side Avon 3 crew off the pace. Avon 2 possibly in there. That's the University crew, Composite crew. So the Otago University Composite crew potentially in there in the third position now, because Avon 1 is powering themselves ahead. They're actually not moving that. Actually, they're not moving the boat away. They're just maintaining position over the Dunstan crew, who pulled themselves into clear second position. Meanwhile, the Otago Uni Composite crew is challenging the Avon 2 crew for that third position. As we can see, Avon 1 here comes through the 100-metre buoys, looking very strong. Now they're moving the boat away. It's running very quickly. With each stroke, I think it's about half a metre they're pulling away in the Dunstan crew. The Dunstan crew holding off the other two, but the Otago Composite crew has come through and they've rolled over top of the Avon crew. They're now seat 3 ahead of them. Can they hold them off? Because the Avon 2 is coming back and the Dunstan crew is about to cross now. The Avon 2 is coming back on the Union Composite crew and they're pulling them back. I think it's I'm going to say the Avon 2 crew actually took back that third slot. The Avon 2 crew may have taken that third slot off the Otago Union Composite crew, but congratulations to Avon 1 in first and Dunstan Arms 1 in second position. I'm going to wait to see if the results come up, and we'll just see who did take that take that third slot there. But behind them, though, is the race 168, the women's Coxed 8 final. There are 8 boats in this event here. 8 boats in this event. Just checking here now. We've got the results up yet for the Cox 8. Nope. Rightio. In this event, they're not quite at the 1,000. So we've got right, lane 3, Dunstan Arms 3, Kate, Alia, Mika, Ellie, Dana, Charlotte, Drew, Charlotte and Elizabeth is the Cox. St Andrews 1, Katie, Lucia, Olivia, Chloe, Alana, Sailor, Charlotte, Lauren, Emily is the Cox. Dunstan Arm 1, Emma, Lola, Amy, Gemma, Neve, Ella, Perry, Lucy and Fred is the Cox. Avon 1, lane 6 there, Phoebe, Kate, Sienna, Courtney, Kate, Emma, Olivia and Jessica with Ashley as the Cox. Oamaru Composite, Oamaru Canterbury Composite, Indig, Natalie, Emily, Bridget, Meredith, Georgia, Sophie, Tessa, Greer is the Cox. And in the far lane, lane 8, we've got St Andrews College 2, Anna, Tahilia, Sophie, Nina, Lucy, Charlotte, Hadassah, Xanthia, Georgia is the Cox. They're coming through. They're already probably through the 1,000 now. So in that previous event, it was Avon. Yes, it was Avon. Avon 2 did manage to take back that third position. That was in the men's club Cox 8. Rightio, so let's go back to this women's club Cox 8 here. Who we got? The middle boats there. Looks like is that an Avon crew? I think. Yes, I think it's the Avon 1 crew. Phoebe, Kate, Sienna, Courtney, Kate, Emma, Olivia, and Jessica, and Ashley Tackon is the Cox there. They were in that. I think they're in that lead position at the moment. So it's quite tricky to tell. There's loads of bit of drizzle out there now because the other side of them is this Oamaru Canterbury Composite crew. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I lie. It's the inside lanes. Lane 4, St Andrews College, and lane 5, Dunstanarm 1. They are the 3 leading boats. Now this is looking like a tight race. So lane 6, Avon 1, lane 5, Dunstanarm 1, lane 4, St Andrews College 1. They're the 3 leading boats. The other boats are at least a boat length or more off the pace. I don't think they would be able to pull that back in an 8. It's not that easy, but I can see that St Andrews College are having a go at Dunstan and are having a go also at Avon. So this could be a very close race. It looks like the Avon boat led most of the way, the Avon won, but they are being challenged. They are being challenged by both these boats. We have 3 boats, not quite in a straight line there. The Avon boat is ahead. The Dunstan and the St Andrews College boats, I think, are side by side now. In fact, I think that St Andrews boats are rolling through them. That Avon boat is holding them off. It's not by much. Let's see. They're coming up to the 250 mark now. I'm going to see if I can work out as they cut through the 250. And Avon are coming through now. Whoa. St Andrews College and Dunstan are right behind them. In fact, St Andrews College have pulled over. This is going to be a very exciting finish here because we can see Avon are responding. They are attempting to hold off this boat. I think the St Andrews boat are looking very quick now. Dunstan are trying to respond. And Avon. Now Avon are showing some real finish power. They've dug their heels in. They are pushing their boat away. They've pulled themselves to the stroke seat ahead of the other 2 boats. But the other 2 boats are side by side. Dunstanarm and St Andrews College are side by side. Avon is holding them off. They're keeping them off. They're not even a full boat length. They're keeping off at the stroke seat. St Andrews College has now picked off the other one. They've picked off. They've got their coxes at the stroke seat. They are just ahead and they're now hooning down. Avon 1 crosses the line, St Andrews and Dunstan. That was a quick race. They threw themselves into it. As we come back now, we've got the next Dunstan crew, followed by the Oamaru Composite, and then St Andrews College 2 crew will cross that line. So congratulations, Avon 1, St Andrews College 1, and Dunstanarm 1 in that order, first, second, and third. Rightio, what are we up to? Race 164. 164, Women's Masters Coxless Double/Pair. Oh, I can see them lining up the 1,000-metre mark there. I'm just going to take a break for a second. Rightio, the Masters races. Now, for those who aren't familiar with Masters races, so Masters races are graded. So Masters at 27, you can become a Masters, and so the grades work like this: from 27 to 33, I think it is. You are A grade, and then 27 to 35, you are A grade. From 35 to 43, you're B. 43 to 50, you're a C. 50 to 55, you're a D. 55 to 60, you're an E. 60 to 65, you're a F. Then it's G, H, I, and when you get to 80, it starts shortening. So 80 to 83, I think it's J, and then it's 83 onwards. And you so get your rate. You get raced according to that ability, and the boat is made up of the ages of the crew and whatever that average age is. So if you have two people and it adds up, and the average age is 50, then they would be in grade D. And in races like this, where we've got multiple grades, there's a handicap applied. So from lane 2 to lane 9, Wanaka 2, Marley and Victoria, they had a 22-second handicap. That means they don't go and go, they go 22 seconds later. They're A grade. Wanaka 1, C grade, 17 seconds, Erin McNary and Belinda Ryan. Union 3, C grade, Amadine Frizzell and Kathy New-Win-Hewson. Cure 1, C grade, Kelly Lavalia and Felicina Carlina. Union 1, D grade, so they go on 12 seconds. Catherine Sutherland and Kirsty Mahan. Wanaka 3, D grade, Chelsea Lodge and Jacqueline Knight. Lane 8, Union 2, E grade, Deb Hymans Ross and Amanda Richards. And in lane 9, Wanaka 4, Elizabeth Ritchie and Elizabeth Lampin Smith. They're F, so they went on go. So they would have gone off first. 12 seconds later, you would have had, 7 seconds later, you would have had lane 8, and then lane 6 and 7 would have gone 12 seconds then, and so on. Righty-ho. And how they're coming through. As they're coming down the course now, a bit slow, so they can see that the Fs that went off first, Wanaka over there in the far side, have been paced over by these boats, but it looks like that boat is at Union over there in lane 8. Union, it doesn't look like lane 8. No, it's not the Union crew. It must be, is it a Wanaka crew there? Wanaka crew there in lane 7. I think they went on 12 seconds. They're currently holding the lead. But, of course, these younger riders in lane A there and lane 2 there, Wanaka, Marley and Victoria, who went off in 20 seconds, they're pulling them down pretty quick. But it does look like it's the Union, it's the Wanaka crew. Doesn't look like Wanaka. Is it a Wanaka crew over there in the far side? They have the lead at the moment, but they are being challenged by this Union crew in lane 6. Union 1 of Catherine and Kirsty, some very experienced rowers there in the Masters thing, that's for sure. They went off at the same time, so it looks like this Wanaka crew of Chelsea and Jacqueline are holding them off. Different age mixes there. The Wanaka crew have a 41 and 60, while the Union crew have a 52 and 54, so they're of similar age. But they are starting to pip this Wanaka crew in lane 7. So it looks like that Union 1 there of Catherine Sutherland and Kirsty Mahoney are going to come through, possibly in first place. There are some quick boats coming down there in the inside, though. We've got lane 3, Amanda and Kathy. They started on 17 seconds. They're coming through very quickly, looking for that third position. But then, so the youngies, the A graders from Wanaka there, 29 and 38. Marley and Victoria are coming through as well on this inside lane here. Are they going to get that third position? I think they are. I think they're going to roll the Wanaka crew over on the far side to take third. And yes, they did. The idea of the handicap is that generally the idea is that that the rowers should roughly finish at the same time, but of course their ability and will affect how that occurs. And of course the boat is made up, because it's an average, a boat can be made up of quite some differences. Like I said, there was a group age there of 60 and 41, which makes them a D grade, up against 2 in their 50s that were both D grade. And the older you get, you always try and maintain your fitness and everything. It's technique. I think technique is where it starts to count. But anyway, we're going to move on for the Women's Masters Coxless Doubles. I didn't see any pairs in there. You can see the last boat just coming across the line now. Good on, and this is Chelsea and Jacqueline just crossing the line there, 41 and 60. Right, so now we're going to go to the Women's Novice Double Sculls, the B final. The Women's Novice Double Sculls, the B finals are through the 1,000 now, and you can already see some clear separation of boats there. And this, anyway, we've got 10 crews. So lane 1, Avonside 2, Grayson Bridie, Otago 1, Nakia and Margot, Invercargill 2, Keely and Katie, Timaru 2, Annie and Isabel, Wairoa 1, Julie and Laura, Kashmir 1, Zoe and Jessica, lane 7, Ashburton 1, Georgia and Elsie, Cure 2, Megan, Neve, St Andrew College 2, Isla and Isabella, and then in the far lane, Star, Carries and Alexandra. So there are a few that are off the pace here, though. It does look it's reasonably spread out and reasonably closely grouped in this final race. In this B final of the girls' novice double sculls, it would possibly be the Cure crew there that are in the lead over there in lane 8. It would seem so. Yes, it would be a Cure queue there. That would be Meg Dunn and Neve McLean, I think, over there in the lead in lane 8 there. And inside of them, we've got Ash Burton, Georgia Gill, and Elisa Gill, coached by Justin Wall and Mary Hereford in second slot, though they do look like they might be a couple of boat lengths back. But then it starts to get a bit tight. They might be a boat length ahead of the next boats inside of them, which would then be Kashmir 1, Wairoa 1, Timaru 2, possibly Invercargill 2. Now, Invercargill 2 actually look like they might be slightly moving ahead there. That would be Kelly Templeton and Katie Gray there, coached by these young Invercargill coaches, Kira Hurston and Kate Tari. But it seems that Cure 2 there are going to take in the pole position for this B final, the novice girls double sculls. On the far side there, we've got St Andrew College 1 and Star. They're a bit off the pace at the moment, particularly the Star crew there. Carries and Alexander are a bit well back. But in the meantime, we've got this Cure crew in the dominant position. They are, however, there are definitely easy challenges inside them with this Ashburton crew, and then across to a Kashmir crew and a Wairoa crew. In fact, I would also put into there that Timaru 2 crew and the Invercargill crew. The Otago Girls 1 crew in lane 2 there off the pace. Avonside 2 in lane 1 are actually possibly in there as well, though. And for that maybe battle for second and third slot, they probably know that maybe they're about 3 or 4 boat lengths back. Not so easy for them, but I can see this Cure crew there are in good position now. They've keep ticking themselves ahead. They've now held off Ashburton and moved away. There must be 2 or 3 boat lengths, maybe 4 boat lengths ahead of them now, and they're coming up to the 250 mark. If that doesn't change, they're going to win this, but they're at 250 mark in these double sculls, you can be towed down. And they hit the boys now, the 250, and they're off. Are they off? No, they're maintaining the rating. Probably keeping a very close eye on these other crews. Meanwhile, Ashburton and Kashmir are starting to have a bit of a ding-dong here. Kashmir are now pulling ahead of Ashburton there. They've all hit through the 250 boys. We've got Invercargill here. You've got Invercargill here in lane 3 coming through very quickly. They've actually pulled themselves up into that 4th slot, and they could actually, if they keep rolling at this pace, move into that 3rd position. I do see that Ashburton have responded to Kashmir, and they've actually taken back that front slot. But in the meantime, we've got this Cure crew here rowing very well, this Cure novice crew that are going to come through and take this women's novice double sculls B final. Ashburton crew only got half a boat length over this Burnside crew, and we've got in this Invercargill crew are flying down. They are flying down. They're coming down on this Burnside Kashmir crew very quickly. I think they are going to they're going to pull themselves into 3rd position. Can they make 2nd? That was Cure. Meg Dunn and Neve McLean, who've just taken out the B final. Ashburton are coming through to take the B 2nd position. Invercargill with a very quick finish came through and rolled over Kashmir to take 3rd. Well done, girls. Rightio, now it's the A final coming down the track. And who have we got in this event? We've got 10, obviously, using all these lovely 10 lanes that they now have at South Island rowing. In lane 1, North End 1, Harper and Annabelle. St Andrews College 1, Lily and Sarah. Avonside 1, Eve and Logan. Where are we? Union 1, Alana and Macy. Timaru 12, Sophie and Lauren. In lane 6, on Route 23, Hunter and Grace. Timaru 20, Emma and Hannah. Columba College 1, Pippa and Alicia. In lane 8 there, Burnside 1, Miriam and Isabella. And then in the far lane, Omaru, Kira, and Millie. Lane 5, those middle lanes again. Timaru 12, Sophie Burton and Lauren Crawford, coached by Dean Mill. I'm putting them in this number 1 position at the moment. Lane 5 and then lane 3. Avonside Girls 1, Evie Rees and Logan Bell. They're up there in the count at the moment. They're probably about a boat length or so off this Timaru crew. And inside them, though, they've got... inside them, or between those two, we've got Union 1, who may be half a boat length back from this Avonside crew, but they're in a good, strong position as well. Over the far side, the boats look like they're a bit off the pace. Oh, yeah, maybe Amaru 23, Hunter McLean, Grace Webster. They're in there in that 3rd position. As we just saw in the previous race, double scull positions the way that Invercargill crew came flying through there just shows how quickly you can make up time in a double scull. But at this stage, it's this Timaru crew. They look like they're in a good spot. They're in the middle of the race, which is the middle of the boat lane, which is actually quite good. You can sort of look in your peripheral vision either side, keep a check of all boats. Sometimes if you're well in the front and say the outside lanes, it is quite good. You can see across, but if you're close to other boats, it's a bit difficult. If you're not so far ahead, it's a bit harder to determine their position. But the middle lane's a great spot. They're the head of the arrow, Timaru crew. They're pointing this race to the finish, and they are just actually already starting to pick up and motor away. I can see maybe they've got an earlier call. Maybe their call is not to go at 250, it's to go at 300, which would be a bit different. And if they're trained for it, that works. And I can see that at least 3 or 4 boat lengths now on this inside crew here, which is Avonside Girls 1. Avonside Girls 1. Yes, it looks like Avonside Girls 1 here in lane 3. Are already also pulling themselves away, getting themselves into that 2nd position. They can still challenge. They've still got space to challenge this Timaru crew, though. To be honest, I doubt it. This Timaru crew is up their rating again. They've got that boat running quite nicely. They're actually really nice. There's some nice rowing for novices there. I'll give them that. Avonside Girls, though, in lane 3, they're also up to rating, and they're pulling ahead of their inside of Union 1. Is it Union 1? Yes, it is. They've pulled ahead of Union 1, Alana Newson and Macy Rockford, who were in 3rd slot, but now over the far side, we've got a crew coming through very quickly in lane 8. Columba College 1, Pippa Brown and Alicia O'Connor, coached by Tom Tottle. They've got a very quick finish here, but I would say between them and Union, it could be either one. In the meantime, this Timaru crew, very good, showing clear dominance in this women's novice double sculls, the A final, about to cross the line now. The Avonside crew have also come through very strongly, and they're now coming through into the 2nd position, and they've actually pulling themselves away to 3 or 4 boat lengths over this Union crew, which are held off this fast-moving Columba College crew over the far side to take the 3rd slot. In the meantime, the inside lane here, North End 1 came flying through. Harper Herricks and Annabelle Webster came flying through there to get the 5th position. As we see another... lots of cheering going on between Burnside 1 and Oamaru 1 to take these 6th and 7th slots as these other boats come through. Rightio, what are we up to now? The men's novice Coxed 4. Rightio, and this men's novice Cox 4 and these perfect maka hakahoa o te roto o Ruataniwha, calm waters of Ruataniwha conditions. There's no drizzle, it's not too hot, the water's looking just beautiful. The only ripple I think is mostly caused by the boats. Now, let's quickly whip through this men's novice Cox 4 fun, lane 1 to lane 10. Right, Cashmere 1, McKinley, Timothy, Corey and Hendrick. Matthew is the Cox. St Bede's Composite 1, that's St Bede's and Shirley Boys. Campbell, Billy, Connor, Jack, Hugo is the Cox. Christ College 2, Oscar, Ollie, Sam, George, Charlie is the Cox. Invercargill 1, Oliver, Jackson, Ali and Luke is the Cox. Wairua 11, William, Ned, Max, Isaac, Dion is the Cox. Timaru 30, Jock, Oliver, Miller, and Joachim. Charlie's the cox. St. Bede's 1, Arlo, Sawyer, William, Fletcher, and Lockie is the cox. Otago 1 in lane 8 there. Jacob, Forbes, Lucas, Travis, and Quinn is the cox. Christ College 1, Corbin, Benedict, Guy, and Jaden, and Nicholas is the cox. And in lane 10, Whakatipu 1, Ethan, Tyler, Charlie, and Harry with Kiana, Sirane, Henderson as the cox. And at this stage, we've got a very clear arrow here and a very clear dominance here. You can see it. They're coming up to the 500 metre, 1500 metre mark. Is that Invercargill 1? Is this Invercargill? No, it's not the Invercargill 1. Who's this crew? Let's look. Wairoa. That looks like Wairoa 11 there. And a very good position. They got the dominance position here. They are a base cut 2 or 3 boat lengths over these other crews. Wairoa 11 there in first position. Then we come back to that red boat over the far side there. Who would that be? Is that Otago 1, that red boat? Nope. St. Bede's 1. St. Bede's 1. St. Bede's 1 there in second position. But then over on the far side of them, we've got this Christ College 1. So we've got Wairoa 11 dominating the men's novice Cox 4, coming through very clearly. And even now, as they've gone through the 250 and they're heading to the 100, they are still moving that boat away from these other crews. Over in the inside lane there, as I said, we've got this St. Bede's College crew are holding off. No, are they being able to hold off? I think this Christ College crew over on the far side is coming through very quickly on them. This Christ College crew, Corbin, if he's the stroke there, he'll be calling it. The coxswain will be, Nicholas will be telling them to put the foot down. The stroke will be leading the way, and they're actually rolling over this Burnside. No, the Burnside crew's holding them off. The Wairoa crew continue to pull ahead. They've nailed 4 boat lengths ahead of the next boat. Is it going to be Burnside? St. Bede's, sorry. St. Bede's. Yes, it's St. Bede's. It looks like they're just holding off the fast finishing Christ College crew. In the meantime, we've got some very quick crews coming through the middle here. Invercargill are flying through to take that 4th position with Christ College 2 and Timaru in the middle of that lot. As Kashmir across the line now, and then we go back to the final few boats. So that was race 167, the men's novice Cox 4, clearly won by Wairoa 11. With a wee bit of a battle there for second and third place between St. Bede's and Christ College, with St. Bede's winning it. So now we've got the boys under 16 double sculls. Now this is the B final. There are 10 boats in this race. Okay, and coming up now, so let's see. Selwyn rowing 1. This is lane 1. Dylan and Max. Avon 1. Felix and Daniel. Nelson 1. Raphael and Mattia. Shirley Boys 1. Sam and Zach. Nelson, Luke and Harrison. St. Bede's. Oliver and Lennox. Wanaka, Jasper and Travis. Whakatipu. Kaito and Baxter. Christ 1. Joshua and Charlie. And then in the far lane 10, Dunstan 1. Kiowa and Boston. And this looks like a reasonably close race. No, we've got a clear 1, 2, 3, 4. What would that be? That looks like the Shirley Boys crew there. Sam Harmick and Zach Brochels. Coaches Reese Salvador and Joseph Ritchie there, I think, are in a dominant position there. Yeah, that's Shirley Boys for sure. A couple of very distinct Cambridge blue and gold with the gold braces. Probably a couple of boat lengths over this Nelson crew on the inside, but there is a far side crew there. That looks like a golden boat of Whakatipu, yes. Golden boat of Whakatipu there also. They're out on their lonesome there, and they're probably maybe a boat length behind the Shirley Boys boat. Then we come back to Nelson. It's either going to be Nelson, not Nelson, yes. Nelson and then St. Bede's possibly in the 3rd position, although there's a very fast-moving double here, Nelson 1 coming down. So that's Nelson. They're possibly in the 3rd position. In fact, this Shirley Boys crew have actually just upped a little bit. This is the boys under 16 double sculls. Some will be novices, some won't. They've got that boat flowing very nicely. It's running quite fast now. Bit short on the strokes to my liking, but that's okay. They're looking good though. They are looking good. Sitting up nicely, got a nice rhythm there, and they're actually moving that boat along very long. They're ticking it along very nicely in the water there. Over on the far side, Whakatupu are now being challenged by this Nelson 2 crew, Luca, Marfell and Harrison Roberts. They've come through very quickly, and I think they're rolling over there. And Whakatupu crew doesn't look like they've got the boat picking up. They have upped their rating, but the boat's not moving the way the Nelson 2 and the Shirley Boys crew are, who are really, they're reaching now. Oh, they've got some nice length there as they cross the line in the first spot, followed by Nelson Boys 2, and then back to the Whakatipu 4 crew to take the third position at the men's under 16B final. And then there was a very quick finish there from St Bede's College, Oliver Chum and Lennox Lowry to come through in fourth position. So that was actually the boys under 16 doubles B final. So now we're into the A final. Righto, lane one. Ooh, a few Cashmere and Whakatipu. This is the Cashmere and Whakatipu who dominate this race. Lane one, Cashmere 1, Lucas Sutherland, Thomas Cleary, Cashmere 3, James and Cameron, Cashmere 2, Sammy and Charlie, Timaru 30, Murphy and Baxter, Targo 2, Archie and Ollie, Whakatipu 1, Zebi Flynn, Whakatipu 2, Ruben and Phineas, Whakatipu 3, Tom and Henry. They're lane 6 to 8. Then Cure, Fletcher and Xavier, and outside lane of Targo 1, Archie and Artie. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Well, it looks to me like it's a Whakatipu crew over there in lane. There'll be Whakatipu 1, Zebi and Flynn there, I think, are in the front position at the moment. They're not that far ahead, though, maybe less than a boat length over this Otago 2 crew of Archie and Ollie. Where the Shirley Boys? No, there's Shirley Boys contingent 3 are back a bit. Maybe, Cashmere. There's Cashmere 3 and the lanes 1, 2 and 3 are back a bit. Maybe Cashmere 1 there. Lucas and Thomas are actually in for a chance if they start putting it through now. But in the meantime, it's the Whakatipu 1 on one side. It's Whakatipu 1, Whakatipu 1, Otago 2 and Whakatipu 2 are in the 1, 2 and 3. I'll tell you though, Whakatipu 1 are being challenged by the Otago 2 crew. Archie Gordon and Ollie O'Connell, they're actually coming through very quickly. They've also got the boat running very nicely. This is the boys under 16. Whakatipu are responding, but the Otago crew are pulling away. They've got the bow ball to the stroke seat now. They've got the bow ball to the bow seat. They're now only a canvas behind this Whakatipu crew. The Whakatipu crew boys, I can see them up their rating, but they haven't got the movement of this Otago 2 crew coming through very quickly. They're now canvas ahead as they're about to cross the line. I think they're going to be a half a boat length ahead as they cross. Yes, they are. Back to Whakatipu 1. And in the meantime, on the inside here, sneaky is, you got to watch these inside lanes. We have Cashmere 1 came flying through. Lucas Sutherland and Thomas Cleary, coached by Matt Allen, came through in third, snuck through very quickly over this Whakatipu 2 crew who came through in fourth. Very quick finish there. Under the radar, as they say, under the binoculars in my case. Right. Race 170, scheduled to start at 8:42. What are we doing for time? Let's see, 8:46, so that would be about right. So everything's running very smoothly on time. These races are ticking over in every 4-minute things. They've just come up to the 1,000-metre mark, so I think it's now a quick moment to just say a quick reminder to all the crowds down there, make sure your dogs are on leash. Please pick up all your rubbish and that. So, and also, just if your kids and that, I've seen gel packs and tape, good old insulation tape lying around. Please make sure you pick up everything that you bring and take it out with you. And at the end of the day, if you've got any food, please don't throw it out. Take it to the secretary's office, because this then gets delivered to the food bank here in Twizel. A really good cause. We deliver this leftover food to the food bank. So please just don't dump it in the bin. Even if you think, oh, can't be bothered dumping it in the bin, take a moment, take it down to the secretary's office. Really would be appreciated. Rightio. Girls under 16, Cox Quadruple Scale. This is the B final now, the B final. 10 in this event. Excuse me. Right, lane 1 to lane 10. Lane 1, Star from Wellington. Charlie and Lucy. Avonside 1, Caitlin and Kira. Dunstan 1, Finn and Grace. St Margaret's 1, India and Olivia. North End 1, Ruby and Isla. They're in lane 5. Whakatipu 3, Andy and Amy. Selwyn 1, Isla and Pippa. Colombo College 1, India and Hazel. Lane 9 and 10, Union 1, Inzi and Pagan. And North End 2, Amalie and McKeever. Amelie, that's her surname. Oh, we've got two. We've got two Amelies. Amelie and Amelie. In lane 10. Middle lane's dominating as usual. Lane 5 there. North End 1. Ruby Anderson, Isla Turner. I'll be picking the ones that are currently in the lead in this girls under 16 quads. You know, I was thinking it was doubles. I actually only named two of the crew. I did this yesterday. That's a shocker. Better name the other crews then. Lane 1, the girls that missed out for Star were Kate and Scarlett. Avonside were Emily and Mia. Dunstan 1 were Bailey and Mila. St Margaret's 1 were Elizabeth and Audrina. North End 1, who are currently in the lead. We've got Ruby, Isla and Claudia. Whakatipu 3, Mimi and Annie. Selwyn 1, Olivia and Meredith. Columba College 2, Zoe and Charlotte. Union 1, Gemma and Eden. And North End 2, Sophie and Olivia. And my apologies to the Coxes, but I had to cut this short. Running out of time. And yes, that's the North End crew there. So I'll name their Cox. Cox by Taylor Nutting. She knows they're in front because there's no boats in front of her. So the stroke will be the one to be feeding the messages about when they want to move things because they're the one. She's the one that can see all the boats behind her. North End 1 here, a couple of boat lengths over what, say, I think maybe is that the Whakatipu 3 crew there. Of Andy, Amy, Mimi and Annie. Cox by Izzy Carr, coached by James Kavanagh. Although there's some interesting stuff from the other side as well. So the other side of the arrow, so North End's a tip. We've got Whakatipu on one side. We've got St Margaret's College 1. India in lane 3 on the other side. India, Olivia, Elizabeth and Audrina. Cox by Paige Roberts. Oh no, they are a bit off the pace. It's actually probably Whakatipu. North End 1, Whakatipu 3 and Colombo College 3 there, yes. Colombo College 3, St Margaret's possibly in a similar position, but I can see this North End crew have just pushed a bit more foot on the pedal there. They've upped their rating. They'll be the 250 mark. They're quite nice and smooth. This is the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls, and they are actually making a difference. They are moving that boat away. They're moving the boat away from the Whakatipu crew. Have definitely pulled themselves into the second position here. And then we're coming back to the St Margaret's College 1 in lane 4, but they are being challenged over on the far side there. The far side there by this Columba College crew. Which of those crews are going to come through to third? The North End crew are just keep moving it away. They just each pick up. They're moving, I almost say 2 metres a stroke. 2 metres a stroke over the Whakatipu crew. Their rating's up, but it's uppers, but the boat is moving with it. You don't always get that with fast rating. The Whakatipu crew, though, the rating isn't as high, but they are getting a nice push. But the St Margaret's crew are coming through in third. They've held off these other boats, the Columba College, and a very fast-moving Dunstan Arms crew coming through on the inside. That's Dunstan Arms 1. But we're going to see North End took that, as you heard the buzzer. Whakatipu 3 coming through in second place, and then St Margaret's 1 in third place, and the girls under 16, Cox, quadruple sculls, the B final, and the A finals are through the 1,000 now. Rightio, this is the girls under 16 quadruples. A final are coming through down here, so I've got 1 to 10, so I'll quickly whip through the crews. Lane 1, Waira 1, Libby, Charlie, Casey and Ruby, Molly Hoban is the Cox, Timaru 11, Ella, Juliet, Amy, Mackenzie and Daisy Campbell the Cox, Timaru 1, Justina, Paige, Paris, Charlie and Matilda England the Cox, Burnside 1, Lucy, Hannah, Courtney, Harriet and Evie, Nathan is the Cox. In lane 5 we've got Cashmere 1, Evie, Hollow, taking a breath now. Amelie, Zoe and Evie is the Cox. We've got Whakatipu 1 outside them. Jessie, Caitlin, Cinnamon and Caitlin with Evie is the Cox. Whakatipu 2, Evie, Posey, Pippa, Liberty and Bella is the Cox. Marion College there in lane 8. Annabelle, Charlotte, Olivia and Asher with Lexi is the Cox. Wairua 1, Kate, Poppy, Emma and Maggie and Haley is the Cox. On the far side, Columba College 1, Isla, Devon, Lucy, Livy and Sophie Thode is the Cox. And in the meantime, they're already rolled down the front. In fact, it looks like that Columba College crew is in the lead. Yes, I think they are. Or maybe not. They're very close to it, though. it will be lane 5 there. Kashmir 1 of Evie O'Driscoll, Holly Cundrell, Amelie Lynn, Zoe Perrin and Ivy with Matt Allen as their coaches coming through in lane 1. But the Columba College crew there, Isla PD, Devon Skeverden, Lucy Earl, Liv Campbell, Sophie Thode, and coaches Ashton White and Beth Anderson are very quick on the far side, but this Kashmir crew have upped their rating a bit. They've got the boat running very nicely there, nice length. The Columba College crew are having a go at them. These two crews are well in front of the others. So there's a very fast Whakatipu 1 crew coming through very quickly. You also need to watch on their inside of them. Sorry, I lost some place there. They've got to watch the inside of them, the Burnside crew, but you can see the Kashmir 1 coming through very nicely there. In lane 5, they're going to take the girls under 16 quadruple sculls final. The Columba College crew in lane 10 are coming through in second place. Very fast Whakatipu 1 crew that are being challenged by a Burnside crew there. And yes, just held them off there. So congratulations to Kashmir 1, Columba College 1 and Whakatipu 1 in that order, first, second, third of the girls under 16 sculls. Hey, now, just a reminder that I really like to try and get names right and how to say them, and I don't do it. So if you get a chance to send up a name and have its pronunciation, I've just had that done. It was an Irish name I was struggling with, and it's pronounced Kiva. I think it's how you say it. Kiva. So anyway, if we're struggling with some of the names, please feel free to send us a note up and we'll try and do it. We still don't always get it right when you're busy, particularly if you've got 10 boats and you're pronouncing all the 8s and you're whipping through the names. But, yep, if we don't get your kid's name right, yep, just let us know, eh? Choice, bro, right, race 172, men's under 19, Cox 4. There's 5 in this event, and they're already coming up to the nearly the 750, so I better get a whip through this pretty quick. 1, 2, 3, so it looks like some good Christchurch Boys High School there of Charlie, Matthew, Ruben, Hugo, Cox by Carla Williams are there in the pole position. They've got over the Wairoa 11 crew in lane 6, Hunter, Jack, Logan, Aidan, Patrick as the Cox. Back to the Christchurch Boys 2 team in lane 7, James, Freddie, Donachet, Romay and Cooper. Cooper Dean is the Cox there. They're in third position. That's the third position. Then I think the fourth would be the St Thomas of Canterbury 1 in lane 4, Declan, Marcus, James, Ben and Jack. And then inside lane Shirley Boys, Jack, AJ, Chris, Finn and Vadim is their Cox. But quite a little bit off the pace. This is the men's under 19 Cox 4, but this crew is looking very sweet here as they come through. About to hit the 100 metre boys. This is Christchurch Boys 1 here, coached by Scott Shackleton and Tim Osmers. Very nice, strong finish there. They've got that boat running very well, and they're actually pulling away on the Wairoa crew outside of them now, who are also finishing very strong. And then back to this Christchurch Boys 2 team and the Wairoa crew. So that was a pretty clean, clear-cut race there, demonstrated by Christchurch Boys High School. So well done, that was a good finish. Right, now we've got another 4. Men's Premier Cox is 4, and there are 1 club in this, the Avon Club, 4 boats. Lane 4, Lawrence, Jake, George and Logan in lane 5. This is Avon 1, so lane 4 was Avon 4. Avon 1, Sam, Matthew, Henry and Scott. Avon 2, Josh, Fergus, Harry and Ted. And in for lane 7, Avon 3, Toby, William, Bede and Ben. Men's Premier Cox 4, all the Avon, they're all Avon. And it looks like Avon 1, Sam Wilson and Matthew Glenn are in the lead. Avon 4, Lawrence and Jake are a bit back off the pace. Avon 2 are in second position, and Avon 3 are in third. I'd say that Avon 3 and 4, lane 4 and 7 will be challenging for the third. Well, they might challenge Avon 2, but Avon 1 does look like they're in a good position at the moment here over their other compatriot clubs by probably about a boat and a half length, I reckon, as they come through the 500 metre mark there. Of course, when I'm saying 750, if you look on the signs, it probably says 1750, but I'm counting from this end to go. No, that's 250. Yeah, just ignore me. So these are prem rowers, so we'd expect the boats to look pretty nice, and they are, the big boys. Looks like this Avon one's a tandem rig there, tandem rig. They've got a, oh no, it's not, sorry, I lied, take that back. Just a conventional rig. Moving these boats very swiftly. You can just see how well they run on the water. Got good timing and everything. These guys are going really well. They're running really well on the water. Avon 2 is just off there. You know, they're a length and a half away from them. Avon 3 is actually coming through pretty quick on the far side. Are they having a bit of a challenge at Avon 2 there? I guess there's some sort of bragging rights. Avon 4 a bit off the pace there, but Avon 1 have just upped everything. The rate's gone up, this boat speed's gone up. In fact, they are moving away very swiftly now. They've put 2 boat lengths back to the Avon 2 crew, who are being challenged by the Avon 3 crew, who are less than a boat length off them. But the Avon 1 crew coming through very nicely to finish the boat race. Avon 2 and Avon 3 in third, with Avon fourth and fourth, an all Avon event. And the next event is also an all Avon event, the Women's Premier Coxless Pair Oars, probably about the island. So the pairs are a bit slower than the fours. So radio, so we've got 7 in this, I think. No, 8. We've got 8 in this event, from lane 2 to lane 9. They're all Avons, so I'm just going to say their numbers. So in lane 2, 8, Alki Thurston and Imogen Boxall. 3, Harriet Williams and Anya. That's right, I saw this name before and I thought, I've got that written down how to say that. So Anya. So Harriet Williams and Anya Leeson. Tyler Stewart and Brooke Harper, Jessica Tavendale and Georgia Bethel, Coco Flood and Phoebe Collier, Lily Grant, Isabel Welsh, Sasha Delman, Emily Riley, and Sam Rankin and Thea Murdy. So that's all the Avons, and the numbers are 8, 3, 6, 1, 2, 4, 5, and 7. So lane 5 and 6, that's Avon 1 and Avon 2. Would expect them to be at the point of the arrow, those middle lanes. Coming up to the 1,000 now. I just noticed on the screen here that the next race is also underway. It looks like another set of pairs. What's that? It must be the... but I might let Ian commentate that one through if it's Ian coming in. Oh, no, it's Will. So I'll let Will commentate the Women's Senior Coxless Pairs, which have just left the starters. And we'll take this one to the end. This is the Women's Premier Coxless Pair Oars, an all Avon event. Coming up to the 1,000. And as expected, it's lane possibly 5 and 6 there in the middle. They look pretty much neck and neck. I think maybe, yes, lane 6, Avon 2 might be slightly ahead of Avon 1. They're actually all, these front leading boats are reasonably close together. Oh, it's a double. Oh, it's the other one. What the hell? That was a double rowing, yeah, I think. Yeah. Sorry, you can hear me muttering in the background. Will's just arrived to take over from me. I just suddenly I was looking at the cameras and I thought, that looks like a double. But no, they definitely are. Oh, I know what it was. The boat's heading up to the start there. Do you know there's a boat on the water ticking along every 20 seconds in front of you there on the way up to the start? These pairs coming through now, and we're looking at those middle 2 lanes. I bet you anything it'll be lane Avon 1 and Avon 2 and lane 5 and lane 6 there. Although Avon 3 there and lane 3. No, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. I actually think it's Avon 2 possibly in front over Avon 1, and then the other side of them, Avon 4 and lane 7. But it looks like it's Avon 2 are actually on top of Avon 1 at the moment. Not by much, maybe half. Avon 1 and Avon 2 battling it out there, and then on the far side, other side of them is Avon 4. So we've got a bit of an arrowhead going back, and then we go back to Avon 6 and Avon 5. That's the either side of those, that centre 3. Got about 500 metres to go. Yep. So it looks like we might be in for an exciting finish. Just looking at the cameras there, that Will pointed out that Avon 1 and 2 are pretty much neck and neck. That Avon 2 might be a canvas over Avon 1 there. It's a lot harder to make up ground when you're a bit further back in the pairs. So I see those two being together, and potentially Avon 4 there in lane 7, Lily Grant and Isabel Welsh. But it does look like it's Coco Flood and Phoebe Collier in Avon 2, and Jessica Tavendale and Georgia Bethel are fighting it out for 1 and 2. Avon 4, Lily Grant and Isabel Welsh could potentially come through. I think the other boats in a pair are just a bit far back, barring any kind of mishap for them, the other boats to catch up. And they're cutting into just hit the 250 now. Oh, I think they were almost neck and neck, those two boats. Oh no, they've definitely, oh no, maybe that Avon 2's pulled ahead by a boat length over the Avon 1 there. I can see them both up there rating now. They're moving very nicely. Avon 4 on the other side has also picked it up. These two boats are moving very nicely. Can Avon 2 hold off Avon 1? Maybe someone will be shouting in the club rooms tonight, I don't know. Avon 1 are coming through pretty quickly now. I think they're just slowly towing them back. Avon 1 just holding them off. Avon 2 maybe creeping up a foot at a time, not by much, but they're running out of space to actually overtake this boat. No, they are creeping up. So now we've got Avon 1. They're almost bell ball to the stroke seat. Bell ball to the stroke seat. Avon 2 are holding them. Avon 2 are holding them. They're keeping them there. It's bell ball to stroke seat. Oh, no, bell ball to bow seat. Bell ball to bow seat. Bell ball. Now is a canvas difference. It's canvas difference, but it's just not enough. Avon 2 came through first over Avon 1 to win the Women's Premier Coxless pair, with the Avon 4 crew in lane 7 coming through into third slot. I'm just going to hand over to Will now. He'll take you through the next pair, the Women's Senior Pair Oars.
All right. Next up, we got the Women's Senior Coxless Pair Oars. Lane 3, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Greer Bowman and Summer Smith. Lane 4, St Margaret's College 1, Bronnie O'Sullivan and Josie Kennedy. Lane 5, Rangiroa Girls School 1, Charlotte Gorman and Lucy Houghton. Lane 6, Rangiroa Girls School 2, Alice Duffy and Tallulah Nelson. Lane 7, Cashmere High School 1, Zoe Clark and Millie Brooks. And lane 8 is St Margaret's College number 2, Flora Jansen and Izzy Hill. So just one heat of this. It's the A final coming down now, and we've got a clear leader up in the middle of the field, and it's a Rangiroa boat. It's the one on the inside. We're looking at Rangiroa number 1, Charlotte Gorman and Lucy Houghton are pretty much putting out a pretty good performance here. And I think looking at that second spot might actually be Rangi number 2 out there in lane 6. Also looking on the inside there, I think that's potentially Christchurch Girls High School as well, trying to get themselves up for a top 3 position, maybe trying to roll over Rangiroa Girls School number 2. But Rangiroa number 1, Alice Duffy and Charlotte Gorman and Lucy Houghton putting out a pretty good performance here, just sitting about 3 or 4 lengths up over their number 2 crew, St Margaret's as well. Bronnie O'Sullivan and Josie Kennedy trying to challenge Christchurch Girls High School on the inside there, so a bit of a battle there. Christchurch Girls High School number 1 trying to move up on Rangiroa number 2. I think Rangiroa number 2 might just hold off there, but it's pretty close actually. It might be just about a length in it, but we'll see them as they come across. As they come past that 100-metre boy line, I currently give it to Ringaroo number 2 as Ringaroo number 1 proceeds to push away even further, but they're coming up to the 100-metre mark now. It's Ringaroo number 2 now, Christchurch Girls now. So it's about half a length in it now. So Christchurch Girls High School really need to move if they want to try and get the second place off Ringaroo number 2. Ringaroo number 1's over the line now. So we're looking at Ringaroo number 2 and Christchurch Girls High School for that second and third spot. St Margaret's just sitting about a length and a quarter back off Christchurch Girls High School 1. It's a canvas in it. I think Ringaroo might just hold on. Let's see what they can do. Final strokes. It's got to be half a canvas to Rangi number 2 over Christchurch Girls High School for the second. Then going back to St Margaret's. Then to Cashmere and St Margaret's College number 2. And that's how it finishes in the women's senior pair. Next up, we've got the boys under 15 Cox 4. Just looks like they're still in the first 1,000 metres there. Times for that women's premier Coxless pair was Avon number 2, Phoebe Collier and Coco Flood rode a 7:38.39, and then Avon number 1, Georgie Bethel and Jessica Tavendale rode a 7:38.88. Then you'd be looking at Avon number 4, Izzy Welsh and Lily Grant at a 7:49.12. All right, times for the women's senior pair. We had Ringaroo number 1 rode a time of 7:49.18. The number 2 crew at an 8:02.78, and then Christchurch Girls number 1 rowing at a time of 8:03.34. Boys under 15-4 just coming past that 1,000 metre mark now. In this race, lane 1, we've got St Andrews College number 1, Guy Hardy, Louis Cooper, Harry Kempthorne, Charlie Bell, and Ashton Cody is the Cox. Lane 2, Timaru 30, Jay Dyer, Alex Belitho, Ben Murray, George Neal, and Charlie Dwyer is the Cox. Lane 3, Otago number 1, Travis Winterbourne, Lucas Raymond, Mackley Adams, and Archie McDonald with Matthew Howell as the Cox. Lane 4, Wakatipu number 1, Finn Coddington, Angus Brown, Oliver Glover, Baker Schmidt, and Harrison Atwood as the Cox. Lane 5, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1, Jackson Marshall, Max Hay, Toby Greer, Ryder Horgan, and Sam McGuigan as the Cox. Lane 6, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Tim Boswell, Ben Williamson, Thomas Kopp, Ben Skelton, and Caelan Faulkner as the Cox. Lane 7, St Bede's College number 1, Samuel Fahey, Hunter Nichols, Darcy Franken, Luke Peterson, and Seth Knight as the Cox. Lane 8, St Thomas of Canterbury number 2, Flynn Hansford, Sonny Hasty, Siali Talongavaka, Tyson Arps, and Jack Clark is the Cox. Lane 9, Wairo 11, Finley Mertens, Sam Shinfield, Harris Spencer, Logan Plathaba, and Harry McKendry is the Cox. Lane 10 is St Bede's College number 2, Angus Taylor, Kingy Nixon, Lewis Mordell, Archie Meets, and Hugo Robertson is the Cox. So straight final here, so you look at the top 10 crews in the boys under 15-4, so well done for making this final. I'm sure coaches Will Carmo and Jake Burrows will be very happy that they've got St Andrews into the final here. Let's see what they can do as they come down. It will be in the middle though, where the action's happening. I think we've got a pretty clear leader here. I want to say that's Christchurch Boys High School at number 1 in lane 6 there, but I'll wait until they come a bit closer to see those colours. We'll be looking for the blue and the black from Christchurch Boys. They typically do pretty well in these under 15 events. Inside of them, you'll be looking at St Thomas of Canterbury number 1 as well, potentially sitting in second. So I'm not sure what the typical time is for under 15-4s, but I will say it's definitely better, faster conditions today. A bit of a tailwind coming across, actually, tail crosswind. So let's see what they can do. I think there's a bit of a battle for second on the inside as lane 4 is coming up. That's Wakatipu number 1, and I think they're walking past St Thomas as they come up to the 500 metre mark. Wakatipu trying to get up for a second place here. Christchurch boys just holding on to Clearwater, but Wakatipu's the one to watch out for in the yellow boat there. So that Wakatipu crew, you're looking at Finn Connington, Angus Brown, Oliver Glover, Baker Schmidt, and Harrison Atwood trying to roll over St Thomas of Canterbury, number 1, Jackson Marshall, Max Hay, Toby Greer, Ryder Horgan, and Sam McGuigan is the cock. So Sam McGuigan needs to watch out because that Wakatipu charge is coming, and that battle is bringing them both closer to Christchurch Boys High School leading the field. Christchurch Boys High School number 1, you look at Tim Boswell, Ben Williamson, Thomas Scott, Ben Skelton, and Keelan Faulkner is the cocks. So Christchurch Boys High School, they're still holding on to that lead. Let's see what they can do coming into the last 250 metres pair to set sprint in the A final of the boys under 15-4 as Wakatipu is charging and they're rolling over St Thomas. Are they opening to half a length now? Half a length, then you'd be going quite a bit back to 4th. I think you'd be looking to the colours of Otago and St Bede's for that 4th and 5th. But we go to the front of the field. It's definitely Christchurch boys. The blue and the black are attacking off the Avon River, and they've got Clearwater, but Wakatipu's definitely charging over St Thomas of Canterbury, number 1. So St Thomas trying to hold on to that silver place, but it is Wakatipu at the moment. Wakatipu just need to be a bit cleaner with those catches as the pressure comes under this tailwind, so the boat won't be too balanced at this moment. It will be challenging conditions for these under 15s, but Wakatipu is the one to watch out for as they come across the 100-metre mark now. Christchurch boys coming across now, so it's half a length. Christchurch Boys High School holding Clearwater, but St Thomas is just half a length back off Wakatipu. So it is Christchurch Boys who will hold on and take out this under 15 for Wakatipu. Has opened up to about 3/4 of a length now, pushing out to a full length over St Thomas. Then we go back 2 lengths to Otago, a length back to St Bede's, go inside to Timaru, outside to St Thomas. Then we go back to St Bede's, St Andrews, and Wairo. So great racing there in the under 15 for. Next up, we got the B final of the men's club single sculls. So we're looking at lane 1, St Andrews College number 3, Hugo Miller Bell. Lane 2, St Andrews College number 2, Targ Maloney. Lane 3, Otago Boys High 2, Ollie Scott. Lane 4, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Will Cunningham. Lane 5, Wakatipu number 1, Ollie Watson. Lane 6, Christ College number 1, Seb Gray. Lane 7, Ashburn number 1, Caleb Armstrong. Lane 8, St Andrews College number 1, Oliver Barker. Lane 9, Canterbury number 2, Liam Collins. And Lane 10, Selwyn Rowing number 1, Samuel Lindors. And it looks to be a pretty close field up to the front. I think there's about 3 or 4 crews just in contention. Maybe even 5 if that row a bit further back can catch up. But we'll catch those colours as they come through to the last 500 metres now. So you are looking at the red boat of Wakatipu there. Maybe Wakatipu number 1, Ollie Watson doing well. And then we also look to the outside. That might be St Andrews on the outside there. So potentially St Andrews College number 1, Oliver Barker. Those are the 2 I'd say at the moment. Inside of Wakatipu is Otago Boys High number 2. That's Ollie Scott. Those are the 3 I'd say at the moment for the B final of the men's club single. So Ollie Barker doing well out there. He's currently battling with Ollie Watson. So it's the 2 Ollies up in front, having a charge here. But Otago Boys High on the inside as well, doing well in this B final of the men's club single. So watch Ollie Scott coming through here. But I'd say it's Ollie Scott, Ollie Watson, and Oliver Barker. Those are the 3 I'd say coming into the final 100 metres. I'd currently give it to Oliver Barker at the moment. Then we go to Ollie Scott on the inside. Also watch charting on the outside. Who's that? Looks to be Canterbury colours. It's Canterbury number 2, Liam Collins as well. Trying to get up for a top 3 finish here. But here comes Oliver Barker charging through last 50 metres. And on the inside just needs to watch out for that charge coming from Ollie Scott. So Ollie Scott's rolled into second, challenging for first now. Just dropping back is Ollie Watson in this B final. So Oliver Barker from St Andrews College is going to take it. Then Otago Boys High, Ollie Scott will get the second. And then just third, it's either going to be Liam Collins from Canterbury or Ollie Watson from Wakatipu. Shocks headphones. Can the couple that's been looking for the Shocks headphones, who were looking for them yesterday, can they please return them to the secretary's office? And then sunglasses were found at the coffee shop, and if you need to collect them, please come to the secretary's office. So I'll repeat those again later on throughout the day, but Shocks headphones, can the couple who came looking for them yesterday please return to the secretary's office? And sunglasses were found at the coffee shop, and please come to the secretary's office to pick them up. Meanwhile, it looks like we've got a pretty close race coming down in the A final of the men's club single sculls. We're looking at lane 1, Oamaru 22, Cooper Lynch. Lane 2, Ashburn number 2, Geordie McGillen. Lane 3, Canterbury number 1, Tim Chapman. Lane 4, Otago number 1, Alexander Hatchell. Lane 5, Wairo 11, Zachary Jenkins. Lane 6, Dunstanam number 1, Dylan Acton. Lane 7, Oamaru 23, Ralph Henderson. Lane 8, Nelson number 1, George Maloney. Lane 9, Burnside High School number 1, Thomas Carey. And lane 10 is Avon number 1, Henry Church. Let's see who's charging here in the A final of the men's club single sculls. Look for the blue and white of Otago, I think, are currently leading the field here. So we are looking at Alexander Hatchell, coached by Mike Goldsmith, currently leading. But inside of him, just a bit of a battle for that second place. Well, first place actually here, I think it's Canterbury number 1, Tim Chapman. So Tim Chapman and Alexander Hatchell leading the front of the field. I think the Canterbury rower, Tim Chapman, is in fact closing on the inside. So watch the battle for first and second here. It's a row from Canterbury, Tim Chapman versus Otago number 1, Alexander Hatchell. Lane 3 and lane 4 battling. I think it's currently with Alexander Hatchell, but Canterbury is closing. So Otago's got the lead, but Canterbury's closing. Then we go to the battle for third on the outside there. I'd currently give it to the rower from Nelson, but Dunstanam's challenging there. So you're looking at George Maloney and Dylan Acton for that battle for third and fourth. But at the moment, the leader is going to be Alexander Hatchell, just barely over Tim Chapman. But Tim Chapman's charging. It's a canvas. Last 10 metres to go. Great last push there by Alexander Hatchell. He's going to take it out by 3/4 of a length over the line. Then we go back to Tim Chapman. Then looking for the third, we are going to Nelson number 1, George Maloney. Then we go just inside of him to Dylan Acton from Dunstanam. Inside to Oamaru 22, Cooper Lynch. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wairo 11, Zachary Jenkins. Then we go to Ralph Henderson, Thomas Carey, Geordie McGillen, and just on the outside, Henry Church will round out the A final there. Time for that B final of the men's club single sculls. Oliver Barker rode it at a time of 7:49.09. So we're curious to see how the A final lines up compared to that. Next up, we've got another straight final. We are looking at the women's club coxless quadruple sculls. We're looking at lane 2. Well, it looks like to be a C of Dunstanam in this event, but lane 2 is Dunstanam number 5, lane 3 is Dunstanam number 2, lane 4 is Canterbury number 1, lane 5 is Ashburton number 1, lane 6 is Dunstanam number 1, lane 7 is Union number 1, lane 8 is Dunstanam number 4, and lane 9 is Dunstanam number 3. Time for the A finals just come through. Alexander Hatchell at a time of 7:29.75. Tim Chapman rowing at a time of 7:31. Then George Maloney at a time of 7:39.80. So definitely a tailwind over the course, which I think is a lot more entertaining for the spectators. You get to check the row at times and see how fast they went. I wouldn't say it's the fastest conditions on the water. Again, early season, so they're not going to be putting up any record times just yet. I think the men's club A rode a time of 7:14, which is probably pretty typical of a club 8 looking to contend. But right now we're looking at the Women's Club Coxless Quad, and I think we have a pretty clear leader at the front of the field. They're just approaching the last 500 metres now. And it's not much of a surprise. It is the green, yellow and blue of Dunstanam #1 there in lane 6. We are looking at Lola Ritchie, Amy Patterson, Lucy Clark, Katharina Hoffman, and they are coached by Lauren Gibb. Just in that second place, that's a lot closer. That is between Ashburn #1 and Union #1. Union #1's got the lead by about half a length, and then Ashburn's just leading the crew inside of them, Canterbury, by about a length. It's only one Dunstanam crew currently in the top 3 position, but it is their #1 crew, and they do have that first placing so far. Let's see what Union and Ashburn can do. Maybe that battle for second and third can bring them a bit closer to first, but it's going to have to be a lot. So that Union crew is made up of Kirsty Marnie, Lisa Max, Kirsty Marnie, Lisa Manson, Ruby Bell Ferguson, Jamie Seddon, and they're coached by Connor Frere. And then the Ashburn #1 crew is made up of Tegan Merritt, Zala McGillan, Georgia Scammell, Isla Moffat, and they are coached by Justin Moore and Mary Hefford. But Dunstanam #1, pretty good so far. They've got Clearwater over the rest of the field. They just need to hold on here to take out this A final of the Women's Club Quad. Union's still in second there. I want to call Union in second there. Just maybe actually pushed it out a bit. I think they're 3/4 of a length up over Ashburn. Ashburn's still got that length lead over Canterbury, who are sitting in 4th. Then we go to the 3 Dunstanam crews after that. But here we go. Dunstanam #1 about to cross over that 100-metre mark now. And then we've got Union just about a length and a quarter back through the 100 now, and then Ashburn through now. So Union's definitely pushed away from that Ashburn crew, and I think Canterbury's actually started to climb a bit over that Ashburn crew. I don't think they're not gonna catch them today. I have to try another regatta for that. But Dunstanam #1, they're going to be through the line in first place. Congrats to them. Then we have Union for that second place. Ashburn will take the third, just a length over Canterbury. Canterbury will take it the 4th, and then we go back to the 3 Dunstanam crews. Right, next up, we have the Women's Open Coxed Octuple. Look at lane 1, North End Composite, #2, lane 2, St Margaret's College, #1, lane 3, Wakatipu, #1, lane 5, Oamaru, 22, lane 6, Darbonin Club, 21, lane 7, Timaru, 11, lane 8, North End, #1, and lane 9, Christchurch Girls High School, #1. It's a pretty clear leader when we go to the front of the field. As they pass the 1,000-metre mark, we'll catch them as they get a bit closer. I want to say that's Oamaru 22 there in lane 5. And they are not going to be challenged in this race, I can tell you that much, as they come past the cat. Times for that women's club quad. Dunstnam number 1 running at a time of 7:15. Union at a 7:19, and then Ashburton at a 7:22.5. And Oamaru has just extended their lead even further as they come into the last 500 metres there. So really good performance, currently sitting in second, just about 3 or 4 lengths behind them. I think that might be Star Boating Club actually, in lane 6 there, so good job by them. Currently sitting in second, maybe then you go third, could be on the outside. North End number 1. So this Oamaru crew's made up of Charlie Burnett, Lee Cofoyd, Emily Wainwright, Peyton Dixon, Indig Jones Hogan, Bridget Spittle, Sophie Spittle, Tessa Wright, and Isla Capley as the Cox. Doing very well as they approach the final 250 metres. Just need to power on and bring it home. Bit of a battle on the inside between Wakatipu number 1 and St Margaret's College, but Wakatipu number 1's got the lead at the moment. It's a bit of an internal battle. I think might be a race for 4th and 5th. Maybe even 6th and 7th, we'll see. Here comes Star Boating Club. They are sitting second over North End. North End currently have that 3rd spot. Oamaru, last 150 metres. It's looking clean. It's looking in time. Refuse to believe these are under 15 rows right here. It's looking a little too clean for my liking. Through the last 100 metres they go. And they are sitting about 4-8 lengths back, well, 4-8 lengths in front of Star Boating Club number 1, who in turn have about a length over North End number 1. So great row from Oamaru, and they are really just putting it on. They're trying to get as much distance as they can. Great performance all around. Here comes Star Boating Club, just a length over North End through the 100 metre mark, and then North End's got quite a big gap as well to Wakatipu, St Margaret's, Timaru, and Christchurch Girls High School as well. So a pretty clear 1, 2, 3 there. And the women's open octuple. Next up, we have the B final of the men's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. We'll look at lane 3, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, lane 4, Timaru 31, lane 5, Avon number 1, lane 6, Union number 1, lane 7, Cromwell number 1, and lane 8 is Wanaka number 1. B final of the men's intermediate Cox 4 coming down now, and I think we're seeing the red and white of Avon. Then that is not a Cox 4, it's a Cox quad. It is Avon leading the field there, so we'll look at Avon number 1, Henry Robertson, Samuel Edwards, Harvey Cross, Cameron Abel, and Isabella Hope Murray leading the field here. So very good job by Avon number 1. Then we go probably inside to Christchurch Boys High School at number 1, Nick Dampier Crossley, Ethan Horgan, Billy Mason, Brent Flowerday, and Max Hawkes is the Cox. But even number one doing a very good job here. They are through the last 100 metres now. Just leading by about a length over Christchurch Boys High School, and then probably looking right on the outside to Wanaka number one for that third spot. So Avon's charging Christchurch Boys High School, trying to get up, trying to get as much distance as they can between them and third place. They'll take out the second, Wanaka will take out the third, and then we've got a big line-up for the fourth, fifth and sixth placings between Timaru, Union and Cromwell there. Next up, we have the A final of the men's intermediate Coxed Quad. We have lane 1, St Thomas of Canterbury, number 1, lane 2, Dunstan Arm, number 1, lane 3, Wairo 11, lane 4, Kiel Boating Club, number 1, lane 5, Wakatipu, number 1, lane 6, Nelson, number 1, lane 7, Timaru 30, lane 8, Wakatipu, number 2, lane 9, Cashmere High School, number 1. Times for that women's open quad was a 7:18.82 by Oamaru, 7:38.8 by Star Boating Club, and then North End rode a 7:43.86. Looks to be a pretty close race in the A final of the men's intermediate Cox quad as they come past the 500 metre mark. Are we looking for Timaru here leading the field potentially? And then a bit of a battle between Nelson and Wakatipu. Those are the three crews I'm saying. And then maybe also Wairo could get up in the mix. Times for the B final of this event was a 7:26.47 by Avon, 7:30.97 by Christchurch Boys. We go to the A final now. And it is really heating up as we come into the last 250. It's Nelson, Wakatipu and Timaru who's got the lead as they come into the last 250 here. Wakatipu looks to be charging. Also look for Wairo on the inside there. Trying to see them as they come across the yellow boys. Timaru doing well. Wakatipu, I think Nelson's the one that's falling back. Wakatipu's charging upwards. I'd currently give the lead to maybe Timaru at the moment. Timaru over Wakatipu. Nelson now falling back into third spot. So it is between the blue cross of Timaru and Wakatipu off Lake Hayes. I think Wakatipu might be charging. Wakatipu made up of Cameron Hall, Baxter Kingan, Liam Faley, Zibby Jarvis, and Jesse Glover is the Cox. Wakatipu's charging through the 100 metre mark, but Timaru's just got the lead at the moment. Timaru by canvas. Timaru made up of Punker Anderson, Idris Haddad, Charlie Cooper, Harry Shearer, and Hannah Thorpe is the Cox. So Timaru's got the lead. Just a canvas now. Canvas maybe opening to one seat. Timaru's charging at the moment. They've definitely got the higher rating over the two crews, but it's now a canvas. Wakatipu coming back. It's half a canvas. Wakatipu's charging. A last minute charge by Wakatipu. Can they get it over the line? Nelson gets the third. Wairo the fourth. I think Timaru held on to that, but I'll wait. I will wait for that. Great last minute charge by Wakatipu in the last 50 metres there. It's the A final of the men's Inti-Cox quadruple sculls. So you'll be looking at second year rows for that one. Probably looking to go maybe just under 7:10. Maybe breaking the sub 7 actually for these rows. B final came in at a time of 7:26.47. Next up, we've got the B final of the girls under 17 single. Could have been a photo. I'm going to say there was a fifth of a second in that one. And Timaru has broken the 7-minute mark of that race, 6:59.87. They beat Wakatipu by exactly it's 0.3 of a second. So Wakatipu just getting that second place there, and then we'll go 3.3 seconds back to Nelson. So great job from Timu holding off the charge of Wakatipu at the end there. B final of the girls under 17 single. In this race, we'll look at lane 1, Avonside Girls High School number 2, Kate Burgess. Lane 2, Waihopai number 1, Olive Rutledge. Lane 3, Burnside High School number 3, Courtney Capin. Lane 4, Star Boating Club 21, Phoebe MacArthur. Lane 5, Invercargill number 2, Trinity Duncan. Lane 6, Wakatipu number 1, Caitlin Purdue. Lane 7, Timaru 20, Emerson Ward. Lane 8, Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Mia DeVries. Lane 9, Otago Girls number 3, Jamie Stibb. And lane 10 is Wanaka number 1, Alania Hay. Looks to be a battle between the yellow boat of Star Boating Club, not Wakatipu this time. So we're looking at Phoebe MacArthur. So that's a North Island crew right there. Then we are also going to, is that Burnside? Maybe Burnside High School number 3. No, that's not right. Looking on the outside, I'm just trying to see the colours of that crew. It's lane number 6. That's Wakatipu number 1, Caitlin Purdue. So it is a battle between Star Boating Club 21, Phoebe MacArthur in lane 4, and then Wakatipu number 1, Caitlin Purdue in lane 6. So watch those two. They're definitely battling at the moment and currently give the edge to Star Boating Club at the moment. But we'll have to see. And then outside, potentially Christchurch Girls High School number 2 trying to get up for a third. And then on the inside there, I'd currently give the third place to Waihopai number 1, Olive Rutledge there. And also in the middle, Invercargill number 2, Trinity Duncan doing well. So it is a battle for both third place and then first and second, but the battle is up front. Star Boating Club and Wakatipu currently giving the edge to Caitlin Purdue. I think Caitlin Purdue's stolen a march here, and I think she's actually just up by a length. Star Boating Club, Phoebe MacArthur just falling back in the last 250 metres there. So Caitlin Purdue will take out the win. Phoebe MacArthur in second, and then currently looking for the third place. You're looking at Olive Rutledge, but on the outside as well, Mia DeVries doing well. I think I currently give it to Mia DeVries, the third place. Then we go inside to Olive Rutledge. Then Trinity Duncan for the 5th, inside to Kate Burgess, and then Courtney Capin. And rounding out the field is Jamie Stibb and Alania Hay. Next up, we have the A final of the girls under 17 single. We are looking at lane 1, Cure Boating Club number 1, Hannah Shadbolt. Lane 2, Timaru 41, Macy James Chapman. Lane 3, Marion College 1, Sophie Davis. Lane 4, Wairo number 1, Macy Shenfield. Lane 5, Burnside High School number 2, Amy Muncaster. Lane 6, Burnside High School number 1, Melissa Irvine. Lane 7, Otago number 1, Brianna Patterson. Lane 8, Avonside Girls High School number 1, Kate Orchard. Lane 9, Otago Girls 2, Harriet Rowe. And lane 10 is Otago Girls number 1, Ellie Ryan. So girls under 17 single A final just in the final stages. Look to Burnside and Avonside Girls High School 1 and a bit of a challenge right there. So that Burnside rower is in fact, well, there's two Burnside rowers in the middle of the field, so I have to, I think that's lane 6. I think that is Burnside High School number 1, Melissa Irvine. And then we'll be going to Avonside Girls High School number 1, Kate Orchard. So a pretty clear 1-2 there. Looking to take out the under 17 single for this Canterbury Champs is Melissa Irvine, just charging her way through. And then we're also looking on the inside there to the green and white of Wairo, Macy Shinfield, trying to get up for that 3rd place. No medals in this regatta yet. We'll have to wait till the next one for that. But here comes Burnside, Avonside Girls High School, and Wairo coming down and charging away. Burnside High School number 1 just sitting about 2 or 3 lengths clear. And then on the inside, I think Wairo number 1, Macy Shenfield, might actually be charging for that 2nd place. I think she's gone up for a 2nd place here. Let's see what Avonside Girls High School number 1, Kate Orchard, can do, because it is close, 100 metres. There's about a length in it, but I will give it to the inside. It is Wairo number 1, Macy Shenfield, and those two are both closing up on the leader. Melissa Irvine, it's not going to be a dominant race. It's just about 2 lengths in it, maybe closing down to a length and a half over the leader. So Melissa Irvine will take it out, but it's only going to be about, it's actually about 2 lengths back to Wairo number 1, Macy Shenfield, and then a length back to Avonside Girls High School number 1, Kate Orchard. Go inside to Marion College number 1, Sophie Davis, and then to Burnside High School number 2, Amy Muncaster. Then Otago and Otago Girls. And inside to Timaru and Cure. Sweet. Next up, we got the boys under 17 double. We'll look at the B final next. Lane 1, Christchurch Boys High School 1, James Chappell and Toby Brook. Lane 2, Selwyn Rowing number 1, Fergus Johnson and Hugo Johnson. Lane 3, St Bede's College number 2, Alex Walters and Connor Thwaites. Lane 4, Wairo 11, Jess Inglefield and Matthew McLeod. Lane 5, Burnside High School 1, Thomas Carey and Riley McMorrin. Lane 6, Otago Boys High 1, Judy Smiley and Tom Coley. Lane 7, St Bede's College 1, Ryan Atwood and Harrison Seal. Lane 8, Christchurch Boys High School number 2, Alex Wynn and Cosmo Kafagidis. Lane 9 is Otago Boys High number 2, Jack McSkill and Leo Garden. And then lane number 10 is St Thomas of Canterbury number 2, Harry Gallagher and Lucas Dowling. All right, time for the girls under 17 single B final was Kaylin Purdue rowing at a time of 8:57.71, so breaking the sub-9 minute mark. Congratulations. Now we go to the under 17 B final, the double for the boys, and it is Wairo. Wairo is leading it here just by about 2 lengths. Then I give it to Christchurch Boys High School number 2, and then we go to the middle of the field, and that is Otago Boys High number 1. Then on the inside to Christchurch Boys High School at number 1, currently sitting in 4th, but Wairo's really charging, got that rating right up, and they have attacked it pretty quickly here. And Otago Boys High at number 1 are just walking past Christchurch Boys High School number 2, so a bit of a battle for 2nd and 3rd there. It is Otago Boys High number 1 just by a quarter of a canvas, and I think they are the ones charging. Christchurch Boys High School just falling back. So Christchurch Boys High School number 2 will take the 3rd, and then we'll take the 4th as well. Then we're looking at St Thomas, St Bede's number 2, and Selwyn. Time for the girls under 17 single A final. Burnside rode at a time of 8:37.84. Wairo at a time of 8:42.5, and then Avonside girls at a time of 8:45.35. A final coming down now of the boys under 17 double sculls. We're looking at lane 1, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1, Luke Sweeney and Liam Jessup. Lane 2, Walker Tippin number 2, Tom Rannard and Ruben Davis. Lane 3, Shirley Boys High School number 2, Silas Freeman and AJ Jordan. Lane 4, Wakatipu number 1, Mike Perry and Louis Dela Cruz. Lane 5, Shirley Boys High School number 1, Ruben Sagers and Dominico Freaka. Lane 6, Timaru 30, Louis O'Sullivan and George Talbot. Lane 7, Omaru 22, Jacob Rawback and Ike Newlands Carter. Lane 8, Otago number 1, Ethan Shirley and Ashton McNair. Lane 9, St Andrews College number 1, Noah Hunter and Cameron Sharp. And then lane 10 is Cashmere High School number 1, Thomas Clare and Jacob Haley. And it looks like a battle up the front of the field. There is no room for anyone. Lane 10th place is looking pretty close to first place at the moment. Well, maybe not that, but maybe 8th place is pretty close to first place. But it is a battle, but I do think we have a leader here at the middle of the field. And I want to say that's the blue crosses of Timaru. We're looking at Timaru 30, Louis O'Sullivan and George Talbot, coached by Brian Smith. And I think they're pretty clear in the lead, but the second, third and fourth might be a bit closer there. So we are looking at Otago, Oamaru and Shirley Boys High School. Can Shirley Boys get up for a top 3 finish here? I think they might just be rolling past Oamaru, so that Shirley Boys High School number 1 crew, Ruben Sagers and Dominico Freaka, coached by Sam Clark and Imogen Boxall, trying to walk past Oamaru 22, Jacob Rawback and Ike Newlands Carter. Can they do it? Can they get it up for a top 3? And then charging on the inside as well. Might have written them off here in lane 2, one of the upset lanes here. That is Wakatipu number 2, Tom Raynard and Ruben Davis trying to get up here for a top 3 placing as well. Timaru is charging in the final 100 metres. Otago currently sitting in second, but Shirley Boys, Oamaru are coming. So is Wakatipu, and then maybe on the outside there, Cashmere as well. So we got Timaru leading by a length and a half over Otago. Shirley Boys has entered that 3rd place, but here comes Oamaru. They're charging on the outside as well as Wakatipu. Wakatipu's coming on the inside. Timaru looking to take it. Otago have been closed down by Shirley Boys. Shirley Boys are opening up to 3rd place, challenging for 2nd now. Wakatipu on the inside, just trying to roll over Oamaru as well. Shirley Boys, Wakatipu. Wakatipu might have just gotten the 4th over Oamaru. Very close top 5 finish. Cashmere gets the 6th. Wakatipu number 1 for the 7th. St Thomas for the 8th. Shirley Boys High School number 2. And then we have St Andrews rounding out the field there. So a very close one in that boys under 17 double. I'll be curious to see what the times come through like. Alright, some good races up next. We've got the boys under 16 Cox 4 and then the girls under 15 Cox 4. So 4s and 8s, they are my favourite event, but when you have a doubles race like that, can't be mad by any means. I was very close between the top 5 there. Times for that boys under 17 double. Timaru rowing a 7:06.66. Otago at a time of 7:10.29. Shirley Boys at a time of 7:11.68. Oamaru 7:13.16. And then Wakatipu at a time of 7:13.30. Looks to be a good race heading up as they come to the to the 500 metre mark in the boys under 16 Cox 4. So I'll read out the crews. Lane 1, we've got St Bede's College 2. Lane 2, Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Lane 3, Otago Boys High 1. Lane 4, Timaru 30. And then the danger lanes, lane 5 and 6. You've got St Bede's College in lane 5, Christchurch Boys High School 1 in lane 6. Then we go to Christ College in lane number 7, St Andrews in lane number 1, and then St Andrews number 2 in lane number 9, and then Christ College number 2 in lane number 10. So you want to look to the middle of the field, and it is quite a dominant performance here coming from lane 6, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, absolutely smoking the rest of the competition as they come up to the 500 metre mark, made up of Albie Sampson, Brody Newfield, Ryder Townsend, and Flynn Nimmo and Keelan Faulkner as the Cox, coached by Josh Dolan and Tom Fraser. So here comes Christchurch Boys charging, and then number 2 crew's trying to get up for a top 3 finish here as well. Just inside of St Bede's, who are currently sitting in second, is Timaru. So Timaru currently sitting in third, and it's quite a battle for that second place. So watch Timaru on the inside, plus Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Can Christ College as well in lane number 7 get up? I think they're just sitting a bit further back. I think they're a bit off the pace in this race, but there's no doubt about the leader. It's Christchurch Boys High School, lane number 6, 300 metres to go, and they are charging to the front of the field in the boys under 16 Cox 4. So you look at second year rows, it'll probably be, I think it's year 11, your boy under 16. So boys under 16 for through the last 250 is Christchurch Boys High School. St Bede's under a bit of pressure from Timaru, as well as Christchurch Boys High School number 2 trying to get up as well. I think Timaru might just be opening up to the second place as Christ College tries to make a late move here in the last 250 of the race. So St Bede's College number 1, Jai Anderson, Rory Wright, Eddie Robertson, William Ellett, and Theodore Gilson is the Cox. They are just being walked by Timaru. Timaru's charged through into second place. You look at Timaru crew of Murphy Hopper Park, Sterling Heffernan, Baxter Hopper Park, Josh Sadler, and Ned Brown is the Cox. So Ned Brown is trying to get his boys past the St Bede's crew. Christchurch Boys through the last 100 metres, sitting about 2 lengths clear over Timaru. St Bede's now under pressure from Christchurch Boys High School, and Christ College have made a late move. They are now pushing up on St Bede's. St Bede's under some real danger for that third place there. Christ College is really charging. Can they catch Timaru? Christchurch Boys High School winning by 2.5 lengths over Timaru. Timaru opening up to a length now. Christ College is charging for the third. Christ College as well as Christchurch Boys High School number 2 for the third place. St Bede's still holding on. I think it might... Ooh... Very close race for that third spot there. St Andrews College number 1 will take the 6th, and then Otago Boys High at number 1, going back to Christchurch College number 2, St Bede's College number 2, and St Andrews College number 2. I've been very bad at calling these so far, but I want to say 0.05 of a second to St Bede's. That's my prediction for that third place there. I'm probably going to be wrong. Could still be Christ. Christ really charged there in that last 500 metres. Great sprint from them. Also great work from Timaru there. And Christchurch Boys High School probably lead from start to finish there. No challenge there. Girls under 15 at Cox 4. They look to still win that first K, but I'll read out the crews. We've got lane 1, Columba College 1, lane 2, Ranguru Girls School 1, lane 3, St Margaret's College number 2, lane 4, Oamaru 22, lane 5, Timaru 20, lane 6, Christchurch Girls High School number 2, lane 7, St Margaret's College number 1, lane 8, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, lane 9, Christchurch Girls High School at number 3. So these are now first year rowers. Unless they row down, which you can do. In which case that would be second year rows, but times for the boys under 16 at Cox 4, Christchurch Boys High School 702.21, Timaru 709.65, and Christ College do in fact get it over St Bede's 712.56 compared to 712.74. Then Christchurch Boys number 2 at a time of 713.4. So again, I was quite off in my prediction there by a quarter of a second. But and it looks to be another close race as they come up to their 1,000 in the girls under 15 Cox for between first and second. Quite a gap back to third place, but I will say the leading crew is quite a bit on the outside, so a bit of an upset happening here. When I say that, could be lane 8, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Zoe Dunning, Lola Vatisilius, Stella Cameron, Georgie Mathewson, and Georgette Haylett as the Cox. It is lane number 8, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, leading by 3/4 of a length over lane number 6. So they have opened up a bit of a gap, and that's their number 2 crew. So internal competition, which means very good signs for the under 15-8. They might have raced that already today, but I'm not sure. And then third place currently could be the red and white of St Margaret's, or potentially the yellow and black of Oamaru, or potentially even Timaru 20 there. So Christchurch Girls High School number 2 currently sitting in second. Juno Tiller, Eddie O'Sullivan, Lily Banks, Chloe Pollock, and Bonnie Giddens is the Cox, and they are only a length back off their number 1 crew. So number 2 crew, they could definitely still get up in this last 300 metres and potentially have bragging rights over that number 1 crew. But the number 1 crew is the one that was pushing away at the moment. Maybe the number 2 crew decide to have an aggressive first K, which I always recommend if you're a sleeper pick boat, to really try and get out at the start, attack crews early. Then you've got Oamaru currently sitting in third, Timaru challenging, and then St Margaret's just sitting a bit back in fifth. So Oamaru 22 currently sitting in third is Isabella Wainwright, Amelie Tartan, Ava Goodall, Sasha Wright, and Georgia Guy is the Cox. But Christchurch Girls High School number 1 is charging. I think they've just pushed past their number 2 crew a bit more, and that battle between Oamaru and Timaru are currently bringing them back towards Christchurch Girls High School number 2. But Christchurch Girls High School number 1 leading by a length and a half over their number 2 crew now. Their number 2 crew now might just be put under a bit of pressure by Timaru, but Timaru and Oamaru in a big battle here for third. Timaru is moving, but can Oamaru have the last minute push? Last 50 metres to go. It's going to be neck and neck for this third place here between Timaru and Oamaru. I'm currently giving the edge to Timaru, just half a canvas to Timaru. Do they have the push? Timaru half a canvas, opening up to 3/4 of a canvas now. I think they might just hold on. That will be Timaru there over Oamaru. Christchurch Girls High School will get the 1 and the 2. Timaru will get the 3rd, Oamaru the 4th. Then we go back to the 2 St Margaret's crews, inside to Columba, then to Rangi, and then Christchurch Girls High School number 3 will round out the field in that one. We've got the B final of the girls under 16 double coming down. We've got lane 1, North End 2, Amelia McKeever and Amelia Bostead. Lane 2, Timaru 12, Amy Deruta and Heidi Harper. Lane 3, North End number 1, Isla Thompson and Sophie Small. Lane 4, Marion College number 2, Ava Thomas and Annabelle Carter. Lane 5, Wakatipu number 2, Posey Mansa and Liberty Hyde. Lane 6, St Andrews College number 1, Talia Christie and Georgie McGrath. Lane 7 is Columba College 2, Charlotte Scott and Isla Petty. Lane 8 is Union number 2, Pagan Hay and Emily Gilmore. Lane number 9, Marion College number 1, Charlotte McLaughlin and Olivia Walker. Lane 10, Selwyn Roan number 1, Olivia Kershaw and Isla Messera. And times for that girls under 15 Cox for Christchurch Girls High School number 1 at a time of 8:11.95, number 2 at a time of 8:16 on the dot, then Timaru at a time of 8:20.26, and then Oamaru just 0.3 of a second behind them. Looking at this B final, I think we've got a pretty clear leader here. It is the colours of Marion College in lane 4 there, Ava Thomas and Annabelle Carter just leading the field over potentially Columba College number 2, Charlotte Scott and Isla Petty sitting in second, and then you're probably looking at Timaru, St Andrews and Wakatipu. I think Timaru's really charging on the inside there, so great job from Timaru, from one of the sleeve pick names, to try and get into the top 3 here. But Marion College doing well to try and take out the win here in the girls under 16 double. Then we are looking to Columba College number 2, currently sitting in second, and then Timaru will take out the third here. So a pretty clear 1, 2, 3 in that race. St Andrews will get the 4th. Wakatipu maybe, unless they can climb up for the 4th place here. Wakatipu could. Just charging down there. I think they'll just run out of runway. Wakatipu gets the 5th, and then we have Marion, St Andrews, no, that's Union, and North End, then another North End crew, and Selwyn. Next up, the A final of the girls under 16 double coming down now. We've got lane 1, Avonside Girls High School number 1, Ruby Clark, Emily Ash. Lane 2, Otago Girls number 1, Margaret Longdale and Isla Marshall. Lane 3, Timaru number 1, Madison Cooper and Charlie Cooper. Lane 4, Columba College number 1, Lucy Earle and Livy Campbell. Lane 5, Union number 1, Billy Rochford and Felicity Wright. Lane 6, Wakatipu number 1, Cinnamon Williams and Caitlin Julian. Lane 7, Timaru 11, Juliet Griffin and Ella Metcalf. Lane 8, Burnside High School number 1, Lucy Gibson and Harriet Gorman. Lane 9, Columba College number 3, Stella Ingalls and Hazel McRae. Then lane number 10 is Star Boating Club 21, Kate Lane and Neve Barr. Looks to be a Columba crew leading it here. Columba College number 1, Lucy Earle and Livy Campbell, coached by Ashton White and Beth Anderson, charging their way to the front of the field, and then maybe on the outside there as well. That is Burnside, and then we'll probably be looking at Union. So we've got a pretty clear 1, 2, 3. Doesn't look to be much of a challenge for the girls under 16 double A final here for these girls from Columba. And this Burnside crew, currently sitting in second, is made up of Lucy Gibson and Harriet Gorman, coached by Christina Blackford and Rob Meets. Then Union number 1, Billy Rochford and Felicity Wright, currently coached by Connor Frere. And then we'll be going back to Wakatipu number 1, Cinnamon Williams and Caitlin Julian, coached by Jimmy Kavanagh. But it is Columba at the moment, entering the last 100 metres. Burnside has closed down on them. Burnside's doing well in second. It's not a big gap. It is a length and a half. Burnside having a really good last 500 metres here. in this race. Union dropping back. They're still currently sitting in third, but being closed down by Wakatipu. Columba will take out the win here. It is a length and a quarter now, so Burnside has closed down pretty well on that Columba crew. But it's going to be Columba. Then we go to Burnside. Then we go to Union. Wakatipu. Inside Wakatipu is Otago Girls number 1. Well, that might actually be Timaru. Then Otago Girls number 1, another Timaru crew, Columba and Avonside Girls High School. I'll repeat these again. The Shocks headphones. Can the couple who came looking for them yesterday please return them to the secretary's office? There were sunglasses found at the coffee shop. Please come to the secretary's office to pick those up. All right, we have a straight final up next. We've got the women's Inti Coxed quad. We're looking at lane 1, Oamaru 22, lane 2, Avon number 2, lane 3, Columba College number 1, lane 4, Burnside High School number 1, lane 5, Wakatipu number 1, lane 6, Dunstanam number 1, lane 7, Avon number 1, lane 8, Wairo number 1, and lane 9, St Andrews College number 1, and lane 10, Star Boating Club 21. Time for the girls under 16 double. Columba rowing at a time of 8:01.28. Burnside at a time of 8:05.26. And Union at a time of 8:13.59. Now let's see who's charging in this women's Inti quad. It looks like we've got a pretty clear leader here. And it will be the green, yellow and blue of Dunstanam number 1. We're looking at Liesl Tolson, Maria Theresa Schrems, Elisa Wilson, Gemma Mead and Kate Bakersville is the Cox, coached by Lauren Gibb, and they are not being challenged by anyone at the moment as they come past the 500 metres there. Looks to be at least 3.5 lengths. Then we are going to Burnside High School number 1, doing very well on the sculling side of things on this regatta. Then Wakatipu number 1, just a length and a quarter back of them. And then we have Avon number 1, just half length off Wakatipu. So I think the battle would be for third at the moment. Wakatipu trying to hold on here. Burnside High School sitting in the second. But Dunstanam number 1, really a dominant performance from them. So that Burnside High School number 1 crew made of Olivia Blackmore-Mann, Miranda Ewan, Hannah Watson, Julia Mitchell, Evie Nathan is the Cox, coached by Christina Blackford and Rob Meats. Now just holding off Wakatipu, and Avon is also coming in the yellow, white and blue boat, which is usually rangy, but not this time. So Avon trying to walk past Wakatipu. We'll see what they can do in that third spot. But Dunstanam, they're into the last 250 metres. Rowing clean, looking together. Very sharp for this Inti rowing. Again, every time I see Dunstanam wide, they really tend to shorten up the strokes, and they're really good at accelerating that boat drive. Or accelerating the drive and increasing that rating quite a bit, and they're through the last 100 metres. I haven't even seen anyone really close down on Dunstan in the last 250 of any of the races I've commentated. But here comes Burnside, still sitting in second, maybe just opened up a bit more over Wakatipu. Wakatipu seems to have pushed away from Avon, and Avon now under pressure from the crew outside of them, which is Wairo number 1. So pretty clear placings in this event. Here comes Dunstan. They're across the line now. We'll finish about 3.5 lengths in front of Burnside High School number 1, who will finish 2 lengths in front of Wakatipu number 1, who will finish a length clear of Avon number 1, length and a quarter. And then we have Avon just being closed down a bit by Wairo. It's going to be a little slow. It's going to be half a length there. Then we have Oamaru and St Andrews in a battle. Back to Columba, Avon number 2 and Star Boating Club. All right, Women's Masters Cox's quad just entering the last 500 metres now. We're looking at lane 3, Wanaka number 1, Erin McNary, Marley O'Keefe, Belinda Ryan and Victoria Shute. Lane 4, Cure Boating Club number 1, Jendi Woods, Florencia Carlianen, Kelly Lavelli and Sophia Bidwell. Lane 5, Union number 2, Amanda Richards, Catherine Sutherland, Deb Heimers Ross and Armadine Frizzles. Lane 6, Union number 1, and Aunt Leonie Nola, Kathy Newishausen, and Wendy Duggan. Lane 7 is Wanaka number 2, Chelsea Lodge, Jacqueline Knight, Elizabeth Lampin Smith, and Elizabeth Ritchie. Lane 8 is Canterbury number 1, Joanne Clatworthy, Lisa Young, Adrienne Edwards, and Jane Higgins. Just entering the final stages now. And it looks to be Wanaka currently in front, but it looks to be pretty close between Canterbury and the 2 Union crews. Union number 1 actually charging quite a bit there in lane 6, potentially trying to walk over to Wanaka. So it's between Wanaka and Union at the moment. I think Wanaka's just got the slight edge. They did start further back, so Wanaka is charging here in the final stages. Union number 1 will take the second. Canterbury trying to take that third. Let's see what Union number 2 can do. Then we go further back to Wanaka number 2 and Cure Boating Club. Times for that women's Inti Cox quad was a 7:47 by Dunsnam, then a 7:59 by Burnside, and an 8:07 by Wakatipu. Alright, B final of the men's novice double sculls coming down now. Lane 1, we've got Invercargill 2, Oliver Payne and Oliver Deans. Lane 2, Union number 1, Zachary Dalton and Caleb Yates. Lane 3, Timaru 31, Jock Fisher and Oliver Wilcox. Lane 4, Dunsnam number 1, Judy Stewart and Tully Rule. Lane 5, St Bede's College number 2, William Blackburn and Fletcher Franklin. Lane 6, Wakatipu number 4, Tyler Love and Rome Lawrence. Lane 7 is St Bede's College number 1, Arlo Franklin and Sawyer Jenkins. Lane 8 is Wakatipu number 2, Max Balzilli and Finn Coddington. Lane 9 is Wanaka number 2, William Pearson and Jack Jones. Lane 10 is Ashburton number 2, Luke Moffat and George Lash. So just entering that last 500 metres now. It's the first of the crews in this men's novice B final, and I think we are looking at St Bede's and Dunsnam for that first and second right now. So leaders are sitting with St Bede's College number 2, I think, there in lane 5. So that's going according to plan. They're coached by Pat McQuinn and Flynn Hutchinson Ray. So lane 5 would be the favourites for this race, and then inside of them is Dunsnam number 1, Judy Stewart and Tully Rule, coached by Natalie Wilson and Leon Morris. And then maybe looking for that third spot. Probably it could be Wanaka, Ashburton or St Bede's College number 1 there in lane 7. I'd probably give the edge to St Bede's College number 1. So it's St Bede's College number 2 through the last 250 now. And then we've got Dunsnam number 1 just challenging St Bede's. Dunsnam number 1 trying to work their way up in this final 250 metres of the men's novice double B final here. So St Bede's just holding on by length. Dunstanam trying to push up for that first place there, and then the battle looks to be for third. Let's see what Wanaka number 2 can do. William Pearson and Jack Jones, as well as Ashburn number 2, Luke Moffat and George Lash. So that's where the competition's at. St Bede's through the last 100 now. They've just got Clearwater over Dunstanam, who are through now. Then it might be Wanaka starting to push up. They have pushed past Ashburn and are now challenging St Bede's College number 1. So a big battle for third in this B final. Let's see what happens. It's Wanaka, Ashburn. Ashburn's made a last-second charge. Bede's currently sitting in 5th, so it's Wanaka and Ashburn. Ashburn's done a great last-minute push here. Can they catch Wanaka for this 3rd place here? They're just sitting maybe half a canvas back. Wanaka still holding on, though. I think Ashburn might have just burnt out a bit there. It's half a canvas opening up to a full canvas to Wanaka. Then we go back to St Bede's, Timaru, Wakatipu, the 2 Wakatipu crews inside to Invercargill, and then Union will round out the field. And that'll be it from me. I'll hand over to Ian now, and he'll take you through the A final of the men's novice double sculls.
Morning, everybody. How are we doing? Day 2, Canterbury Championships 2026. Thanks very much to Meridian for their continued sponsorship of this. We appreciate it. Generating champions you are. Let's see who's going to be the champion of the men's novice double sculls. Lane 1, Burnside High School number 1, Serafino Shin and Ben Smith. Lane 2, Dunstan Arm number 2, Harry Farrell and Jack Letts. Lane 3 is Wanaka 1, Duncan Turner, Jasper Lambert. Lane 4, Whakatipu 1, Henry Howes and Tom Reynard. Lane number 5 is Invercargill 1, Jackson Hutton and Ali Hamilton. Lane number 6, Timaru 41, Lachlan Straw and Alfie Chapman. Lane 7 is Wanaka 3, Finley Hughes and Travis Lee Cooper. Lane number 8, Timaru 32, Joachim McIntosh, Miller Gaskin. Lane number 9, Wairo 11, Max Skillen and Isaac Coleman. And lane number 10 is St Bede's College 3, Hunter Nichols and Luke Peterson. Nice start out of here in lane 1 for Burnside. We go across to Whakatipu in lane 4. Those are the 2 leading them down. This is the final of the men's novice double sculls. Very even between those 2 crews. We go right across to the outside lanes there, and that is Wairo out there in the green and white in lane number 9. Be Marlborough Boys College, they'd be 3rd. Come back inside, on the outside of them actually is St Bede's College. Across we go to the crew from Timaru and Wanaka, and then Invercargill a bit further back, but Whakatipu looking quite nice. Back and go from them to Wanaka, then back down into Dunstan Arm number 2 in lane number 2. 350 metres to go. They're in the middle of the red boys. Whakatipu got the advantage over Burnside. So Whakatipu in the golden spot with the golden boat, heading towards the golden boys, looking for a golden spot. That's enough of that. Then we go out to Wairo, a second, just I think, coming up on Burnside, just trying to hold them off Burnside. On the right-hand side of Whakatipu, the challenge is starting to come in there from Invercargill. They've pushed nicely in the last 50 metres. Back across we go to lane 3, and we can see Wanaka 1 starting to make some moves too, just sitting in front of the right-hand side of the umpire's boat in those yellow and black quarters. But it is with Whakatipu. It's going to be between Wairo and Burnside. Burnside boys have just cranked up as they got to the last of the red boys into the gold ones they go, and let's see if they can chase down this Whakatipu crew. Winding up on the, just a slight dirty stroke out there on the outside for Wairo. They've lost their mojo. They get that back again, they'll be going good. Inside from them we go back to Timaru starting to move a wee bit. Wanaka coming up alongside the Invercargill crew, but it's all Whakatipu out the front here in the A final, the men's novice double sculls. Burnside are trying to chase them down. In they come now, they're having a real crack at them. Wairo might still be holding on to 3rd. Whakatipu look to the left, they can see the green and the white of Burnside trying to chase them down. 100 metres to go now for Whakatipu as they go through that red boy. Burnside trying to chase them down. They've got second held over for Wairo. We come back to Wanaka, Invercargill across to Timaru and St Bede's. The rest of them are out of it, but they look like they're holding on nicely here. Whakatipu, Henry Howes and Tom Reynard. Another one up on the notches here for John Morrison. They'll be clear by a boat length when they get to the buzzer, and they'll get there in about another couple of strokes time. Good finish here from Burnside. They'll take out second. 3rd across there and still battling away hard is Wairo. It's no fun out there in lane number 10. Well, that's where they are now. Actually didn't start there. So they're going to finish and take the 3rd position. Well done, boys. Good effort. They rode a little bit further too. Very tight down here, but it'll be Invercargill just pipping over the top of Wanaka, across to Timaru, back to St Bede's, and then we're back into the middle of the course for Wanaka number 3. Back down we come to Dunstan Arm number 2, and across the outside is Timaru 32. we look down the course now, team, we're coming into the second half. We can see some a great display of sculling going on here. This is the combined women's senior single and women's premier single. Lane number 2, Lila Jack, I Hope I Won. Lane number 3 is Aleri Clear and lane is from Cashmere High School. Lane number 4, Dunstan Arm 2, Isla Westlake. Lane number 5 is St Margaret's College Scout McFiskey. The leader, as you can see out there, is lane number 7. That's Madison Neal. She is out there representing Dunstan, and just outside of her, the other premier contender in this race from Avon number 1, that is Tegan Smith. Just a couple of results coming through. Men's novice double sculls, the B final. The St Bede's boys took that out in 7:57. So let's just see what the A final came through in. If we look out here, though, it was Madison, but I think actually Aleri Clear. I said yesterday when I called this preliminary final, you just watch Aleri when she gets to the Golden Boy. She has got a mean finish if she needs it. So watch for her to wind up. She's leading Madison Neal down. So Aleri is in a senior level. She made the New Zealand Juniors last year, went away to Lithuania. You'll see her just leading Madison now. So Madison will want to take this out. She has got the premier rating. So those two leading them down. Third at this stage will be on the right-hand side of Aleri, which is Isla Westlake from Dunstan. She had a great regatta last one just before Christmas, the Otago Champs, and these three are clear of the rest. We'll go back to Lila Jack from Waihopai, across into the middle to Scout Fiskey from St Margaret's, and then we would see Tegan Smith from Avon. So we head down into the last of the red boys, and Aleri's got a very handy lead over Madison here. Just looking very comfortable. So at the moment she's sitting there quite nicely, just ticking away, very clear water, and they'll be enjoying these conditions, these top scullers. So if you are a novice, this is where you start to look and get your guidance from. She's just ticking over at 31 at the moment, is Aleri. So just wait and see what happens when she gets the Golden Boy. She's a very strong sculler. Madison Neal on the outside there from Dunstan will have a finish ready to come as well. And then we go back just inside of them to Isla Westlake from Dunstan. Well clear of the rest they are. This is the final, really, of the women's senior single and the women's premier single. The men's senior double sculls are on the course. They're in with about 500 metres to go. I'll give you those very roughly. Lane 2, St Thomas's of Canterbury. Lane 3 is Avon 1. Lane 4 is Dunstan Arm 3. Lane 5 is Dunstan Arm 1. Lane 6 is Oamaru 22. Lane 7 is Nelson 1. Lane 8 is Whakatipu 1. I'll give you the crew members when they finish this. Aleri has this all under control, though, coming up to those red boys. Last 100 metres now. She's 2 boat lengths clear of Madison Neal. Then we go another 2 boat lengths back to Isla Westlake from Dunstan, and then we are probably 4 boat lengths back to Lila Jack from Waihopai, across to Scout Fiskey from St Margaret's and Tegan Smith from Avon. So 50 metres to run for Aleri, well under control and just extending now. Impressive effort. She'll be pretty happy with that. Canterbury title under her belt, and away she goes to take the buzzer now. So congratulations to Aleri. Senior sculler winning the combined senior and premier single. Madison Neal will come in and take the second place, and third there will be with Isla Westlake. Back to Lila Jack, Scout Fiskey, and across to Tegan Smith from Avon. Those men's senior double sculls, St Thomas of Canterbury, Declan Ducey, Hunter Taylor. They've now got 450 metres to go. Avon 1 is Sam Mones, Tommy Tragaiga. They're in lane 3. Lane 4 is Dunstan Arm 3, Oliver Hamilton, Angus Lowe. Lane 5 is Dunstan Arm 1, Josh Bartlett, Harrison Thode. Oamaru 22 is in lane 6, Patrick Splain, Logan Doherty. Lane 7 is Nelson 1, Flynn Mercer, Sam Johnson. Lane 8 is Whakatipu 1, Max Davis and Ollie Watson. And it's with the Dunstan 1 it is. Josh and Harrison out in front by about 2 boat lengths over on the outside of them. Patrick and Logan from Oamaru. We go back then to Dunstan Arm number 3, another 2 boat lengths back on the inside. And those are your 3. Back we go to Avon 1, Sam and Toby, right across the outside to Nelson, sitting there in lane number 7, Flynn Mercer and Sam Johnson, and just ahead of them slightly, Whakatipu 1, Max Davis, Ollie Watson, and it is the St Thomas's double a little bit further back in lane number 2. Again, enjoying the conditions out here, and let's just see how much pressure the Oamaru double can put on Dunstan. They're both just cranked up as they hit the last of the Golden Boys. 120 metres to go for these guys. Right up, jeepers, they've really cranked up. Look at Oamaru go now. So he's got a real bit of a wind under his sails there, Logan and Patrick, trying to get down this Dunstan crew. They've closed that right up. They might have just left it a little bit late, but they're winding and seeing if they can get closer and closer. Dunstan, just slightly bigger crew, just starting to pull away from them now, and they're almost starting to ease off. They're still sitting at 40, pretty good rating for them. Starting to slow down now, but they've got the 3 boat lengths just about now over Logan and Patrick, who will finish second. They're still not giving up. Back we go to Dunstan Arm number 3. Cross on the outside, it will be the crew from Whakatipu. I even have a wee look over and see they're just ahead of Nelson in this final of the men's senior double sculls, and then we'll be a few boat lengths back to St Thomas's. Aleri Clear's time, 8 minutes 31 in the women's senior sculls. Men's Premier Double Sculls whistling down the course. They are through 1,000 metres now. So again, if you are new to rowing and you want to have a look at what good looks like, have a look out there at this Men's Premier Double Sculls making their way down. There's the 4 Dunstan Cruise and the Avon one. So in lane number 3, it's Dunstan Arm number 4, Lewis Mates, Sam Barnett. Lane number 4 is Dunstan Arm 1, Harry Lightfoot and Charlie Manser, the Whakatipu boys. Lane number 5 is Dunstan Arm 2, Matthew O'Meara and Henry Clatworthy. Lane 6 is Dunstan Arm 5, Matthew King and Hamish Yateman. And lane number 7 is Avon 1, Peo O'Sullivan and Jimmy Middleditch. So those of you that can do maths will realise that there's only 4 crews out there, not 5 crews, so I'm not sure who didn't make it. I know the Avon one's out there because they're red and white and that's easy. So that's Peo O'Sullivan and Jimmy Middleditch. It looks like it might be the 5th Dunstan crew in lane 6. So there's actually only 4 crews out there. So I'm going to say that just inside of them is Dunstan Arm number 2 maybe. Look, I can get this right, I'll just say Dunstan. So Dunstan are leading. Just second is Dunstan, then Avon, then Dunstan. So I think it's Dunstan 4 down here in lane 3. Then I'm pretty sure it'll be Dunstan Arm number 1, Harry Lightfoot and Charlie Manser, and across to Dunstan Arm number 2. Next race to go is the Men's Club Coxless 4. That is on the course. I'll give you the time for the Men's Senior Double Sculls. Dunstan going through there in 6:46.12, almost 4 seconds clear of Awamaru, finishing second, Logan and Patrick there. Men's Club Cox's 4 is on its way. They've just left. They're heading towards 500 metres gone, which we call Alcatraz, the wee island down there. If you haven't been for a walk down to the 1,000 to have a look at them come through there, as the sun comes through, it'll be a nice little jaunt. Get rid of that bacon sandwich before you start on whatever you're going to have for lunch. And we look out here, just see the completion here of the Men's Premier Double Sculls. Lane 6 there is Dunstan Arm number 5 in there, and we can see lane number 5, which is Dunstan Arm 2, and it is in lane number 3, Dunstan Arm 4. So I'm not sure what happened to the other ones, but it looks like Dunstan are going to take this out. That will be Matthew and Hamish Yateman just holding the lead down there under real pressure on the inside from Matthew and Henry. And just cranking a wee bit now, so the inside double, oh, they've lost their number. Just fell off, so someone can pick that one up, but the outside crew are going to take this. I think they've still got a bow ball, although the inside crew is now lighter because they've lost their number. And on the line we come down, it will be Dunstan. And then it looks like, oh, another photo. Well, that's easy. Photo for first, photo for 3rd and 4th. Hold your tickets, please, team. Lane number 1, this is the Men's Club Coxless 4. Lane number 1 is Avon 4. Cameron Abel, Ollie Taylor, Jackson Evans and Didier Marks. Lane number 2 is Avon 3. William Thomas, Sam McAfee, William Curry and Hugo Van Herel. And lane number 3, Canterbury 1, Liam Collins and Mark McDermott, Nat Ranoff and Noah Visser. Lane number 4, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Charlie Greenslade, Matthew Barnes, Ruben Fifield, Hugo Parnham. Lane number 5 is Wairo 11, Hunter Marfell, Logan Flight, Zachary Jenkins and Aidan Bennett. Lane number 6, Avon 1, Noah Laquellic, Barney Evans, Ashton Corkery, Kobe Good. Lane 7, Avon number 2, George Wilson, Flynn Grace, George Kinder, Bruno Dooley. Lane 8 is Awamaru 22, Jet Rogers, Stuart Isbister, Kobe Sol, Cooper Lynch. And out there in completing the field is a composite between Cure Boating Club and Canterbury, Dara Lynch, Geong O and Oliver Ellis with John Reedy from Canterbury making up the rest of that team, or from Cure rather. So Dara, Geong and John from Cure, Oliver from Canterbury. Through the 1,000 they go. Looks like Avon 1 in lane 6. Just over maybe Avon 2 on the inside of them to Wairo 11 as they come through that 1,000 metre mark. Remember, these are the A and B finals today, so what we should start to see is in these A finals, they will come through in the arrowhead formation. So you're looking for the favourites to be in lanes 4, 5 and 6 generally, based on the times they got yesterday. and then you should start to see it flare out from there. Occasionally we get a little bit of an upset, but you can see a little bit with form out there now. Lane 6 is Avon 1, across to Christchurch Boys High School, actually rowing really well there in lane number 4. They're just putting some pressure on that Avon crew. In fact, they might have just gone in front of them as they head through up towards 750 metres to go, which means that Wairau 11 crew is now currently running second. Avon 2 would be fourth outside of them. Then we go right across into lane 2, Avon 3 doing a pretty good job in there. On the inside of them is Avon 4. Across we go to Canterbury number 1. So full fields today in these finals. The next race to go, they've just let them go, is race 199, the Women's Club Coxless Pair. We look down to where the umpire boats normally are. You can see some changeovers going yesterday. Just want to give a shout out to the umpires, being led by Chief Umpire Gary Wright and the big team of volunteers that helped deliver this regatta. Yesterday, over the course of 10 hours, this team delivered 157 races using 10 lanes, which is no mean feat at 4-minute intervals. So 157 races unloaded yesterday. They were launching boats every 40 seconds. That's quite some operation. Back we go, 500 metres to go out here, and it is still Christchurch Boys over the Avon number 1 crew. Back we go to the Wairau 11. Those 3 crews just starting to move away from the rest of the field. Avon 2 trying to hang on to them. Outside of them we go to Oamaru 22. Those are the crews that are clear everybody else. Back down to lane 1, which is lane 2 rather, Avon 3. Back inside to Avon 4. Right across we go to the Cure Composite, and then back down would be Canterbury 1 in lane 3. Time for the Men's Premier Double Sculls. What did the photos say? Oh, crikey. So, Dunstanarm number 5, a time of 6:38.43, 0.03 seconds faster than the number 2 crew. So, Hamish and Matthew beating Henry and Matthew. And then it was Dunstan finishing third as well in 6:42.1 of a second ahead of the Avon crew, who finished fourth. And it was Charlie and Harry who were scratched. All on here between Christchurch Boys High School and Avon though. So Christchurch Boys, Charlie, Matthew, Ruben and Hugo, coached by Scott Shackled and Tim Osmers, right up against Noah, Barney, Ashton and Kobe from Avon. Just holding on to the advantage now is the crew from Christchurch Boys High School. Wairau still holding on to that third position. That's Hunter, Logan, Zachary and Aiden. They've rode really well since that 1,000-metre mark to secure this third. This looks like the way they will finish though, although Christchurch Boys High School are going to have to hold on. That red bow surging from Avon as they hit the red boys, and there's very little between these two crews now as they come down to it. Avon just cranking the handles a little bit quicker now. They'll have to respond, will Christchurch Boys High School, because Avon might have just rolled over the top of them. Still holding on to third as Wairau, and fourth on the outside will be Avon number 2. But Avon now have pushed past Christchurch Boys High School just in the last 50 metres. Have taken it out to 2 seats. Tidy finish from Avon. They'll take it. Nothing to be scared of there, but Christchurch Boys High School finishing second. Third goes to the Wairau 11 crew. Then we go to Avon 2. Right on the outside will be Oamaru 22. Backward down inside here we go to lane number 3 for Avon 3. Then it will be Cure Boating Club, I think, just over Avon 4, the way they're going to finish. And then we'll go back down to Canterbury number 1, who I would suggest have got some more races today, looking at just making sure they conserve as much energy as they can towards the finish. Just that reminder too, team, as the clubs and the schools start to clean up and you have got leftover food, please get it to the Secretary's office. It's a great initiative this year. The amount of good food that goes into those bins normally is scary. And we all know what the challenges are for a lot of people these days. So if we've got food out there that is not going to be used and is still good food, let's get it to the Secretary's office. The Twizel Food Bank will take it and it will be put to very good use. Women's Club Coxless Pair B final, lane 1, Dunstanarm 1, Perry Stevenson, Ella Barnes. They're through 1,000 metres now, team. Lane number 2, St Margaret's College 1, Leela Elkington and Annabelle Glengarry. Lane 3 is Cashmere High School number 1, Lucy O'Connor and Marley Lloyd. Lane number 4, St Andrews College 1, Alana Brooke and Lauren Bolton. Lane number 5 is Avon 2, Kate Royal and Sienna Godfrey Chatterton. And lane 6 is St Andrews College number 5, Olivia Connor and Chloe Lowe. Georgia Scammell, Zara McGillan from Ashburton 1 are in lane 7. Lane number 8 is Avonside Girls High School 1, Kate Orchard and Kate Burgess. Lane 9, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Emerson Lowe, Abby McPherson and Star Boating Club. Lane number 10, Phoebe MacArthur, Ellie Palmer. Pretty even. Just see where the umpire's boat is. You can see that it's coming out of lane 4, which is St Andrews College, and just to the right of them, Avon 2. So St Andrews, or Avon 2 just ahead of St Andrews College 1, I think. They go across also. You see Cashmere. I think there might be a couple of scratchings in there. No, it is Cashmere looking pretty handy there too. Lucy O'Connor and Marley Lloyd. And the A final will be sitting nicely in the blocks. If you're watching this on the live stream, you'll be looking forward to seeing that get underway pretty soon. Cup of tea time. So lining up, still just behind Cashmere, I think, holding that lead over Avon number 2, St Andrews College 5, pretty handy outside of them. Then Ashburton is Georgia and Zara. So those are the 3 crews will need to chase down Cashmere if they want to get themselves into the top 3 for the B final. Just further outside would be Star Boating Club back inside from them, Christchurch Girls High School. Then we come down into St Margaret's College. Dunstan haven't made the start. That's Perry and Ella. So St Margaret's down there in lane number 2. Up they go. 300 metres to run now, and we can still see that push starting to continue to come from Avon. They've probably pushed past Cashmere now, still taking St Andrews College number 5 with them, and Ashburton 1 sticking with them as well. So those 3 crews on the outside really putting some pressure on Cashmere. Just a little bit further back to St Andrews College number 1, there'll be a boat length and a bit back from those leading 4 boats in this B final. Then we go outside to Star Boating Club. Back we come down to St Margaret's in the red and white, and inside from them in lane number 9 is Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Will complete the field here. So they've just rolled over nicely, Kate Ryle and Sienna Godfrey Chatterton over the St Andrews Cashmere crew rather, and got themselves out to 3/4 of a boat length now. Going with them is the St Andrews crew. Both those crews now past Cashmere, and now Ashburton College starting to put some pressure on them too. So good little finish coming in here. Avon trying to hold on. They'll have to work hard though, because St Andrews are going right at them. St Andrews starting to close that gap now with the Avon crew. On the outside, they just caught a dirty stroke there, did Ashburton. That'll slow them a wee bit. It's allowed Cashmere to go back on past them. So Cashmere still hanging tough, trying to push back up now and pick up that second back off St Andrews, but it is Avon. Avon are out to a seat now, half a boat length they've got over St Andrews. St Andrews have worked hard well in the last couple of 100 metres in this B final. They'll take second. Still coming again is Cashmere. Bodes well for the rest of their season. They'll finish 3rd. Ashburton 4th. 5th we come back to St Andrews College number 1, and then it will be on the outside lane, the crew from Star Boating Club back down here to St Margaret's, and then St Christchurch Girls High School. They've had a name change. The women's club pair, the A final is on its way, just through 500 metres. In lane 1, St Andrews College 4, Katie Taggart, Sila Hedgecock. Lane number 2, Rangiruru Girls School 1, Phoebe Ensor and Maddie Young. Lane number 3, Rangiruru Girls School number 2, Georgie Stalker, Amelia Jones. Lane number 4, St Andrews College 2, Charlotte Galvin and Lucia Apps. Lane number 5 is Columba College 1, Nova Fiston and Anika Laser. Lane number 6 is Wairo 1, Paige Wentworth and Anna Hurren. Lane number 7 is Avon 1, which is Emma Gardner and Olivia Studham. Lane number 8 is Avon 3, Julia Middleditch and Jessica Rankin scratching in lane number 9. And lane number 10, on their lonesome out there, Wairo 2, Daisy Lindstrom and Celia Spencer. Good start there from Rangiruru Girls School number 1 in lane 2. We go across 2 from them to Columba College 1. That seems to be where the action is initially, as they head up towards that 1,000 metre mark. They'll be with you shortly. So if you're standing down there at the 1,000, the coaches' peloton is in position, ready to make their way down the bitumen. So watch out, team. They're on their way, the coaches on their cycles. But they'll see Rangiruru and Columba battling it out as they get to this 1,000 metre mark and see what moves get pulled from there. So Columba and Rangiruru. So Rangiruru Girls School number 1 in lane number 2. Columba across there in lane number 5. If you look on the live stream, you'll see those two crews now going through a clear of the rest of the field. So probably a bow ball to Columba just at this stage as they make their way into the second half of the course. Now we'll see the moves start to come. And just on your screen going past there, right in front of them is St Andrews College number 4. So they continue to come on down. It is the crew from Columba. Just inside of them is the crew from St Andrews College. In fact, it's St Andrews College that are leading. It's actually them over Rangiruru back to Columba from there. You can see the blades. So Charlotte and Lucia, my apologies to their connections, doing a good job as they've come through the 1,000 and taking Rangiruru with them. Back inside to Rangiruru number 2, and then on the outside them is the crew from Wairo. Then we go across right on the outside to, that's Wairo 1, the Wairo 2 further out. Again, these will be Marlborough Girls College crews just ahead of, back inside from them, Avon 3 and Avon 1. In fact, there might be another scratching in there too that we haven't got. Yep, there's another scratching we haven't quite seen. So we go through up hip towards 750 metres to go, and this is the final of the Women's Club Coxless Pair, one of the premier events. A lot of these crews will go through to the under-18 events at the upcoming school secondary championships and looking to head towards Māori here at the end of March. Some good fields here in the Women's Club Coxless Pair. Still with the crew from Rangiruru have made a bit of a move since the 1,000, trying to close that gap to the St Andrews pair, Charlotte and Lucia. They're starting to move clear of the rest of the field, though, these two crews. Back down to lane 1, St Andrews College number 4 still hanging in. Crossing there, Rangiruru Girls School number 2 would be next back. Then we go across to Wairo. Columba rather, Wairo ahead of those two crews. So Wairo now moving up into 3rd. That's the Wairo number 1 crew, Paige Wentworth and Anna Hurren. They've moved past that inside crew of St Andrews College number 4. So it's sitting there with St Andrews College number 2, back inside to Rangiruru number 1, outside to Wairo number 1, further across Wairo number 2, aren't out of it yet. It's tough out there in lane number 10, but they look to the left, they'll see the rest of the field, and they would be sitting in 4th now, or maybe still 5th, trying to catch up with that St Andrews College number 4 team. Then we go back inside to the Avon crews. You can see that Wairo crew in the middle of the field there, Paige and Anna. They've got those Marlborough Girls College golden slashed blades. And you can see the St Andrews crew right out in the middle there with a white St Andrews cross on the back of their blue blades. And there's a nice push coming the last 500 metres from Wairo, starting to put Rangiruru under real pressure now. So moving into 2nd almost now is the Wairo crew, the number 1 crew, and that number 2 crew is going with them as well. So they'll be looking to put pressure on Rangiruru. Rangiruru trying to hang on, but St Andrews, this has been a pretty controlled row since the 1,000 as they came into that lead from the St Andrews College crew. So Charlotte and Lucia, coached by Marianne Hardwick and Mitch White, looking very solid here as they come down into the Golden Boys. 250 metres to go for them in this A final at the Canterbury Championships for 2026. And looking nice and long, looking getting right out to the riggers. Good connection and a good long stroke as they come through. Still under pressure now from Wairo, moved into 2nd. Over Rangiruru, still trying to get through on the outside as Wairo number 2. But these are your 3 crews. This looks like how they'll finish. It's with St Andrews, it's with Wairo, and it's with Rangiruru. 4th now still is with the Wairo crew on the outside. 100 metres to go now for St Andrews. They've done the job and they're still looking very comfortable, both sitting very tall. Rating nicely at 31. Wairo still starting to go longer almost to get over the top of that Rangiruru crew. They'll take 2nd. 3rd will be down here to Rangiruru. Across on the outside will be Wairo number 2. Back inside to Avon 3, Julia Middleditch and Jessica Rankin. Then it will be back down here into lane number 1 for St Andrews College. Congratulations to St Andrews College number 2, Charlotte and Lucia. They've taken out the A final of the Women's Club Coxless Pair. 2nd goes to Wairo. 3rd will be Rangiruru. Then it's Wairo number 2. Avon 3, St Andrews College 4, Rangiruru number 2, and in the middle of the course will be Columba College number 1. Righto, the women's novice Coxed 8 making their way through. They've just gone through 500 metres, so we've got time to give you the crews and see how they go. Let's see who's there. Lane number 1, Christchurch Girls High School number 3, Dana Hickey, Isla McGregor, Annabelle Walton, Chloe Wally, Lya Jordan, Chloe Henry, Maisie Hetherington, Bea Simpson, Bannister and Holly Jensen to Cox. Lane number 2, Columba College 1, Pippa Brown, Sophia Hannington Johnson, Mia North. Lucy McKenzie, Millie Garside, Ava Peters Oswald, Alicia O'Connor, Elivisa Isles and Chloe Byrne as the cocks. Lane number 3 is Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Ava Bryant, Edie O'Sullivan, Juno Tello, Lola Vasilis, Zoe Greenstreet, Indy Grace, Annabelle Thornton, Florence Adamson and Bonnie Giddens as the cocks. Rangiruru Girls School number 1 on lane 4. Anna Turner, Matilda Kuma, Madzi Crozier, Rosie O'Brien, Emily Carr, Alice Sharp, Eva Malone, Zara Pakaski and Phoebe White is the cocks. Lane number 5 is Rangiruru Girls School number 2. Sophia Davidson, Poppy Moore, Georgie O'Neill, Sophie Murchison, Amelia Handyside, Billy McFarlane, Lavinia Roberts, Mia Tucker and Charlie Ward is the cocks. Lane number 6 is Oamaru 22. Pippa McMillan, Annabelle King, Kia Rawson, Millie Patterson, Hunter McClay, Summer Brosnan, Matilda Ispista, Grace Webster and Greer Dixon is the cocks. Lane number 7, Cashmere High School number 1, Clara Marks, Sophia Hendricks, Zoe Ross, Annabelle Duda, Emily Muller, Trudy Levitt, Jessica Hill, Evie O'Driscoll and Catalina Mahari is the cocks. Lane number 8, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Zoe Dunning, Georgie Matheson, Lily Banks, Ela Toshak, Polly Botherwell, Tanisha Tainui, Stella Cameron, Gabby Burrows, Lily Shackleton is the cocks. And in lane number 9, the first of the St Margaret's crews, number 1 crew, Annabelle Sullivan, Izzy Pinkney, Bo Yank, Gemma Hanna, Caitlin Ferguson, Georgie Hyde, Charlie Flintoff, Frankie Wells and Georgie Todd Hunter is the cocks. And the second crew is in lane number 10, Honor Todd Hunter, Rafia Stelhauer, Daisy Coops, Sophia Daly, Gabrielle Grace Parkinson, Georgia Hope Pearson, Nina Cunningham and Kiva Campbell with Prue Glengarry is the cocks. Well into the last half of the course they come, and it's out there with Cashmere High School. Looks like they're doing the job right out there in lane number 7 it is. Cashmere just inside from them is the crew from Oamaru 22. So the Golden Maroons are up against the Golden Crew, so they'll be easy to spot in the middle. And in fact, it might be the crew from Oamaru that's leading, because inside of them is Rangiruru Girls School number 2. So it's Oamaru, Rangiruru number 2. Then we go across to Christchurch Girls High School 1. Those are your 3 coming down. Then we go right on the outside to St Margaret's College number 1. Back down inside to Rangiruru Girls School number 1 down there in lane number 4. And then inside from them would be Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Back down to Columba College, Christchurch Girls High School number 3, and just across here in lane number 10 is St Margaret's College number 2. Well into the last 450 metres they come, and right out in the middle of the course, it's Oamaru. They spent a lot of time on this track training in their camps, leading down the crew from Rangiruru. So this is where the battle will be. Well clear of the rest of the field they come. We're going to have a look and see who goes for third, but Christchurch Girls High School having a real crack at that against, they look like they're head now of Cashmere, back inside to Rangiruru Girls School number 1 crew. It's the 2 crew they're actually out holding on to second. And from them back to Christchurch Girls High School. Then we go to Columbus Still, Christchurch Girls number 3, across to the 2 St Margaret's crew. So it's going to sit with these 2, see how they go. Who's going to hold on to it? We've got the Rangiruru Girls School number 2, Charlie Ward, the cocks. She'll be looking to give them their instructions as per what the coaching team of Fee Patterson's told them what to do. Similarly, Greer Dixon, she's sitting there in the stern seat telling Oamaru what to do, asking for them to do more than what they think they're capable of. And it's a real drag race now between these 2 crews. The final of the Women's Novice Cox State here, Canterbury Champs 2026. Oamaru and Rangiruru. They're 3 boat lengths clear of the rest of the crews. That has been led by Rangiruru number 1 on the outside to Christchurch Girls High School 1. Back in between them is Cashmere. But out in front, it's all between Oamaru and Rangiruru. Oamaru have got the advantage coming into the last 150 metres over Rangiruru. They're out to about 4 seats now. She's giving them the plenty of welly in the back. There is Greer Dixon trying to get them to carry on and hold this extension, but Rangiruru are going to come back at them. Through the red boys they go. I don't think they'll catch him. Oamaru have got this. This is the Women's Novice Cox State, and they're moving out now to 7 seats, out past the pink hat of seat number 7. Oamaru are going to hold on to this. They're coming back at them, Rangiruru, but they're almost out to a boat length now. Oamaru in the final of the Women's Novice Cox State. Down they come to the line to take the buzzer. Oamaru 22 take this out away from Rangiruru number 2. The hands in the air, they'll be happy with that. Congratulations. Second goes to Rangiruru number 2. Third will go to the Christchurch Girls High School number 1 crew out on the outside. Back we come to Rangiruru number 1. Then we go across to Cashmere, back inside to Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Away we go to St Margaret's number 1. Back down we come to Columba, Christchurch Girls High School, and then St Margaret's College number 2. Meanwhile, rock out to your left, boys and girls. Here comes the boys under 17 Cox State. And it looks like it is St Bede's. 350 metres to go. There's only 3 crews in here. I don't know where the rest of them are gone. St Thomas's, and St Andrews. So St Bede's, Cooper Titterton, Leakey, Carter Connor, Isaac Guerra, Alex Walters, James Franken, Brody Clements, Wyatt Dent, Ryan Gardner, Matthew Casey. This is the boys under 17 Cox State. They have got probably about 4 boat length lead over St Thomas of Canterbury, Harry Gallagher, Luke Sweeney, Seth Trenter, Liam Jessup, Calix Manahera, Kyle Horgan, Caden Barrow, Lucas Dowling and Jack Dunn. So it looks like Christ College scratched. And looks like Christ College scratched 1 and 2 crews. St Andrews College, they're out there though. Oliver O'Brien, Bart Ashman, Isaac Wilson, Isaac Setter, George Lewis, Logan Scott, George Barclay, Isaac Keane and George Rankin. So they'll take third. Well done. But good impressive effort here from St Bede's. And it's worth noting too, team, you will have noticed, or some of you will have noticed, that a lot of the St Bede's rowers are wearing a black armband this regatta. That is in memory of Father Earl Cotter. Crotty rather, Father Earl Crotty, had a lot to do with St Bede's, passed away a couple of weeks ago, and that's why the St Bede's crew are wearing the black armbands to pay homage to him. So a lot of you had a lot to do with St Bede's rowing. We'll know that we'll know Father Crotty, and this is a nice tribute to him to see this being taken out. The boys under 17 Cox State being won by St Bede's. St Andrews have just pushed enough in the last 100 metres to take out the second, and St Thomas's will take the third. Men's Club Coxless 4, Avon taken out in a time of 6:30, just a second and a half ahead of Christchurch Boys High School, went through in 6:32. And Avon taking out that Women's Club Coxless Pair B final at a time of 8:11, just waiting for the time for the A final to come through. We can tell you that they're running nicely at a time, the starters down there, and this is the Men's Intermediate Cox 4 making its way up the course. And in lane number 3 is Whakatipu 1, Henry Howes, Liam Major, Cameron Hall, Baker Schmitz and Sophia Brown. Lane number 4 is Wairo 11, Tom Dunn, Blake Pitts, Blake Marfell, Ollie Saggers and Patrick Gaines. Lane number 5 is Oamaru 1, Cash Loudon, Isaac Fox, Jacob Rawbuck, Ike Newlands Carter and Tempe Oliver. Lane number 6 is Christchurch Boys High School 1, Jonty Mason, Brody Newfield, Albie Sampson and Flynn Nimmo, Max Hawks Coxingham. Lane 7, St Thomas Canterbury 1, Charlie Smith, Noah Fidau, Nicholas Marston and Jacob Henderson. Sam McGuigan is the Cox, and St Andrews College 1 are out there in lane 8 to complete this field. Toby Mitchell, Archer Foster, Isaac Overcomer and Charlie Bell with Ashton Cody, the Cox, coming out of those middle lanes as you would expect. Wairo 11, Oamaru 1, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, all three just sitting in a nice little lineup. Looks like Christchurch Boys just got the advantage over Oamaru, and probably Wairo would be second. So I'll go Christchurch Boys, Wairo, Oamaru, and then we go further back to St Thomas's out there in lane number 7, back to Whakatipu 1, and then St Andrews College 1 are just, one could say, a little bit further back. A little bit of work to do. Women's Novice Cox State, Oamaru 7:15:52. Second, Rangiruru number 2, 7:18:78. Those are the times for those two crews that came through just before. And just through 750 metres to go now. So Christchurch Boys, pretty solid here. Along with Wairo. Wairo just maybe pushing past the Christchurch Boys now. Oamaru still in the middle, and those are your three leading crews in this final of the Men's Intermediate Cox 4. As they head up past or towards their supporters. Still wonderful conditions here. Don't be fooled. Yesterday we saw a few lobsters at breakfast this morning. So when the sun comes out here, it is vicious. So if you haven't got the sunscreen on, please make sure you do. Keep those fluids up, because it'll do you in here if you're not used to it. And then start to get into the coffees and make use of all the facilities. Wairo nicely doing the job here, taking with them Christchurch Boys High School. They're very even the way these two crews are rating. They look like they're just shadowing each other. Almost a pacing race between these two crews. Right in the middle of them is Oamaru. both of them sitting there about 34. Back we go on the outside to the crew from St Thomas's, long way back to St Andrews. I think they might actually rode off the course. There might be a little bit mechanical issue there. Back we come down, ahead of them though would be Whakatipu down here in lane number 3. That's the Whakatipu 1 crew, but it's all between these two crews, Wairo and of course be Marlborough Boys College and Christchurch Boys High School. So Max Hawks, the Cox of Christchurch Boys. They're both bow seated or bow facing coxswains, having a look across at each other. Standard riggings on both these boats. Who's going to blink first? They are almost bow ball for bow ball. They're about 2 boat lengths clear of the crew from Oamaru. So Christchurch Boys and Marlborough Boys effectively. Christchurch Boys and Wairo. Who's going to go first? There's very little between these two crews. We're coming down to the business end. There's 120 metres to go. Who's going to make the first move? They're working really hard. Look at the stroke man from Wairo. He's given it some real welly. Given that some real push as he gets into the catch. They look like the slightly bigger boys here in the Wairo crew, but there's still nothing between these two crews. Wairo and Christchurch Boys High School, they're neck and neck coming down the last 50 metres. Maybe Christchurch Boys are just starting to push in front of the crew from Wairo. They are. They're coming on the outside now. Back of them comes Wairo again. There's still very little between these two crews. It's Christchurch Boys High School in the outside lane though. They'll come down to the line with half a canvas. I'll give it to Christchurch Boys. Wairo a very game second. 3 boat lengths back we go to Oamaru. Then we'll come on the outside to St Thomas of Canterbury, way back down here into lane number 3 for Whakatipu and St Andrews College just out there in lane 8 plus a couple. Well done Christchurch Boys High School. Great racing between both those crews. They'll have a couple of more battles before this season's out. There's no doubt about that. That was the boys' intermediate Cox 4. The girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls just gone through 500 metres. Let's see who's there. Lane number 1, Burnside High School number 2. Miranda Ewan, Hannah Watson, Miriam Lemon, Olivia Blackmore Mann and Julia Mitchell Coxing. Lane number 2, Marion College 1, Jenna Brennan, Sophie Davis, Olivia Walker, Peyton Moss, Lexi Factory House. Lane number 3, Timaru 11, Leah Newlove, Skylar Seymour, Jasmine Payne, Kate Keir, Daisy Campbell, the Cox. Lane number 4, Oamaru 22, Emily Wainwright, Indig Jogues Horgan, Bridget Spittle, Tessa Wright and Isla Capely as the Cox. Lane number 5, Cashmere High School 1, Isla Anderson, Holly Gundry, Aurelia Lynn, Zoe Perrin and Ivy Omar as the Cox. Lane number 6, Burnside High School number 1, Lucy Gibson, Melissa Irvine, Amy Muncaster, Harriet Gorman and Evie Nathan is the Cox. In lane number 7, it's Targo Girls High School 1, Jamie Stibe, Ali Ryan, Isla Marshall, Harriet Rowe, Lara Cadman is the Cox. In lane number 8, it's Whakatipu 2, Ella Day, Caitlin Roberts, Caitlin Purdue, Lucia Summerfield, Eva McGee, the Cox. Lane number 9, it's the Whakatipu outside lanes. Whakatipu 1 are in lane number 9, Jessie Bates, Liberty Hyde, Cinnamon Williams, Caitlin Julian and Bella Notton, and in Whakatipu 3 are in lane 10. So Eve Burrow, Gemma Ward, Ariana Salek, Xanthi Spence, Izzy Carr. So Whakatipu got 3 crews, Burnside got 2 crews. Well, let's see where they're all at. So it looks like it's coming out of 1, 2, 3, 4, lane number 5, which is Cashmere High School. Right next to them, Burnside. Right next to them, Otago Girls. Those are the 3 crews leading them down. That's what you'd expect to see given the way the ratings were. So Oamaru and the Golden, you'll see them. To the right of them is Burnside in the green and white. On the outside, we then go to Otago Girls. They'll be sitting there in the black and the white quarters. They're almost clear of the rest of the field, those 3 crews. We go across to Whakatipu number 1 next to the rest. Then we go back to Timaru 11. And then Marion College just inside of them. Probably ahead of Timaru now, actually. They're back to Burnside number 2. Up they come towards 750 metres to go. See if we can get you a time for that previous race. It was a cracker. The boys under 17 Cox States and Beads won that in 6:16, which was almost 20 seconds clear of St Andrews. So this is the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. So they've been rowing for quite a period of time, some of these ladies. Some good combinations coming through, and they're all coming off the back of some pretty strong camps down here. And Burnside now just holding ahead of, they've moved ahead of Cashmere on the outside of them, Otago Girls. So Burnside holding the advantage. They've moved through on Oamaru since the 1000. Outside to their crew from Otago. girls, and then we go across to Whakatipu number 1. Starting to move through is Whakatipu number 1. Watch them come on the outside. Still holding with Burnside in the middle. Back we go to Kashmir. Outside them Otago girls and Whakatipu, the ones that are putting some real pressure on Otago girls, coming through from in lane number 9. Back of the rest would be down there in lane number 2. Marion College putting in a good effort in lane number 2. Across from them to Oamaru 22. Back inside to Timaru. Still sits with Burnside and Kashmir now. These two crews have already put the afterburners on the last couple of 100 metres. They've moved well clear of the rest of them. So Oamaru, Emily, Indig, Bridget and Tess with Isla Cape the Cox. They are still battling away. It is still with Kashmir though, who are ahead of them. Isla, Holly, Ariella, Zoe and Ivy, but they're all chasing the Burnside crew. Lucy, Melissa, Amy and Harriet. Evie's coxing them, and there's now a bit of a drag race now between that crew from Burnside. Kashmir are hanging tough, trying to get in amongst it. Burnside are still holding that lead over Kashmir. Outside still to Otago, trying to hold off the crew from Whakatipu. Those four are clear. They've cranked up on the inside Oamaru, trying to get some pressure to get back up to third. They've got a wee way to go. Inside of them we go back to Timaru, then we go to Marion and further back to Burnside number 2. Up we go into the last of the Golden Boys. Gliding into them comes the Burnside crew. Burnside holding by 3/4 of a boat length over Kashmir. We go back to Otago girls. Whakatipu trying to put them under some real pressure. Oamaru now starting to move past them into that 4th spot and trying to chase down Otago for 3rd. Still coming with them is it the crew from Timaru and Marion College, but out in front it's still with Burnside. Burnside trying to hold off this challenge from Kashmir. They've just cranked up a couple of points, have Burnside to try to drag off the Kashmir crew. They come up with 100 metres to go. They've gone through the Red Boys. Burnside trying to glide that freshly named boat named after their coach Christina Blackford into a first place here in this final. They're coming at them now though, Kashmir. 3rd holding nicely is the Otago crew outside to Whakatipu, but they're going to hold on here at Burnside High School and the girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls. They're almost out to clear water now, holding off Kashmir, coming down the line. Another couple of strokes, they'll take the buzzer. Congratulations to Burnside. You won the Canterbury Champs under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls. 2nd goes to Kashmir. 3rd will go to Otago Girls number 1. On the outside then will be Whakatipu number 1. Back down we come inside to Oamaru 22. Inside of them is Timaru 11 out of Craighead. Then Marion College. Across we go to Whakatipu number 2. Back down to High School, Burnside High School number 2. And completing the field on the outside will be Whakatipu 3. Boys under 15 double sculls. B final is just making its way down the track. The scratching in lane number 1, which would have been Timaru. Lane number 2 is Shirley Boys High School 2, Louis Bevan, Lockie Soper. Lane number 3 is Timaru 31, George Neal, Alex Ballithero. Lane number 4, Whakatipu 2, Tommy Carlson and Charlie Pagan. Lane 5 is Wanaka 1, Duncan Turner and Jasper Lambert. Lane number 6, St Thomas's of Canterbury number 2, Siali Tulangavaka and Max Hay. Lane number 7 is St Thomas Canterbury number 1, Ryder Horgan, Jackson Marshall. And lane number 8, Wider 11, Gus Hoban and Max Campbell. Lane 9, Jake Spittle and Bryn Sutherland from Cromwell. The Wanaka boys got this under control. Duncan Turner and Jasper Lambert in this B final. Then we would go 2 across to St Thomas Canterbury number 1 holding 2nd. Then right across to, looks like Wairo 11 on the outside. That's not, apologies, it's actually Cromwell sitting out there in lane 10 who would have 3rd position. Then we're coming back into Whakatipu 2, Timaru 31 and Shirley Boys High School number 2. And then across to the Wairo crew on the outside in this B final. Men's Intermediate Cox 4, Christchurch Boys High School 7:15.60, taking the win just by 0.26 of a second over Wairo. So as we called it, very close. And 3rd 7:25 for the Oamaru crew. So as the B final makes its way through, the A final for the boys under 15 double sculls is just heading up towards the 1,000. So We'll keep an eye on the B final. The A final, the Cruise there. Lane 1, Selwyn Rowing 1, Mason Jessup, Hugo Johnson. Lane 2, Wanaka 2, Finley Hughes and Jack Jones. Lane 3, Shirley Boys High School number 1, Callum Harris, Luca Hartley. Lane number 4 is Timaru 30, Ben Murray, Idris Hudat. Lane number 5, Burnside High School number 1, Sean Gilman, Ben Smith. Lane number 6, Whakatipu 1, Oliver Glover and Angus Brown. Lane number 7, Union 1, Peter Neuhausen and Conrad Hurst. Lane 8 is Dunstan Arm number 1, Harry Farrell and Keola O'Neill. Lane number 9 is Otago 1, Mackley Adams, Archie McDonald, and lane number 10, Otago 2, Lucas Raymond, Forbes Mackay. They are into the last half. Out in front of us here, this is the B final coming through, 100 metres to go. Nice row here from Duncan and Jasper out of Wanaka. They've got themselves 3-4 boat lengths clear, maybe 5 even over St Thomas's of Canterbury, their number 1 crew. Then we go on the outside to Cromwell. Back inside we come to Whakatipu, number 2, Timaru 31. And then the Shirley Boys High School chaps. Just correcting course down there, and then St Thomas of Canterbury number 2 just on the inside and across the outside to Wire 11. So down to the buzz they go, take out the B final. Well done, gentlemen. That is the B final of the boys under 15 double sculls. Taken out by Wanaka. Second will be St Thomas's. Third will be the Cromwell crew. Back to the A final though. Let's keep an eye on that. A little bit of separation starting to come out in there. And it looks like it's Union. So Peter and Conrad off to a pretty good start on the outside, but they've got to watch out for Burnside, Sean and Ben. They looked very good yesterday in their preliminary, and they are neck and neck with Union down there. In the middle of them is still the crew from Whakatipu in the yellow. I'd have Burnside in front there now, though. So it's Burnside over the crew from Union, back inside to Whakatipu. We go on the outside to Otago number 1, McLean and Archie. Back down we come inside to, it looks like Shirley Boys High School number 1 down there it is, I think. Timaru 30, Shirley Boys High just on the inside of them. But Burnside now, Burnside just finished winning an A final. They're going to go back to back. There must have been a double running on that at the TAB. Let's see how we go. It's with Burnside a boat length over Union. To come back inside to Whakatipu. Wee way to go yet. Anything can happen in these under 15 double sculls. But those 3 crews are well clear of the rest of the field. It's really the Otago number 1 crew that can challenge for the rest of it. Maybe Timaru that you can see just to the left of the umpire's boat might have something to say about it. That's the Timaru 30 team of Ben and Idris heading up towards the Golden Boys. 250 metres to go. And looks to me like this crew from Burnside are extending over Union. Very clean and tidy, nice and sharp at the catch. I think I said yesterday, a good sharp catch is like a freshly dunked tea bag. Well, that's what these guys look like they're doing. Sitting there at 32 and ticking over very nicely is Sean Gilman and Ben Smith. They've got a boat length and a half over Union, and they've got a slightly better run on their boat too. They're starting to move away with this. Whakatipu holding on to third. So Whakatipu now have to look across in that third spot. The Timaru 30 team are coming at them, bringing with them Shirley Boys High School number 1. On the outside, Otago 1 just coming from Timaru and Shirley. They'll be pushed on to second and third, but they've extended here now, our Burnside. Nice finish coming towards 120 metres to go. They look very strong and very well under control. Whakatipu now starting to move over the top of Union, looking a little bit tired, the Union double. They're going to move into second, I think, Whakatipu, and then back another couple of boat lengths. It is to Timaru, Shirley Boys High, across on the outside to Otago, back to Dunstan, and right down here to Selwyn Rowing, doing a good effort down here in lane 1. 50 metres to go. They've wound up Union. They're trying to chase down Whakatipu. No doubt about who's going to win it, though, by 4 boat lengths. Burnside pick up another one. Congratulations to Sean and Ben. And at Whakatipu are holding on from Union, trying to row over the top of them. They've just got it at the moment now. Whakatipu, they hold on to second. Game effort on the outside from Peter and Conrad from Union, though. Down we come to lane 4, which is going to be Timaru 30. Otago number 1 on the outside. Then Shirley Boys High School. Down we come to Selwyn finishing nicely on the outside to Dunstan Arm number 1 with the orange blades. And then right across the top will be Otago number 2. The B final went through in 8 minutes 60. That was the Wanaka double. Let's see what that A final went through for the boys under 15 double sculls. We'll give you that when we've got a time. Another final makes its way down. All happens today, doesn't it? Lane number 1. This is the women's intermediate Cox 4 straight final. And it is in lane number 1, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Eva Sutherland, Cora Greer, Mia Tangiti and Zara Shepherd would Liv Abley. The Cox. Lane 2 is Oamaru 22, Isabel Wainwright, Amelia Tartone over Goodall, Sasha Wright, Georgia Guy is the Cox. Lane number 3 is Timaru 11, Sylvie Campbell, Juliet Griffin, Heidi Harper, Mackenzie Raymond, India Payne is the Cox. Lane number 4, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Ada Cathaway, Isabel Carnahan, Zoe Clements, Mello Wilkie and Penelope Sutton is the Cox. Avon 1 are in lane number 5 and looking pretty under control. Is it Avon 5 that are leading there at the moment? It's Avon 1, Isabel Williamson, Minette Prinsloo, Zara Ford and Isabella Galvin. Annabelle Wynne-Williams is the Cox. The boys under 15 double sculls, the A final went through in 7:30:41. Lane 6 of this women's intermediate Cox 4 final making its way up into the last 750 metres. Avonside Girls High School number 1, Emily Kutsia, Kira Knight and Ruby Clark, Maya Jones and Brooke Sykes. Lane 7 is Wairo 1, Isla Muir, Georgina Musgrove, Michelle Ponder West, Libby Pitts and Hannah Sluter. And then we go to lane 8, Omru 22, Millie Kirkman, Evie Mitchell, Peyton Dixon, Sky Frank, Bella Kakini. Avon number 2 are in lane number 9, that's Zara Abiskaya, Bridget Moyer, Amy Skolitsky and Nina Mackay with Eliza Omar, the Cox. And lane number 10 is Timaru 20, Emma Gardner, Rihanna Rickard, Telly Sykes, Madison Berry Rankin and Sophia Scarlett. Avon are about 3 boat lengths now ahead of the rest of the chasing pack, which is led by Avonside Girls High School holding on to second. Across we go from Avonside Girls to the crew from Oamaru 22. They are holding on to third spot. Then we'll come down to lane 2, I think, which should be the other Oamaru crew. Should be. It is Oamaru 23. Outside of them is Timaru 11. I think we have a scratching in there, and that would be Rangiruru Girls School number 1, which is, it was to be in lane number 4, but they're not. Out we go to Timaru 20, right out there in lane number 10. And they are just ahead of the Avon number 2 crew. So very impressive this from Isabel, Minette, Zara and Isabella. Very ably coxed by Annabelle Wynne-Williams. Very experienced, and they are just looking well under control as they make their way up towards 250 metres to go. Looking very relaxed, very upright. So intermediate means this is probably their second year out of school, thereabouts, sitting there at about 32, 33, and they've got 6 boat lengths now on Avonside. Avonside had a good strong regatta actually. They've been well prominent in a number of the events, and looking forward to seeing them even more later on today. We go back right down to Oamaru 22 in lane 8, and look at Oamaru 23 coming through in lane number 2, just trying to chase down their stable mates. Inside from them we go to Timaru 11. And then there's a little bit further back, right into the middle of the course, would be the crew from Wairo 11, Wairo number 1 actually. And then we go right across the outside to Timaru 20, back to Avon number 2. And here on the inside lane would be Christchurch Girls High School number 1. So looking well under control, Avon. They come up to the line, they'll take the buzzer now. Congratulations to the Women's Intermediate Cox 4 winners. Avon number 1, Isabel Williamson, Minette Prinsloo, Zara Ford, Isabella Galvin, Annabelle Wynne-Williams. Couple of 3 proud parents, I would imagine, floating around the place. Second will be Avonside Girls. Good effort from them, and you enjoying this clear water. They come up to take the second, and third will be the Oamaru 22 crew. Nice little finish though, come down from the 23 crew. They're going to hold on to the 4th spot, but nice to see some competition between the club crews, which is what these regattas are all about. And 4th will go to Timaru 20. Wairo just going to follow them down to take the buzzer very shortly. And then Timaru 20 about to take the buzzer, and then will be Christchurch Girls, followed by the remaining Avon crew. The under 15 double sculls for girls is underway. The B final is into the second half of their course. Lane 1, Cromwell 1, Paige McEldowney and Zara Dickey. Lane 2, Marion College 1, Jordis Kramer and she's just sitting in there. Suna Jenkins. Lane number 3, Timaru 3, Caitlin Starks, Anthony Nelson. Lane number 4, Wairo 2, Julie Mackay and Lena Bailey. Lane number 5 is Timaru 12, Emma Johnson, Pippa Raymond. Lane number 6, North End 3, Jess McLeod, Ava Woodcock. Lane number 7 is Timaru 1, Annie Burnside, Justina Courage. Lane number 8 is Timaru 41, Mia Sutherland, Olivia Bartlett. Lane 9, Cromwell 2, Penelope Stark and Bella Hoare. And then lane number 10 is Otago Girls number 1, Margot Milne and May Lowry. This is the B final. Timaru 12 seem to have the lead on this one. Coming down just inside of them is the crew from Wairau. And then Timaru 1 right in there. The two Timaru crews in between the north end as well, leading these crews down. The A final is making its way down the track too. So I'll just leave it a little bit longer and we'll give you the update on the B final. I'll tell you the crews for the A final because they're through 500 metres now, just gone past Alcatraz, heading towards that 1,000 metre mark. Lane number 1, Whakatipu 2, Mila Matua Koresa, Sophie Clouston. Lane number 2, Union 1, Macy Roachford, Emily Gilmore. Lane number 3, North End 2, India Garden, Isabel Frost. Lane number 4, Timaru 20, Paige Ward, Hayley Tairua. Lane number 5 is North End 1, Marley Hoare and Olivia Williams. Lane number 6, Ashburton 2, Elise Gill, Gretchen Ross. Lane 7, Whakatipu 1, Sienna Reid, Evie Clark. Lane 8, Timaru 11, Lauren Crawford, Sophie Burton. Lane 9 is Cashmere High School 1, Paige Haley and Pippa Reeves. Lane number 10 is Timaru 2, Paige Ellery, Paris McRae. That is the A final, is heading towards the 1,000 metre mark. In front of us though is the B final. That's got about 450 metres to go. And it is being led down by the Timaru crews. So across there in So Timaru 1 leading this down, Annie Burnside, Justina Courage. Then we come back to Emma Johnson and Pippa Raymond, who probably got the advantage over now at Timaru 12 in this B final. We go back to North End, and there looks to be a little bit of lane adjustment going on. Just watching the Wairau crew, might have a couple of steering issues there. They've decided that lane 4 is running a little bit slower, and they're heading towards lane number 8 by the look of it. Might be quicker out there. They're just going to go and sit alongside Timaru 41 and drop into the 1-1. We come back down and here to Cromwell College in lane 1. They've pushed through nicely in this B final. Outside of them is the crew from Marion College, but it's all with the Timaru crews. Very little between these two crews as they come down to 100 metres to go. It's with the outside crew though, I think. Timaru 1 rather. So Timaru 1 there with the yellow caps on. They just got the advantage over so many Timaru crews. Timaru 12 and North End holding third. Someone needs to go and chase that other Timaru crew that's heading towards a safety boat. I think they might have a wee steering issue there, which is a bit unfortunate for them. But down the line we come now in the B final, and it will be in lane 8, Timaru, so lane 7, sorry, Timaru 1, Annie Burnside and Justine Cromwell. They've moved right through to take third spot out. Good effort from them, sneaking through on North End out there in lane number 6, just outside of them, Timaru. Timaru 3, and then we go to the crew right on the outside lane there, which is Otago Girls number 1, just tucking in behind the ladies right on the outside who are about to be escorted back to where they probably would be more comfortable. Let's go and have a look at the A final, see where they got to. So Timaru 20 leading this down, Paige Ward, Hayley Tairua, they're well clear actually. You go across to the Ashburton crew currently running second in their yellow boat. That's Elsie Gill and Gretchen Ross, that's Ashburton 2. Just on the inside of them, Whakatipu number 1. Across to Timaru number 1, looking pretty competitive out there as well on the Craighead boat. Still sitting out here though. This is the girls under 15 double sculls, so it's coming through with the main Timaru crew just on the outside of the North End, inside of the North End crew. North End number 1 that is. Inside of them is North End number 2. So Timaru 30 holding on to about a 3 boat length lead over Ashburton number 2. Then we go across to the crew from Timaru 11. Which is Lauren Crawford and Sophia Burton. So they've got to put some pressure on that crew from Ashburton. There's no doubt about who's leading this down. They're a very commanding lead here for Timaru 20, Page and Haley. They would have nearly 4 boat lengths now over Ashburton, trying to chase them down. Outside of Ashburton still is that crew from Timaru. Inside to North End, one Marley Hoare and Olivia Williams trying to chase down that Ashburton crew. Those are your 4. The next to watch then will be back down here with North End number 2. That's trying to crack into it as well to chase down their other North End crew. But they've all got their work cut out for them as far as the lead goes. Look how comfortable they are. Nice run they've got on their boat there. Very relaxed. They look around the shoulders as this boat just makes its way down towards the finish through the Golden Boys. 120 metres to go here for Timaru 20. And this will be a nice win for them. They'll be pretty happy with this. They're well under control, just ticking over nicely. Early 30s, back to Ashburton, back to North End. Timaru on the outside, Timaru 11 out of Craighead, just pushing up into 3rd over the North End crew. That's where the battle is. Ashburton have moved clear of those 2 crews. They're going to hold on to 2nd as they come up to the Red Boys, giving them 100 metres to go. But 50 metres to run now for Paige Ward and Haley Tairua from Timaru 20. Great effort here from them and the girls under 15 double sculls A final. Here at the Canterbury Championships, they've just extended this lead. They'll be going to about 6 boat lengths by the time they get the finish. That's where they are now. Ashburton are holding on to 2nd. They've got Clearwater over Timaru on the outside of them. Still trying to run over the top of the Timaru crew as North End, but Timaru will hold them off. So Ashburton number 2, Elsie Gill and Gretchen Ross will take 2nd. 3rd on the outside, Lauren Crawford and Sophie Burton from Timaru 11. Then we go to North End, across to Whakatipu, back inside to North End number 2. Right on the outside lane, Timaru 2. Nice finish down here in lane number 2 from Union. Then we'll go across and have a look at Cashmere High School number 1, and completing the field will be the crew down here in lane number 1, Whakatipu number 2. Boys under 16, Cox Quadruple Sculls. Their B final is making its way through. Lane number 1, Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Lane 2 is St Andrews College 1. Lane 3 is St Andrews College 2. Lane 4 is Christchurch Boys High School number 3. Lane 5 is Otago Boys High School number 1. Lane 6 is Otago Boys High School number 2. Lane 7 is Shirley Boys High School 1. Lane 8 is Shirley Boys High School number 2. Lane 9 is Christchurch Boys High School 1. And lane 10 is Selwyn Rowing number 1. Looks like they're pretty much all there, and it's with Shirley Boys High School. It is their number 1 crew. Yep, that is them. Callum Skelton, Fergus Walsh, Zach Brockles, Sam Harmon, and Maxwell Wilson as the Cox. They've got the advantage and leading these crews down. Second is Otago Boys High School number 1. That's Hunter Knox, George Murray, Charlie Anderson, Angus Colley, Connor Sinclair is the Cox. They're holding on to 2nd. Then we go across to 3rd, which looks like it's coming out of the St Andrews College crew. And it is St Andrews College. Is it the 1 or the 2 crew? Looks like it's the number 2 crew, actually. Doing a good job there. Seth Overcomer, Toby Moore, Jesse Saunders and George Levings with Samuel Terry the Cox, just ahead of their number 1 crew, which is Cooper Rogers, Jake Gilbert, Oscar Wilson, Fletcher Cairns and George Rankin. So those are the crews that are coming through. Then we go back to Shirley Boys High School number 2, William Thiel, Jack Gibson, Kieran Clark, Ethan Danielson and Cooper Curry. And then it would be back down to lane number 1, Christchurch Boys High School number 2, Tim Boswell, Thomas Scott, Ethan Horgan, Nick Dampier Crossley and Carter Williams. Right on the outside is the crew from Christchurch Boys High School number 1. Ben Mason, Mark, Ben and Callum Faulkner. And then we've got the Selwyn Rowing crew right across there, Matt, Crusoe, Henry, Dillon and Haley. But it is the Shirley Boys High School crew have got this. That's the number 1 crew. They've got Clearwater now over Otago Boys number 1, under real pressure though from the crew from St Andrews College number 2. If that is their number 2 crew, they'll be pretty happy with that. Might just the way they're named. But Shirley Boys going to take out their B final from Otago Boys. Then with the crew from St Andrews across to Shirley Boys number 2. Then it will be the Otago Boys number 2 crew on the inside, across to Christchurch Boys High School number 1. Back down inside we come to St Andrews College 1, then Christchurch Boys High School number 2, and across 1. Timaru taking out the girls under 15 double sculls at A final in a time of 8:14.10. The boys under 16 Cox Quadruple Sculls in the last 1,000 they are. So in lane number 1, Cure Boating Club 1, Marcus Laverley, Fletcher Howden, Tommy Baldwin, Xavier Laverley, and Patrick Berry as the Cox. Lane number 2, Christ College number 2, Tom Wilson, Sage Chattis, Cody Rollinson, Charlie Wilson, Jeffrey Bergen as the Cox. Lane number 3, Cashmere High School 1, Charlie Fallett, James Gebby, Thomas Clear, Lucas Sutherland, Matthew Stewart as the Cox. Lane number 4 is Nelson College number 1, Rafael Ardelis Heller, Mateo Ardelis Heller, Luca Marfell, Harrison Roberts, and Elijah Flight as the Cox. Whakatipu number 1 are in lane 5, right in amongst it. Zebby Jarvis, Phineas Thomas, Ruben Davis, Flynn Weber, and Jesse Glover is the Cox. Timaru 30 in lane 6, Murphy Hopper Park, Baxter Hopper Park, Sterling Heffernan, Josh Sadler, Ned Brown is the Cox. Artie Sweetman, Gus Kerr, Carr, Archie Gordon, Ollie O'Connell, and Matthew Hall, the Cox of the Otago 1 crew out there in lane 7. Whakatipu Tour in lane number 8, Kato Nakazawa, Baxter King and Tom Raynard, Henry Monier, Harrison Atwood is the Cox. Lane number 9, St Bees College 1, Oliver Chum, Jai Anderson, William Allett, Eddie Robertson, Cody Clark as the Cox, and St Bees College number 2 out there, Lennox Laurie, Jack Hannum, Rory Wright, Conrad Van Heron, and Theodore Gilson as the Cox. This is the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls, and look at Cashmere down there in lane number 3. You can see the maroon and gold, very prominent. They're leading them down, and the advantage they have is not much over Otago on the outside. On the outside of them is St Bede's College number 1, and right in the middle of it, looking to mix up the apple cart a wee bit, is the crew from Whakatipu. So it's Cashmere holding on to that lead. Matt Allen is the coach. They've got about half a boat length over Otago. Then we go back to the crew from Whakatipu, across to St Bede's. Then we come to Otago number 1. Then we go across to Whakatipu number 2. Those are the crews that are in there. They're coming down through with about 250 metres to go now. Cashmere trying to hold on to this. They're under attack on the inside from the Whakatipu crew. Across to Otago number 1. St Bede's have probably left a little bit late. It's Otago number 1 putting some pressure on Cashmere. They've gone past Whakatipu. Cashmere trying to extend now. They might have a boat length. Looking very comfortable. Charlie, James, Thomas and Lucas and Matthew Stewart, the Cox, working hard for his money. Cashmere holding on though. Otago trying to come down the outside in lane number 7. Whakatipu still holding that 3rd position. Bede's trying to move on the outside to move up to 3rd, but I think they've left it too late. They come down 70 metres to go now. Otago closing the gap, but Cashmere holding on. Coach Matt Allen will be pretty happy with this from Cashmere if they can hold on. Still coming at the Otago. They're not giving up the Southerners, and they wind again, does Cashmere. They've taken out to half a boat length to make sure of it, and racing away with it now. On the line they go out to 3/4 of a boat length. The Cox is pretty happy with that. Well done, gents. You've taken out the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. 2nd goes to Otago. 3rd goes to Whakatipu. Then St Bede's. We come back inside to the snare. Let's go with Timaru crew it is. Lane number 2, Christ College, Cure Boating Club, and Nelson. Crossing the outside will be St Bede's number 2. One of the premier events of this, goodness me, they're all open. Premier events of this regatta is the men's Premier Coxless Pair, and we have got 7 crews. Lane number 2, Avon 7, Charlie Poulter and Luke Tompkins. Lane number 3, Avon 5, Toby Robinson, William McIntosh. Lane number 4, Avon 6, Bede Guerra and Ben Allen. Lane number 5, Avon 1, Sam Wilson and Scott Shackleton. Lane number 6, Avon 2, Henry Kirk, Matthew Glenn. Lane number 7 is Avon 3, Harry Galvin and Ted Main. Lane number 8 is Avon 4, Josh Syme and Fergus Johnson. And lane number 9 is Avon 8, George Young and Jake Burrows. So some great ability here and some great rowers in this particular race. A lot of New Zealand junior rowers, they've come through the school system, and this is where it all starts to happen as far as the pathways go. So it looks like it is Big Gear and Ben Allen, Avon 6 and lane 3, who are very handily placed. Right next to them is the number 1 crew, Sam Wilson, Scott Shackleton, former New Zealand junior rower and one of the coaches at the Christchurch Boys High School now, but it's Henry Kirk and Matthew Glenn. So a couple of guns out there, Henry Kirk, Matthew Glenn, most recently the New Zealand under-23s. They are leading the pace down here. So they are leading these crews down. Just on the right-hand side of them is Harry Galvin and Ted Main will put them under some pressure. All these boys have rowed together, or young men have rowed together at various age group levels. Great conditions for them to put on an exhibition for us. It is still very much there with Matthew and Henry out there in lane number 6, the Avon 2 crew, and they'd have a boat length now over the inside of them from Scott and Scott. On the outside to Harry and Ted. Those are the three of the Avon crews. Back we go to Bede and Ben. They were leading at the 1,000, but they've been moved past now. They're sitting in 4th spot. We come back inside to Avon number 5, Toby Robinson and William McIntosh. Then we go right across on the outside to Josh Simon, Fergus Johnson. Of course, Avon, if they wanted to, could put together an even more spectacular crew than what we're seeing in front of us with the current world champions. Of course, Ollie Walsh and Ben Taylor, both Avon scullers, away with the New Zealand elites, but that's something not to forget. We've got some world champs coming out of this club who aren't here and could be out there as well. We come up to the 100-metre boys, though, the red boys, and they're working really hard here. Henry Kirk and Matthew Glenn out there in lane number 6. And easing away with this now. They've got clear water over the inside of them, so you should expect to see a little bit of wine coming there. Scott Shackleton stroking that second boat. Look at the effort going for him, a real good lean back, and there's no shortage of effort from those two scullers, Scott and Sam, trying to chase down, and they have closed the gap as they got down. A real wine coming from there. There was clear water going into the end of it, but they got it down to half a boat length. That's a great finish from that crew on the inside of them. And then we go across on the outside to Harry and Ted. Back inside we come to Bede and Ben. Down we come to Toby and William. Across on the inside there, Charlie and Luke. Then we go to Josh and Fergus on the outside and completing that field of the men's Premier Coxless pair, George Young and Jake Burrows. And congratulations to Avon. Men's senior Coxless pair. Actually, that boys under 16 Cox quad, Cashmere went through in 6:52.1. Running nicely on time, the starters. Final of the men's senior Coxless pair. Are they all there? Well, I can see that in lane number 6, Christ College, Toby Adams and Henry Jones are putting on a display. They're doing very well out there just on the inside of, looks like second place here for St Thomas's of Canterbury, which is James Lotter and Ben Morrison. So those two crews are there. I'm not sure that the Wairo crew is there. That might be the difference. It's not. So Wairo aren't out there, which would be Zach Jenkins and Aidan Bennett. Obviously a clash of their program. So the time for the men's Premier Coxless pair, Matthew Glenn, Henry Kirk, 6:47.9 with Scott and Sam. Great effort from them, 6:49.33. They'll be pretty happy with that finish from them there. So in front of us, though, is the men's senior Coxless pair. We've got the Christ College number 1 crew, Toby and Henry leading down St Thomas of Canterbury number 1. Then we go back to Joshua Brown and Jack James, Christ College number 2, looking very accomplished as well. They are in lane number 4, just a little bit further back to Christ College number 4, which is Lewis Fogarty and Max Osmers. So that was due to go at 11:34, so I think we're bang on time, which is good. So not under too much pressure here. That nice bright yellow Impacker, the makers, of course, of that boat that they are rowing, heads through the 150 metres to go, and they're just rowing nicely together, these two. Just sitting there at 31, not overdoing it, and a good run for them to take out this men's senior Coxless pair. They won't be overtaken. I think that St Thomas's crew are doing nicely, but they won't get them down. There's 2-3 boat lengths to go. Spectacular conditions still here. Day 2 of Canterbury Championships for 2026. And St Thomas is out there. That's James Lotter, Ben Morrison, coached by Jack Wassell and Paddy Dowling, trying to hold on to second. It's really between Josh Brown and Jack James and the Christ College crew as to where they can chase them down. Look at them gliding. All these 3 boats moving very nicely. And they've just started to crank up on the outside there, have St Thomas's to try and make sure that second, which they are doing. But down they come to the line now. Congratulations to Christ College. Number 1, Toby Adams and Henry Jones, taking out the men's senior Coxless pair. Second goes to St Thomas's, then Christ College number 2, and completing the field down here will be Lewis and Max, the Christ College number 4 crew. Women's Premier Coxless 4 is the next race we have in front of us. Lane number 3, Avon 4, Sam Rankin, Imogen Boxall, Elkie Thurston, Sadie Mason. Lane number 4 is Avon 3, Tyler Stewart, Brooke Harper, Sasha Delman, Isabel Welsh. Lane number 5, Avon 2, Lily Grant, Emily Ryle, Anya Leeson and Harriet Williams. Lane number 6 is Avon 1, Coco Flood, Phoebe Collier, Jessica Tavendale and Georgie Bethel. Lane number 7 is the crew from St Andrews, Fleur Jensen, Josie Kennedy, Bronnie O'Sullivan, Izzy Hill, and Rangiruru Girls School number 1 are out there in lane number 8. Phoebe Ensor, Alice Duffy, Tulola Nelson and Maddie Young, coached by Fee Patterson. So a couple of school crews here up against these Premier 4s, and it is the Avon 4s that have been working their crews out. Avon number 1 are leading this. They've been away at a training camp in Blenheim just recently, moving their crews around. A very strong crew, this Coco Flood, Phoebe Collier, Jessica Tavendale and Georgie Bethel. Of course, Coco Flood was rowing at St Margaret's. Here in Anya, who is in this number 2 crew, had a good partnership as a pair for that school, did very well at national levels within the school stuff, and now making their mark in these Premier 4s. Of course, they've been trying to put their best foot forward as we head towards nationals next month, being held in Karapiro. So being chased down by the number 2 crew is the Avon number 1 crew, Lily Grant, Emily Ryle, Anya and Harriet Williams. Number 3 crew of Tyler Stewart, Brooke Harper, Sasha Delman, Isabella Welsh is holding on to that 3rd spot, and then it is a lineup between Avon 4, St Margaret's and Rangiruru. Rangiruru just ahead of St Margaret's, I think, lining up with Avon. So the Women's Premier Coxless 4. Avon took this out at the Otago Champs in December, way back in 2025. Just holding on to that lead now. They're very similar in the way that they are rowing, these 2 crews. So it's just a matter of who's going to push first, or whether they're going to see whether enough left in the tank for the 8s later on today. So the number 1 crew just holding on here. It's being pushed by the number 2 crew, just looking to see who goes first. It looks like number 2 crew have just started to wind a little bit. But number 1 have responded very strong in that number 1 crew. Slight difference in the way they're rigged. You can look at those 2 boats right out there, and you can see the outside crew. They got a tandem rigging on the bow side, so the 2 middle ones both bow stroking, and standard rigging on the inside one, but they're holding on the number 1 crew. If anything, they've just gone away. So Avon number 1 will take out the Women's Premier Coxless 4. Second will go to the Avon number 2 crew. Third will be the crew down here in lane number 4, their number 3 crew. And it looks like Rangiruru number 1 are going to hold on the outside at this rate for 4th. Then it will be a bit of a race between St Margaret's and the Avon number 4 crew. Of course, Sadie Mason sitting in that number 4 crew, the local from just down the road in Amarama. Up until last year rowing for Twizel, then made the New Zealand Juniors. And Rangiruru comes over the line now, and our Avon 4 crew will just hold off St Margaret's to complete the field. Big lineup here for the women's under 19, Cox 4, field of 10, they're all there. Let's see who's there. Lane number 1, St Andrews College 3, Charlotte Oliver, Lucy McWhirter, Olivia Connors, Xanthi Ward and Violet Sigley, the Cox. Lane number 2, St Andrews College 2, Katie Taggart, Chloe Lowe, Hadassah Timo, Lucia App, Sienna Curry is the Cox. Lane number 3, Rangiruru Girls School number 3, Jessica Skinner, Ashley Brooks, Isabel Wilson, Kate Oliver, Charlie Ward is the Cox. Wairo number 1 are in lane 4, pretty handily placed early on, they are too by the look of it. Paige Wentworth, Anna Hurren, Daisy Lindstrom, Celia Spencer, Molly Hoban is the Cox. Outside of them in lane number 5 and holding second at this stage is Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Sophia Harris, Lucy Houghton, Charlotte Gorman, Amelia Jones and Phoebe White is the Cox. Lane 6 is Cashmere High School number 1, Zoe Clark, Millie Brooks, Illyri Clare, Charlotte Clackworthy, Ivy Omar. Lane number 7 is Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Emerson Lowe, Abby McPherson, Greer Bauman, Summer Smith, Georgetta Heller is the Cox. Lane number 8 is St Andrews College 1, Alana Brooks, Sailor Hedgecock, Charlotte Galvin, Lauren Bolton, Emily DeJoux is the Cox. Lane number 9, Star Boating Club 21, remember that's Wellington Girls College. Our visitors, Gabrielle Saunders, Mia Barr, Lena Waswo, Sylvie Lucas and Lucy Bell. And completing the field out there in lane number 10 is Rangiruru number 2, Georgie Stalker, Tyler Hilbert, Chloe King, Amelia Wilkie and Charlie White is the Cox. Here they go, some very talented scullers out, rowers out there in this field. Wairo number 1, under pressure from Rangiruru. just on the outside of them. I think Rangiruru might have moved at the 1K. They've gone past that crew from Wairau, which is Marlborough Girls College. Have a look outside to Cashmere. That should be a strong finishing crew. We go outside them to Christchurch Girls High School would be next. Then just ahead of them might be the crew from St Andrews College. Right across into lane 1, St Andrews College, number 3. Number 2, actually. Number 2 would then be ahead of Rangiruru, number 3. Good 350 metres to go for these crews. And will they come back at them now? They've moved away from the rest of the field, have Rangiruru and Wairau. Cashmere got some work to do to catch them. They're holding on to third. Those 3 crews now are clear of the rest. The chasing pack led by St Andrews College, number 2, down there in lane number 2. Then we would go right across to Christchurch Girls High School, just ahead of St Andrews College, number 1, just ahead of Rangiruru, number 2, back inside to Star Boating Club, back inside to St Andrews, Rangiruru Girls School, number 3 rather. Into the Golden Boys they glide. Wairau holding on to an advantage over Rangiruru. Oh, just like we had before with Marlborough Boys and Christchurch Boys, these girls having a crack at each other. Rangiruru and Wairau, it's all on. It's the gold against the green. Here they come down 150 metres to go, and Wairau are just holding on again. Their tandem rig 2, standard rigging from the Rangiruru. They've all got clear water over Cashmere trying to chase them down. Then we go 3 boat lengths back to everybody else. Rangiruru just starting to make a move on Wairau. Wairau are going to have to go again, and the Red Boys, they both go pretty evenly now. 3 boat lengths back now to Cashmere. Rangiruru holding on the outside. Wairau trying to get back up on them, but I think Rangiruru might have done enough here. They've moved out to a seat. Coming back at them again as Wairau up to the Golden Boys they go. Down to come to about 6 strokes each, but I think Rangi hold on to it. That blue bow starting to extend. They come down to the line. Rangiruru will take it by a canvas. They'll take it. Wairau will hold on to second. Third, a couple of boat lengths back will be Cashmere High School. Then we go 3 boat lengths back to a fast finishing St Andrews crew just ahead of Christchurch Girls High School. Down we come to lane number 2, St Andrews College number 2. Out we go to lane 10, Rangiruru Girls School number 2. Back down to Rangiruru number 3. Across the top will be the Star Boating Club 21, and completing the field down here in lane number 1 will be St Andrews College number 3. Right, a couple of races left for me, and then Frank will take over. They've all got all the fun of the fair here. We've got the girls under 16, Cox State. They're on their way. Let's see who we got. Lane number 1. Here we go, team. Whakatipu 1, Jessie Bates, Andy Clark, Arena Salek, Amy Andrew, Posey Manson, Xanthi Spence, Amy Clark, Mimi Blundell, and Bella Notton as the Cox. Lane number 2, St Andrews College number 2, Olivia Beecroft, Teresa Corcoran, Elizabeth Cooper, India Doolan, Audriana Stewart, Ella Elkington, Sophia Tivers, Frankie Wells, Clementine Forbes as the Cox. Lane number 3, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Alice Bradshaw, War, Phoebe Colley, Chloe Pollock, Mia DeFray, Sophie Cleves, Zara Shepherd, Polly Botherwell, and Sophie Keane as the Cox. Lane number 4 is Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Ada Catherine, Isabel Carnahan, Amelia Handyside, Mila Wilkie, Bo Collier, Jasmine Collins, Zoe Clements, Zoe Fay, Penelope Sutton as the Cox. Lane number 5, Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Sophie Kerr, Izzy Strawn, Lily Irving, Amelia Scrivenger, Lola Grace Wood, Olive Cooper, Emily Shearer, Millie Parsons, Lily Shackleton as the Cox. Lane number 6 is St Margaret's College number 1, Greer Cathro, Grace Thorne, Ella Drummond, Taylor Davis, Grace Miller, Alex Campbell, Elsie O'Donnell, Azul McCulley, Lucia Shallard as the Cox. Lane number 7, Wairau 1, Kate Young, Poppy Fernandez, Casey Twiddle, Maggie Clark, Maisie Shenfield, Ruby Lindstrom, Emma Isles, Charlie Bennett, and Hayley Sutherland as the Cox. Lane number 8 is St Andrews College number 1, Tyler Darling, Scarlett Bay, Anna Lewis, Rebecca Bewis, Lucia Fraser, Georgie McGrath, Ivy Castles, Talia Christie, Georgia Elwood as the Cox. Lane number 9 is Columba College number 1, Hazel McRae, Stella Ingles, Trelise Mitchell, Livy Campbell, Devon Skivington, Lucy Earle, Charlotte Scott, Isla Petty, and Chloe Byrne as the Cox. Lane number 10 is North End number 1, Sophie Small, Amelia Busted, Olive Robertson Gray, Amelia McKeever, Isla Turner, Ruby Anderson, Isla Thompson, Claudia Shaw, Sophie Palmer is the Cox. They're well into it. It looks like it's coming right out of the middle as we'd expect. It's Christchurch Girls High School number 2, St Margaret's College out there in the red and white, and these 2 crews have gone away from the rest of the field. We come right across to the outside to find the 3rd position. Looks like it's coming out of Columba College. They're holding on to 3rd. Those orange caps just on there. Inside from them we come to the crew from, they might not be all there actually, that's St Andrews. Where's Wairau? St Andrews are holding on to that position for them. Then we come back down into lane number 4, Rangiruru Girls School number 1. Back inside from there in Christchurch Girls High School, number 1, St Margaret's College, number 2, and then just back further back, lane number 1 is Whakatipu 1, right on the outside, and lane 10 is North End number 1. So the drag race goes out into the middle. It is between Christchurch Girls High School and St Margaret's. St Margaret's weren't here at the Otago Champs, so Christchurch Girls High School had it pretty much all their own way. Now they're under pressure from St Margaret's. There would be 5 boat lengths back to Columba, still holding third, just because Rangirua are on the move in lane 4. Rangirua Girls School number 1, Penelope Sutton, the Coxer, says we're off, and let's go and try and chase down what we can. About half a boat length clear now, though, Christchurch Girls High School. Lily Shackleton, she's pretty experienced now. She's sitting there quite nicely in that Coxer spot in the stern, just watching the crew. Looks across to her left. She can see St Margaret's. Lucia Sallard, the Cox from St Margaret's, will be asking her crew for more than what they think they're capable of, and just winding up now is the Christchurch Girls High School crew. Lily's given them a few instructions, and away they go. So they're out now to about half a boat length over St Margaret's, but St Margaret's starting to push back now, I think. St Margaret's starting to get a bit of run on their boat on the outside. Can they chase down this Christchurch Girls High School crew? 100 metres to go now for Christchurch Girls, 100 metres now for St Margaret's. Daylight back to Columba, who are still holding on to try and get over the top of Rangirua for third. No doubt about it, though. They're extending now, Christchurch Girls High School. Nice row from them. They'll be pretty happy with this. They come down to the final of the girls under 16 Cox State, and some pretty impressive rowing from an under 16 crew. They take the buzzer now. They take it with a 6-seat advantage over St Andrews College. We go back to Columba, out to half a boat length now over Rangirua. Nice effort from this Columba crew. There's been some good individual performances from some of the rowers in that crew, and combined they're doing well as well. They've got Clearwater on the line now over Rangirua. Very impressive third for Columba. Rangirua will take fourth, then St Andrews, then down to Christchurch Girls High School, the number 1 crew actually, then St Margaret's College number 2. Down here into lane number 1, Whakatipu. Completing the field will be North End. And very quickly rattling along behind them is the men's club Cox's Quadruple Skulls. In lane 2, it's Avon 1, William Thomas, Finn Gray, Sam McAfee, Henry Church. Lane number 3, Dunstan Arm number 2, Luca Mains Upston, the Twiselite, Jack McCullen, Brendan Keane, and Jig Tisdall. Lane number 4 is Nelson 1, Harry Brooker, George Maloney, Ryan Flintoff, Ollie Hawkins. Lane number 5 is Dunstan Arm 1, Max Smith, Jacob Harrison, Ben Thompson, Dylan Acton. Then we have got Noah Visser, Liam Collins, Sam Clark, Tim Chapman from Canterbury 1. In lane 6 and lane 7 is Oamaru 22, Jet Rogers, Stuart Isbister, Ralph Henderson, and Cooper Lynch. And Otago Boys High School out there in lane number 1. Lane number 8, that is Tom Colley, Ollie Scott, Jude Smiley, Jackson Templeton. It's all with the crew that you can see right in front of you in the white with the red and black trim. That's Canterbury holding on to advantage over Dunstan. Look at Nelson starting to come at them. Inside of Nelson is Dunstan Arm number 2. Those are the 4. We go right across the outside to Otago Boys High School number 1, back inside to Oamaru. Nice push coming from Avon 1 down here in lane number 2, but it's with Canterbury. Canterbury holding off Dunstan. That's the battle for 1 and 2. The battle for 3 and 4 is between the Nelson crew and Dunstan Arm number 2, but I think it'll be Nelson trying to hold on. The bucket hats are out today. The sun must be out. Make sure you get sunscreen on, team. 100 metres to go now for Canterbury here in the men's club Coxless Quadruple Skulls. And they're out to Clearwater now, so they'll take this out. The final of the men's club Cox's Quadruple Skulls will be Canterbury 1. They'll be pretty happy with that. Will be CRC. They've got a boat length and a half over Dunstan number 1, and they will then get a boat length and a half also over the Nelson crew, who will take third. Fourth will go to Dunstan Arm 2. Then Avon. Oh no, I think on the outside, Otago Boys High going to finish over the top of the Avon crew. Very close then between Avon and Oamaru 22. That will be the men's club Coxless Quadruple Skulls. I'll leave you in the very capable hands of the slightly underdressed Frank Dean, who's come straight off a boat. At least he's got shoes on today. The boys under 15 Cox State will be on its way shortly, and he'll bring that to you, and I'll see you last thing this afternoon, team.
Kia ora koutou, katoa. Good to be back. And now we've got the boys under 15 Cox 8 final. Race 218 coming down the racetrack now. In lane 3, we've got Christ College 1, and lane 4, St Andrews 1, and lane 5, St Thomas of Canterbury, and in lane 6, Shirley Boys 1, and in Shirley Boys 2 in lane 7. And you can probably see even from the banks now, this is quite a spread out race. It looks like that St Thomas of Canterbury and Shirley Boys 1 are the two crews that are dominating this race well and truly over the others. With, let's see, it's St Thomas of Canterbury 1 there in lane 5. They maybe have got like a boat length over, I'll go for a boat length over Shirley Boys High School 1. I can't actually share Shirley Boys High School 2, so perhaps they scrapped from this race. And then we go back to the St Andrews College in lane 4 and then Christ College in lane 1. So there's quite a big difference in placings between these boats at the moment. The tailing boats compared to the lead two boats here of St Thomas of Canterbury and St Andrews College 1. At the moment we can see that St Andrews College 1, they've at least got a boat length over the St Thomas of Canterbury have got the boat length over Shirley Boys here. Are they going to get a challenge? Are Shirley Boys able to up it, push it through against an under 15 crew that will be responding to them? And we can see here that St Thomas's have now just gone through the 250 boys, and Shirley Boys are just behind them. So they are a boat length behind. That's quite 250s is quite a lot to make up in an 8, and I actually think the St Thomas of Canterbury crew have upped it a little bit. Yes, and they are upped it. Plus they are moving away with that increased stroke rate. Their boat is flowing nicely for under 15s. That's actually really good. Oh, the Bowen boy, number 1, they almost caught a wee crab, I think, but he's recovered, and they are pulling away from the Shirley Boys High School 1. They are making a statement here, particularly for the next regatta, that they're going to own the under 15 Cox 8s. Both these crews are well ahead of the other ones. In fact, St Thomas of Canterbury now about to cross the line, and they will have moved themselves up to 4 boat lengths over Shirley Boys there. Then they go back at least 8 or 9 boat lengths to the St Andrews College crew, and then the inside lane Christ College 1. Okie dokie. We're going to move on to the Women's Club Singles Sculls, the B final. This is race 219, and they've just reached the 1,000 metre mark. So we'll quickly whip through the names here. There are 9 crews in this event. Union 1 in lane 1, Michaela Hurst. Timaru 12, Ella Inch. Otago 1, Maya Still. Dunstan Arms 3, Dana Leishman. Lane 5 there, Kashmir 1, Zoe Perrin. Lane 6, Oamaru 22, Sophie Spittle. Colombo College 3, Anika Leeson. Marion College, Addie Pinford over there in lane 8. And on the outside of her in Cura is Hannah Shadbolt. And we can see this is quite a spread out race. There are some clear crews here that a crew of 1, I suppose, that are in stronger rows than the other crews behind them. So if we're having a look through here, it does seem to me that in lane 5, that's Kashmir, Zoe Perrin. Zoe Perrin is leading this Women's Club Singles B final. And then she has got quite a bit of clear water. I would say, maybe 4 boat lengths back to the next crew. Would that be... Would that be Oamaru just the other side of her? Is that actually Shirley? I'm just going to have is that Zoe I can see there in the lead position? I'm just going to re-establish that. Because it looks like there's a scratching, and I think those colours there are not... possibly Oamaru, which would be Sophie Spittle, which would actually kind of make sense. She's been rowing quite a while and quite a strong rower, so I'm just going to hold back on who I think's in first now, because there is actually in this event, it looks like there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boats, and then I can see, is there a 7th boat way over in the far lane that might have been a tip out there? Okay, there's 6 boats, so let's see if we can work it back from the colours. We've got Marion College there. I can't see a Columba College, and I actually can't see a Cashmere. Yes, but I think it's Oamaru. Oamaru, Sophie Spittle is actually well and truly dominating this race in the pole position. Then we would be going back to, is it lane 3 or lane 4 there? See if I can pick up the colours. Dunstan Arms 3, Dana Leishman. So Dana Leishman could be in a second spot there. And just then back to the third is a bit more interesting, because that would be Cashmere. That's more like it. Yes, that would be Cashmere on one side and Marion College on the other side. So I don't see the Cure rower, so that rower must be out of this race. But at the moment, Sophie Spittle there from Oamaru is leading this Women's Club Single B final. She's hit the 250 boys already. The other boats are still a bit behind here. Next one coming through now. Dunstan Arms, Dana Leishman. She must be at least 4 boat lengths behind Sophie there. But the third place, who's going to get this third place in the B final? I'm actually going to go for Cashmere Zoe Perrin. There she is, I think, slightly ahead of the Marion College, Addie Pinford. But there's still time there for Addie Pinford to pull her down. I can't see any of those 2 rowers pulling the front rowers. There's too much water between them now. And then we come back to these inside lanes here of Otago 1, and then must be Timaru. There's another boat out of it. Union. Timaru, yes, sorry. Dunstan Arms, Dana's just putting on a bit of heat there. She's trying to pull back, see if she can pull back Sophie Spittle from Oamaru there, which is possible in singles. You can surprising how fast you can make up. You can sort of change up a gear quickly, and Sophie Spittle's responding, but Dana is coming down on her. Dana is coming down. She's going to be a boat length, but I think it's a little too late. She'll be a boat length behind as Sophie crosses the line. Dana's shortly behind her, and then we're going to have the rower there from Cashmere, Zoe Perrin, come through in third place. So let's move on to the A final now. The A final of the Women's Club Single Sculls. Alrighty, assuming everyone's in this race, lane 1 to 10. In lane 1, Otago Girls 2, Millie Huita. Dunstan Arm 2, Katharina Hoffman. Waihopai 2, Mia Brown. Columba College 1, Fennell Millen. Dunstan 1, Isla Westlake. Ashburton 1, Isla Moffat. Columba College 2, Nova Winston. Waihopai 1, Lila Jack. Timaru 11, Greta Murray. And Canterbury 1, Toby Rees, way there over in lane 10. We've 1, 2, 3. And this race is also spread out a bit. Looks like there's a clear person there at the moment. I think that's lane 5. I think that's Isla Westlake from Dunstan Arms. And just inside her, we've got Ashburton 1, Isla Moffat, perhaps in second place there, along with Lila Jack from Waihopai. And then on the far side, Canterbury 1. On this side of Isla Westlake, the boats are slightly further behind. So I've only just counted the top 4 there. Yeah, definitely Dunstan Arm 1 there in the lead. That's Isla Westlake. Just inside her, we've got Ashburton 1, Isla Moffat. But I would say that Dunstan Arms, I would think that the Westlake Isla is about a 2 boat length, or 1.5, no, maybe 2 boat lengths over the Ashburton. Waihopai, Lila Jack there from down in the deep south on the Oriti River. And over on the far side, Canterbury 1. They are the picks. Those are the picks for the top 4. There is Mia Brown will be the next back, but she's a bit out of contention now, at least 4 or 5 boat lengths back. But Isla Westlake from Dunstan Arms, she's already into the 250s, so she has up to about 2 boat lengths. The Isla from Ashburton has just hit the 250s now, so she's holding the second position. Who's going to get the next ones? I think it's Lila Jack. Lila Jack and actually Mia Brown. Mia Brown has made a bit of a move. She's come through, so she would now be up there with Toby Rees there from Canterbury over on the far side. But Isla Westlake has got this in control. She's in a good position. She still could be towed down, what a word. I would think, but she's 3 boat lengths and she's actually moving away now. She is actually very nice, relaxed style there. She's making it look quite easy. Oars are connecting well, knees are down, boom, the boat goes through. It's flowing very quickly. The Dunstan Arms, Isla from Dunstan Arms has responded, but she's not able to tow her down. And I think that Isla from Ashburton has responded, but she's not going to be able to tow her down because Isla Dunstan Arms is about to cross the line now, and Ashburton 1 is going to follow through in second, and a great row from Lila Jack has taken us out to third. But who's going to get fourth? It looks like, is it? No, it's not Mia Brown, sorry. It's who came up through. Q4, that was Columba College. Columba College has come through to take the 4th spot and overtook the Canterbury 1 rower, Toby Rees, on the far side. So congratulations there, Isla Dunstan Arms, for the winning the Women's Club Single Sculls. Meanwhile, it's the Men's Club Double Pair. Rightio. Oh, a few in this race. We've spoken already about how the system works with who starts and handicaps for Masters grade, so I'm just going to go through this very quickly. Lane 1, Union 5, Chaz and Dominique went on 23. Union 4, Matt and Andrew went on 23 seconds. Cure, Scott and Jonathan went on 23 seconds. Union, Richard and Valentina went on 23 seconds. All of them went on the 23 seconds after the start. They're all grade C. Grade D, Union 2, Paul and Scott went on 19 seconds. Grade E, we've got Union 3, Andrew and Matthew from Union. Otago 1, Stephen and Will. Invercargill, Grant McKenzie and Ian Hamilton. Canterbury 1, Brent, Blair, on E, and then finally the first boat that went away was Wanaka on the far side, Max and Shane, and grade D. And the Invercargill crew, they've got themselves nickname now. Is Grant there, the adaptive rower. It's really improving, but he opens his arms wide, so we call him the Falcon. Ian Hamilton in the strokes there, that boat is the Mouse. The Mouse is chasing the Falcon, or the Mouse is trying to get away from the Falcon. Either way, it makes one of them go faster. And they're doing well over the far side, over there in lane 8. But in the meantime, we've got one of the Union crews coming down here in the Men's Masters double scull. That would be, looks like, is it a Otago 1? Yes, it is. It's a Otago 1. Stephen Craig Pearson, Will Sweetman. They're E grades. They went on 14 seconds after the start, so they've hauled over the rows that went before them. Back there in second place would be, that's another 2 Union crew, I think. Yes, it is. Union 1, Richard Moore and Valentine Frizzels. But they're battling, they're going to be battling there. There's a battle. Is the crew on the far side going to have a go at them? It does look like that's Canterbury 1 of Brent Higgins and Blair Clateworth. They're in E grade as well. Can they overtake them? No, but meanwhile, this Union crew, Richard and Valentine, they're honing down there on the Otago 1 crew, Stephen and Will. They're only half a boat. Canvas now. It's a canvas now, and they keep moving up. Half a canvas now. Otago going to be able to hold them off? I don't think so. No, Union has just rolled over them. Otago comes through in second. Meanwhile, on the inside lane here, creeping through was Union 5, Chaz and Dominique, who come through into third place. And in fourth place is Ian and Grant there, the Falcon and the Mouse. No, they're not, sorry. I lied, that's Canterbury. Came through. Bit of kick there at the end, so that Union crew had a nice bit of kick there at the end to pip the Otago crew. And they'd started on 23 seconds to do that. So they had to make up 23 seconds to overroll this Otago crew. All right, men's novice Cox quadruple sculls. It's the B final. The men's novice Cox quads, the quadruple sculls. B final, they're at the 1,000-metre mark. Who have we got in this race here? Rightio, in lane 1, we've got Selwyn. Lane 2, Whakatupu. Lane 3, Cromwell Composite 1. Ashburton 1. St Bede's College 1. They with Timaru Composite, which is Timaru and St Bede's. They're on those nice centre lanes of lane 5 and 6. Then we've got Oamaru 22 in lane 7. Union Composite 1. That's Union, Avon, Timaru Composite Crew. Christ College 2 in lane 9. And the far side, Otago Boys High 1. And from my position at the moment, that Crompet there, let's see, it does look like some of those far side rowers. Maybe the Otago Boys High crew on the far side there. Bede, Jade and Charlie Asher with Theo as their Cox in the lead, though I would Wouldn't put it past this Cromwell Composite here in lane 3. Duncan and William from Wanaka, and Jake and Bryn from Cromwell, with Eve as the cox there. They look like they're actually in a very handy position as well, but those centre boats are also playing their part. The St. Bede's College too, Samuel Hunter, Luke Darcy and Lockie Cox, and Timaru Composite 4, another Composite 4. Billy and Connor from St. Bede's, and Lachlan and Alfie from Timaru, with Hugo Robertson as the cox there. Looks like that lane 2, and maybe that Whakatipu crew there. I can see the gold boat of Whakatipu crew there in lane 2. Tommy, Henry, Max, Finn, with Izzy Carr as the cox, coached by Brent Jarvis. They are definitely made a move since that 1,000 mark, and they've moved up on that Cromwell Composite crew. Got that red boat there, St. Bede's. I think they've dropped behind a little. I think they've just come off the pace there a little. And in fact, that Timaru Composite inside them have dropped back a bit as well. It's that Whakatipu crew on the inside. Looks like 1 and 10, and possibly 1 and 10. That Whakatipu crew on the inside are looking pretty good. The Otago Boys High School out there on their own over there, lonely lane 10. They're also looking really good. And as we just see at the 1,000 metre mark, I think, not the 1,000 metre mark, they're just crossing one of the lines now. Yeah, I think that Whakatipu crew's in the game. Back on the lane 1 there is Selwyn, but they're actually a bit out of it now. This is a Whakatipu crew, and I think Cromwell Composite crew has responded to them. They're going to race side by side. It's a bit like Henley, lane 2 and 3. Two boats off against each other. Sometimes that can actually push you along and make a difference. It's hard to do that if it's, for example, lane 2 trying to race lane 10. It's just that little bit harder, but the boat side beside you, oh my goodness. Just gives you that little extra boost. And then we've got Otago Boys over in the far side. They've got no one pushing them like that. They're not worrying about Christ College. They're back about 2 boat lengths on them. But they're probably looking across. Maybe the Coxon's looking across, and they're seeing what they can see. So we've got, at this stage, we've got Whakatipu 2, lane 2, lane 3, and lane 10. Who's going to hit that 250 boys first? In fact, I think it's Whakatipu. Oh boy. Yeah, Whakatipu just over this Composite crew. Gosh, for Composite crew, they're doing really well. I hope they're trained well. They must train together, but their Otago Boys High School crew on the other side are actually just a drop behind them now, and the St. Bede's are moved into that 3rd position there. But the Whakatipu crew are now putting the heat on. Can the Composite crew there, Cromwell, Wanaka Composite crew respond? Yes, they're actually having a go at them. These are these 2 Central Otago crews, though. Whakatipu is part of the Southland Rowing Association. I guess the area is Central Otago. Whakatipu crew are responding. I can see some of their heads looking across to this Composite crew. Meanwhile, on the far side, Otago Boys, they're doing their best as well, but I just think their rating's off. Their boat isn't moving as swiftly as Whakatipu and Cromwell Composite. They are digging it in. Them it's toe-to-toe. Whakatipu and Union and Cromwell Composite crew. Whakatipu, Cromwell Composite crew. It's almost a surge difference. It's almost, I think the Whakatipu crew took it over that Cromwell Wanaka crew just on the surge. And over on the far side, is the Otago Boys going to hold of St. Bede's? They could be. Oh, they just did. And that was just the B final. Boy, now we're up for a treat. It's going to be the A final. Who knows what will happen? Rightio, this is the men's novice quadruple sculls A final. Righty go. They're actually past 1,000 and they're coming up to the 750 to go. So we've got in lane 1, Otago 1, 2, Invercargill 1, Wairau 11, Dunstanar 1, Whakatipu 1 there, and St Bede's College 1 there in lane 5 and 6. Wanaka 1 in lane 7, Timaru 31 in lane 8, Timaru 30 in lane 9, and Christ College over in the far lane in lane 10. It's those dominant middle positions again. I can see a red boat from here. That must be St Bede's. They actually look like they're in a very good place indeed, although they're not solely out in front there. We've got a crew there, Wairau there in lane 3. Yep. A Whakatipu crew Dunstan Arms just outside them in lane 4. And then over the far side, looks like what's one of the Timaru crews. Is that Timaru 30? Yes, that's Timaru 30. So the game is on for these lads. They're coming up to the 500. I mean, the game is on from the start. It's an endurance race, 2000 endurance race, and what have you got at the end? What? St Bede's College. That'll be Arlo, Sawyer, William, Fletcher, and Seth Knights as their cocks there. He'll be looking over. I reckon he'll be looking over, and he'll be seeing that Timaru boat. He'll be worried, maybe a bit worried about that. The stroke will be looking back and seeing all the other boats, saying, hey, we're in good position here. We've got at least a boat or so length over these other ones. So who's going to hit these 250 boys first? And it's definitely going to be the St Bede's crew. Yep, they're in there. They're 250. Any other boats come through? Oh, this Wairau crew has come through pretty quick. This Wairau crew. Cooper, William, Max and Isaac there with Henry McKendry as the cocks. He'll be see the boats in front. He'll be calling. He knows what the call is. St Bede's up. All three have whipped it up. Rate's gone up. Are they getting much push? Who's flowing? Yes, St Bede's have got a nice flow on there. Boy, they're good for novices. That boat's flowing. They're actually getting traction with that and they're moving. So is this Wairau crew. Timaru on the far side, they don't seem to be quite getting that run like these crews are, but St Bede's is now pulling it away. They've put a boat length over the Timaru 30 crew on the far side, and here come Wairau. They are flying down the track. They are really seriously looking at second. They're out of the contention for first, I think. St Bede's are going to take it, and they're about to cross the line and say 1, 2, 3, done. Wairau, here they come. They took it to a boat length behind St Bede's. And behind them, here we go, is the Timaru 30 crew. In the meantime, Whakatipu came tearing up the middle there to take the 4th slot and roll over this Dunstan Arm crew inside them. So well done, St Bede's College on that win. Wairau 11 for second place, and Timaru on the taking the third of the men's novice Cox quadruple sculls A final. Let's see how they go. They've got 3 weeks to see how they can improve and change for the South Island Champs. Rightio. Girls under 17, race 224. Girls under 17, double sculls. B final. Eight crews. Wairau 1. Libby and Emily. Oamaru 23. Emily and Tessa. Timaru 41. Mia and Maisie Jane. Marion College there in lane 5. Annabelle and Jenna. Invercargill 1. Trinity and Tiziana in lane 6. Waihopai 1. Amelia and Olivia in lane 8 and 9. Timaru, Leah and Skylar, and Timaru 1. Rachel and Tara Lee. What the arrow forming here, there does look like there's a crew that is actually is out in front at the moment. I will just, so I can pick the colours here. Possibly Marion College there. Is it Marion College? No, in fact, I think it's this Invercargill crew. I think it's Trinity Duncan and Tiziana Mazzadia Chirarini, coached by the young Tate Tyree and Kira Houston, are doing great learning coaches and doing a great job with these girls. They've definitely got good rapport, and it looks like those two girls are possibly out in front. Tizzy came to Invercargill Rowing Club a number of years ago. She was only a young thing, but she'd been rowing from Argentina. She'd been training in the single over there at age 12. She joined with some older girls. She made a great coxswain for a year or so and then started rowing. And now she's one of the age group. She's one of the top rowers. And it seems to me they are in the pole position here. This is Invercargill 1. This is the girls under 17B final. And I think they've probably got a boat for 2 lengths over the outside boat. So they've got Marion College on their bow side, and they've got Waihopai 1, another Invercargill club, on their stroke side. Though Waihopai is a bit further back than these ones. It's the Marion College crew that are in second place. Possibly over with Timaru 12 there, Leah Newlove and Skylar Seymour, coached by Dean Milne. Perhaps it's them maybe up there with Marion College in that second place with Waihopai plonked in the middle. And I think that the Waihopai crew of Amelie Duffel and Olivia Rutledge, coached by Diane Jenkins there, I think they might actually have dragged themselves and are competing for that third position at the moment, or even the second position. But it's Invercargill 1, Trinity and Tiziana, who are in control of this race at the moment. They're at the head of the arrow. They can look straight back in their peripheral vision. They can see the boats either side and respond to them. Marion College 1 is in the next position at number 2. They've maybe got a boat length. Who's in Marion College here? It's Annabelle Carter and Jenna Brennan have got a boat length back to the Waihopai crew of Amelie Duffy and Olivia Rutledge. That's one of the famous Southland Rutledge family. She must be the granddaughter of Lester Rutledge, the Southland player, and was in All Black too, I think. Yeah, big stalwart rugby family down here. But anyway, they're out rowing, and her dad rowed as well. In fact, I think he rowed yesterday. Jason rowed in might have been the intermediate race. But at the moment here, it's the Invercargill crew of Trinity and Tiziana. They are got just 100 metres to go, maybe 75 metres to go, I should say. They're putting it down. The Marion College is having a go, but meanwhile, I hope I have been past that third. In fact, we've got this crew here, Timaru 41, Mia Sutherland and Maisie Jane Chapman. They're having a go. They want to go. They're not going to make the first. They're going for second. They've overwrapped the Waihopai crew. They're coming down very quick on this Marion crew, just pulled through to second. Then it's Timaru, then it's Waihopai, who just got through before being pipped by a very fast finishing Oamaru crew, Emily Wainwright and Tessa Wright. Now we're going to move on. That was the girls under 17 double sculls. Under 17 double sculls. Now it's the B final. Now it's the A final. Lane 1 to lane 10. Well, I'm going to whip through these quickly. We've got Whakatipu, Marion College, Kashmir 1, Burnside 2, Burnside 1, Oamaru 22, Ashburton 2, Avonside 1, Timaru 11 and St Andrew College 1. Middle lanes, Burnside 1, Oamaru 22. And it does look like Burnside 1, Melissa Irvine and Amy Muncaster, coached by Christine Blackford and Robert Meets, are there in the... Well, hold on, no. Take it back, Frank, take it back. There's Sidement on the far side. That's a Timaru crew. Timaru 11. Jasmine Payne, Kate Keard, coached by Dean Milne. They're over in lane 9. And I think they're the ones that are leading at the moment. Over there in lane 9, they've got clear boat... Definitely from the boats round the inside of them. It's a bit harder to tell across to that Burnside 1 crew. But they will be the 2 crews I'm picking at the moment. Third place is looking a little bit trickier. Could be the Kashmir 1 maybe. Kashmir 1, Lucy O'Connor and Maylee Lloyd. Or even on the inside here, that Whakatipu 1, Caitlin Perdue and Caitlin Roberts. Caitlin. But at the moment, it's looking very clear water between Burnside 1, Melissa and Amy, over with Jasmine and Kate from Timaru in the far lanes. Looking at the angle here, I think they're pretty even. My glasses is hard. The glasses to get them both in the one shot as they pass the 250. I can't do it. I'm just going to have to swivel my head. But both of them have got at least 4 boat lengths over the next boat, which is either a Oamaru boat there or perhaps a Marion College, actually, who come through the 250 first. Oh, I couldn't tell. That was close. Actually, I think... Oh, no, I'm not even going to say. Not even going to say. So at this stage, it's Timaru 11 and Burnside 1. Melissa, Amy, Jasmine, Kate. Those are the 2. They are the 4 names we're talking about right now because they are going for it. Those 2 crews, they're after number 1. Loser will take second. That's still a damn good race to be done. You know, still to be second in the girls under 17 doubles in the A final. I'm not saying that's not bad, but boy, they're after the A. And it looks like that Burnside there, Melissa and Amy Muncaster are pushing themselves. They've got a little bit faster run on the boat. I think their rating's up, but they're very smooth through the water. Their boat is flowing really well. Timaru are as well, but just not quite moving as quick as this Burnside boat, which is actually stepping them away from half a metre at a time as they cross the line. Timaru 11, and in the meantime, we've got a very fast-flying Whakatipu crew, Caitlin, Purdue and Roberts coming through here, and they've come through very quickly in the last 250 to take out the third position and roll over top of that Marian College crew of Peyton and Sophie. So well done there, Burnside and Timaru and Whakatipu, that first, second and third place in the girls under 17 double sculls A final. Some very nice rowing going out there. It was a pleasure to watch. Okay. Right, the boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. Oh, just a quick reminder here, by the way. Look, a quick reminder from the office. Look, some Shocks headphones have been found. Saying there was a couple who came looking for them yesterday. Please return to the secretary's office. These are for Shocks headphones. I've got a set of them. They're really good. I wouldn't want to lose them. So the couple that came looking for their Shocks headphones yesterday, please return to the secretary's office. There's also some sunglasses have been found in the coffee shop. Some sunglasses have been found. I don't know what kind. They come in myriads of styles, glass, and anything else you want to add to it, colours and stuff. Please come to the Secretary's office. So, Secretary's office for lost property. At the moment, we know we've got Shocks, headphones, and sunglasses. And we're moving on to the boys under 17 Cox quadruple sculls, the B final. I've been scratching. Lane 5, Burnside is scratched. There's 1, 2, 3, 5 boats in this race. Lane 3, St Andrews 2, Wairoa 11. And Lane 6, St Bede's College 1, Timaru 31, and Cashmere 2. And at this race, we can see coming down here that Wairoa have this race well in control. They've set the pace. They've at least pulled out 4 or 5 boat lengths ahead of the rest. They're basically unchallenged, and I would be very surprised if, barring some kind of incident, that they would be pipped in this race as they're coming up to the 250. The second spot will be more interesting. We've got St Andrews College, and is it Cashmere over on the far side there? St Andrews College. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there's only 4 boats in it. So there's obviously been another scratching that I'm unaware of. That's okay. But as we can see, Wairoa 11, Paddy, Jess, Blake, Matthew, and Elijah flights their Cox, coached by Glenn Marfell and Clayton Lindstrom. They have really well under control. They're rowing very nicely. Nice swing there, nice timing, nice low blades. And even though they're well in front, they still put the foot down at the 100 there. The boat responded well to what they did. They picked up their rating. They're still flowing it through. The boat is that boat is running very nicely, very nicely. And then we've got St Andrews College 2 here, and over the far side it must be, is it Timaru there? Sorry, no, it's not. It's a Cashmere. St Andrews College is coming through to take second place over Cashmere, over on the far side. That's St Andrews College. Who's in that boat? That's Oliver, Isaac, George and Bart, and Sienna Curry is the Cox as they cross the line, coached by Liam Park and Timothy Heritage. And then on the far side it was Cashmere 2, Sammy, Jack, Cooper, Charlie, coxed by Ivy, and their coach is Matt Helen for that third place. Right, so that was the boys under 17, the B final. Next up, A final. Well, the lost and founds are starting to flow, and now we've got a silver bracelet found on the ground in the boat park and a stroke coach found in the boat park on Saturday. So silver it'll be one of the, I guess one of the rowers or coaches and that, If you've lost a silver bracelet or a stroke coach in the boat park, and that was lost yesterday, they're in the boat marshal's office. So go and look in the boat marshal's office. That's where the coxswains get weighed in. So where the coxswains get weighed in, just see if those items are there. We've also got a yellow drink bottle that's been found, and it's in the secretary's office, a yellow drink bottle. Rightio, boys under 17 Cox Quadruple Skulls, the A final. Now, there's a wee change here. So in lane 10 was Otago, and it was scratched and replaced by St. Bede's 1. So I actually can't tell you who's in that boat. In the meantime, lane 1, St. Bede's 2. Lane 2, Christ College 1, Cashmere 1, Whakatipu 1. Lane 5 and 6 are owned by Christ College 2, Timaru 30. Lane 7, Shirley Boys High School 1, St. Andrews 1, St. Thomas Canterbury 1. And lane 10, it's now St. Bede's 1. Coming down here through the track. So it's these middle lanes once again. Looks like it's... Is that the yellow Whakatipu boat there? No, it's not a yellow boat, but it's the Whakatipu colours. So they're one of the contenders in this race, I think. But also is that Timaru boat there in lane 6. I think it's the Timaru boat in lane 6 that is about a boat length over the rest at this stage. They're not near to the 250, so I can't tell. Just notice the water's chopping up a bit. It's not nothing to worry about, but the beautiful super calm conditions we had earlier aren't quite happening, though. It's warming up out there with the sun. But anyway, Timaru 30, Lewis, Cooper, Tim, George, Ned Brown's the Cox, coaches Brian Smith and Mac Brown there are in pole position there in lane 6. Inside of them for that second spot, that will be Whakatipu 1. Lewis, Mike, Liam, Ollie and Jesse Glover as the Cox, and the coaches John Morrison and Jasper Crawford. And then it gets tight. So over on the far side, we've got the St. Bede's 1 crew, though I think they're slightly off Shirley Boys 1, Silas, Chris, Ruben, Dominico and James Watson as the Cox. But as you can see, they're already passing. They've come through the 250 now, a lot of these boats. It's the Timaru Boys crew here, holding off the other crews. They've got a boat and a half length over the next crew, which is Whakatipu, who I think are starting to come under a little bit of pressure from the Shirley Boys High School crew there on the other side. But now, oh no, Whakatipu has responded to that. They're having a push. They're pushing away from Shirley Boys. And now Shirley Boys have got to watch out. Christ College 2, Alex, Freddie, Matthew, Thomas, and Joni Simpson. Jonah will be calling it like anything else, and they're putting it on. Shirley Boys has responded to them. In the meantime, Whakatipu is finishing very strong, but there was Timaru that came across in first. Whakatipu 1, and who's going to take the third? It's going to be Shirley Boys just over that Christ College 2 crew who came through very quickly. And over the far side, St. Bede's 1 come through in that 10th slot. So congratulations on that. That was the boys under 17 Cox Quadruple Skull A final. Yeah, just a reminder of that message. We've got shocks, headphones and sunglasses and a yellow drink bottle in the secretary's office. We've got a silver bracelet and a stroke coach in the boat park as we move into the boys under 16 Cox 8 final. Right, we've got 8 in this race. Lane 2, St. Andrews College 1. Christchurch Boys 2, Christchurch Boys 1, side by side. Lane 5 and 6, St. Bede's 1, Christ College 1. Lane 7, 8 and 9, Whakatipu 1, Otago Boys High, Shirley Boys 1. They've gone through the 1,000 there. It would seem to me that lane 1, 2 and 3, St. Andrews 1, Christchurch Boys High School 2, they're a bit off the pace there, probably about 4 or 5 boat lengths. Then we've got, what looks like a quite even line here. So it could be Christchurch Boys High 1, St. Bede's 1, Christ College 1, Whakatipu 1. I think the Whakatipu crew is just back a little on these other ones, maybe by a boat length and a half in a canvas. But it does look like these 3 Christchurch schools, Christchurch Boys, St. Bede's and Christ there are the ones that are at the stage in the top 3 positions. Back from then Whakatipu, then Otago Boys on the far side, and then Shirley Boys on the lane 9 are out of it as well. They're probably really back there with lane 2 and 3. And And I'm thinking it's this Christ College crew coming through. No. So we've got Christchurch, St Bede's. I think St Bede's have got the pole at the moment, not by much. Certainly nothing to get relaxed about. They maybe have a boat length over Christchurch Boys just on their bow side, but on their stroke side, they've got Christ College one who are definitely breathing down their neck as they're coming up to the 250 here. I think they may be over this Christ College crew by maybe half a boat. That's not much. Meanwhile, this Whakatipu crew is making moves. They're making moves. They're making moves on Christchurch Boys 1, which is dropped behind her. And the far side, Otago Boys 1 are actually trying to have a bit of a push as well, but they're still off the pace, and it's getting harder. It gets harder with the 8s to make up this kind of distance. St Bede's are currently in the lead as they're coming up to the 250. They're not by much over the Christ team, and there's who's going to cut through the 250 first. I can see through the boys, and it's St Bede's 1, 2, 3, and then it was Christ College, and then in the meantime we've got a very fast Christchurch Boys coming down here in lane 4. St Bede's, Christ College, Christchurch Boys. St Bede's, Christ College, Christchurch Boys. There is not much in it at all. I think by the look at that, there at the very most is half a boat between any of them, and St Bede's are putting on, but Christ College are finishing very strong. They're walking the dog. They're moving that up. They're moving the bell ball up. They're probably up to number 4 seat now, but is it enough? Is it enough to get done? St Bede's is holding on. In the meantime, Christ College is coming down very, Canterbury is coming down very, Christchurch Boys is coming down really quick. They actually might get the second slot. St Bede's is holding them off. Christchurch Boys came through, rolled over top of Christ to take the second position. So St Bede's 1, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Christ College 1. That's the order of events. Next race is quite, as a singles, is quite far away, so we could probably quick opportunity to name these people here. So we just heard the beeper for Whakatipu and then Otago Boys High, and just on the inside lane here we've got St Andrews College going to pip Christchurch Boys 2, and on the far side Shirley Boys 2. So well, congratulations to St Bede College 1 for the boys under 16 Cox 8 final. Eddie Robertson, Jack Hannaham, Jay Anderson, Rory Wright, Lennox Lowry, William Elliott, Oliver Chum, Conrad Van Herel, Theodore Gibson is the Cox, and coached by Charlotte Charter. So she'll be pleased with that result, I'm sure. Right here, let's go. Women's intermediate single sculls. While we're at it, because they're a bit further away, I'll quickly, and singles do go a little bit slow. Just a quick reminder that if you've got any food, please don't throw it out at the end of the regatta. Bring it to the secretary's office, and that's including refridge items as well. Things like that can be refrigered, stored, cold. Please bring them through. Don't waste that food. It can go to the food bank, and that's a really good cause. So please, leftover food, don't just throw it out in the rubbish. One of the last regattas, they found a whole lot of food in the rubbish, which was actually recycled to the food bank. It was in such good condition. So don't throw the food out. Take it to the secretary's office, and then it'll go to the food bank, and feel good about it. Also, I think this is still going on, that South Island Rowing is offering a limited number of campsites for self-contained motorhomes and caravans for regattas at $30 per night for 2 persons. So if you're interested in that, please register at the Secretary's office. Māori Cup's coming up this year. This might be something you want to think about. Though, to be honest, I would hope you've got your accommodation sorted now, because you're not going to find it easy. But if you've got a camper van or caravan and you missed out on the accommodation, that could be opportunity. Go and talk to the Secretary's office. South Island Rowing may have the answer for you. And last call I'm going to do on lost items: shocks, headphones and sunglasses, and a yellow drink bottle in the Secretary's office, and a silver bracelet and a stroke coach is in the boat park, found in the boat park or at the boat marshal's office. That is where the Coxon's weigh in. Right here, the women's intermediate single sculls. This is the B final, 10 in this race: Ashburton 1, Gretchen Ross; Invercargill 2, Piper Marshall; Invercargill 1, Millie Hackett; Colombo 2, Liv Campbell; Otago 1, Mila Hill; Whakatipu 1, Caitlin Julian; Lane 7, St Margaret's, Katie Pascal; Avon 2, Nina Mackay; Wairoa 2, Michelle Ponder West, and in lane 10, North End 2, Emma Basketville. Coming through the 1,000 now. Quite a spread out field here, though. It does look like there's one row that I think is dominating this event. Oh, maybe two, maybe two. Let's see if we can just pick out who it is. I can only count 8 in this race, so that just makes it a little bit harder to figure out who they might be. Pick the colours there, they're darker colours. Six, right, now I can see them all now. That would be Whakatipu 1. They're in lane 6. Caitlin Julian, coached by Jimmy Kavanagh. It looks like she's in a very dominant position at the moment here, quite well out in front of the other boats. The next nearest, well, that's a bit hard to tell. It could be Emma Baskerville and North End there over on the far side. But yes, Whakatipu 1, Caitlin Julian is in the lead of the Women's Intermediate Single Sculls B final. Meantime, are there any other boats creeping up on the other side of her? That's St Margaret's College 1, Katie Pascoe. She could be, she's not in that position for the first slot at the moment, but she could well be in that fight for second, which might be quite even. That looked like it could be. North End could be Emma Baskerville, Emma Baskerville's St Margaret's College, or is it St Margaret? Yes, St Margaret's College. Mila, that's Katie Pascal. Mila Hall, Liv Campbell from Columba College 2, Millie Hackett from Invercargill 1, Piper Marshall, Invercargill 2 is probably a bit more out of it. Ashburton, Gretchen Ross. So it's actually quite an even field there for the potential second and third spots. That could be a battle, but in the meantime, Caitlin Julian from Whakatipu 1 has this well in hand. She's got probably about 4 boat lengths up on the others at the moment. I remember, you can pick up speed very quickly. You can move a single or get it going, accelerate it very quickly if you need to, or you usually need to, because that's why you do it. But that's a lot of ground to make up if they want to catch Caitlin Julian. So I'm going to confidently pick her as being the winner of the Women's Intermediate Single Sculls in the B final. And then we're looking at St Margaret's. So that's Katie Pascal there over in lane 7. But in the meantime, we've also got Gretchen Ross here. Is it from Ashburton? I think she dug it in and she moved it up quietly here on the inside lane. She's moved it up quietly on the inside lane. So these two are moving up quite quickly. Also lane 4, Columba College. Liv Campbell has also moved up. Sadly, the Invercargill rows have dropped back a bit. As we see Caitlin Julian from Whakatipu there, gone through the 100. The others are just reaching the 100 metres to go now. But in the meantime, yes, it's Ashburton 1. It's Gretchen there. Gretchen is putting it on. She's trying to tow back. The St Margaret's girl over the far side has unfortunately dropped back. But Liv Campbell from Columba College 2 has really picked it up and come through very quickly. But here comes Ashburton. Gretchen Ross is flying down this course. Boy, she's got that boat moving. Looks like one of those Mardi Cup boats that get issued to rows. She's hurning away past. She's rolled over top of Liv Campbell from Columba College, and who took the 3rd position in the B final. And then we go back to Mila Hill from Otago girls in 4th, as we hear the St Margaret's, the 2 Invercargill girls row through now. So that's the Women's Intermediate Single Scull. We're going to move on because the A final is coming down. That was the B. Here comes the A. Who we got in the A? Rightio, let's whoop through these. They're moving pretty quick. So, lane 1, Canterbury 1, Natalie Walsh, Otago Girls 2, Kira Nicholson, Union 1, Felissa Wright, Dunstan 2, Maria Theresa Shareems, Timaru 20, Hayla Tairua, Columba College 1, Lucy Earl, Dunstan 1, Isla Westlake, Whakatipu 2, Liberty Hyde, Timaru 12, Greta Murray, and on the far side, Avon 1, Isabel Galvin. That's the A final of the Intermediate Single Sculls. Dunstan Arms 1, Isla Westlake, coached by Simon Smith. Pole position now over there in lane 7. 2 or 3 boat lengths over the next nearest boat. Who could that be? That could be Columba College 1, Lucy Earle, coached by Ashton White and Beth Anderson there. I think those two are reasonably clear, although Whakatipu 2, Liberty Hyde, coached by Jimmy Kavanagh there over in lane 8, would be putting a bit of pressure on Lucy from Columba College there. But as we saw in the last race, these boats can move really quickly and get them down pretty quickly. Can come through very quickly, but Dunstan Arms, Isla is in pole position there. She's got a good eye view of any challenges, but she would be rowing to her own plan. She's just hitting the 250 now, and she's picked it up already, moving it away. Not picked it up a lot, but just enough. You could see the slight change in the position there, and just as we do that, we can see Columba College come through. We see Lucy Earle come through into second place. Yeah, she's definitely taken off over the far side there. Timaru 12, Greta Murray. Where's that? Oh, I'm sorry, the Whakatipu Crew girls back a bit there. And now the leading boats are actually starting to pull away from the rest. That's Isla from Dunstan Arm, Lucy Earle from Columba College 2 in second spot. We're looking at Timaru there, Greta Murray there in a 3, although she might get a little bit of challenge here. And there's inside this red boat here, Dunstan Arms 2, Maria Theresa Sheems, coached by Lauren Gibb. She may take her for that 3rd position. In the meantime, we're about to get the buzzer here as Isla Westlake from Dunstan Arms coming through. She's probably about 5 strokes away from finishing. Lucy from Columba College is coming behind her, but here comes Dunstan Arms 2. Maria is coming down very quickly. She's going to roll Greta from Timaru. If Timaru doesn't respond, the Timaru rower either hasn't seen or hasn't responded or has nothing left, because the Dunstan Arms, Maria Theresa Sheems, has just gone through, taking the 3rd spot over Greta Murray from Timaru. And we come back to the 5th place A5. That's Timaru 20, Hayley Tairua, coached by Brian Smith. Yep, some deep breaths there. The boats, the girls aren't lying back. You're not allowed to do that anymore. As soon as a rower lies back, then it's assumed that they're actually a safety issue, and an umpire boat or a safety call will go out to them. But they definitely got their heads bowed. They put everything into that race. Well done. Rightio. Novice time. Women's Coxed 4. B final. Everything's running smoothly to time. They're up to the 1,000-metre mark. It's 12:51. The race was targeted. This is race 231 of the Women's Novice Cox 4B final. It was targeted to go off at 12:46. So I would say they must have. So everything's running nicely on time. There'll be another successful running day that we're having here. It's really good. Everything's going really well. Lovely to see. So in this race, we've got St Margaret's College 2, Columba College 2, Columba College 1, Rangiru 3, Kashmir 2, Rangiru 4, Star 21, Timaru 11, and St Andrew's College 1 way over there in lane 10. So that's 9 boats in this race from lane 2 to lane 10. And it's not clear that there's anyone who's actually owning this race right at this moment. Actually only see 8 boats in this race, so I'm just wondering if one is scratched. If I can just pick that out now. Well, there's a Colombo College crew here that are definitely in a good position here on one of these inside lanes. That could be, it's probably Colombo College 1, I would assume, but actually, no, it might be Colombo College 2. Let's see, there's a boat back behind them. It's a Rangirua boat, so it'll be, let's assume it's Colombo College 2, may have been scratched from this race, and this is Colombo College 1 are currently in the lead. Don't take my word for that yet, because then we've got a Rangirua girls crew that's further back. Cashmere Crew. I think it's the Cashmere Crew there in the lead. So that's in lane 6. Trudy Levitt, Brooke Haley, Annabelle Dudder, Emily Muller and Zoe Perrin as the Cox, coached by Abby Higgins. That would be the boat that I'd pick that's in the lead at the moment, as well as this Colombo College crew there down from Otago, but I'm not up from Otago. Just can't quite see which one it is. Let's assuming that it's the A crew of Mia, Avicia, Pippa, Emily and Chloe Bryan is the Cox there, although it's this Cashmere crew that are currently in the lead. Nestled in between them, Rangiruru 3 are also probably in third position there, along with Star Boating Club over there in lane 8. Chloe, Abby, Carries, Alexandra and Coco Jackson as the Cox there, but you can definitely see that it's Cashmere here. Just got a little bit of a boat length over this Colombo College crew. If I could just... And it looks like actually Colombo College 3, which would be Millie Garsale, Ava, Sophie, Lucy and Stella Ingalls as the Cox here that's coming through. I can't actually quite see the number here. Let's see if we... B3, yes it is. So it wasn't Colombo College 4, it was Colombo College 2 that are up there in the leading boat at the moment, up against Cashmere 2. So it's Colombo, it's the 2-2 crews. This is for the B final. Colombo College 2 there. They're pulling away now from Cashmere. It did seem like Cashmere was leading, but Colombo College 2 do seem to be having the stronger finish here. They've definitely upped their rate. They're moving the boat faster. Cashmere don't. They've upped the rate now, but I think the Vis might have left it a bit late. Now they're getting the boat to move. They've already... they're already a boat length behind, a boat and a half. There's Colombo College 2 there. Move away through them. That's you heard the beeper now. Followed by Cashmere 2. And then we come back about 4 boat lengths back to the next crew, which will be Rangiruru 5, Rangiruru 3 are going to come through in the third position. So that's the 1, 2 and 3 of the Colombo College 2, Cashmere 2, Rangiruru 3. There's the 1, 2 and 3 for the women's novice Cox for the B final. So I'm going to flick over to the A final now because the A finalists have hit the 1,000 metre mark. So well done girls for reaching the B final. And now we're going into the A final. There are 10 in this event. In lane 1, St Margaret's 1, Christchurch Girls 1, Avonside 1, Rangiruru 2, Oamaru 2, Rangiruru 1, Christchurch Girls 2, Oamaru 23, Union 1 and Amaru 1, way there over in lane 10. And we've got some clear leaders in this boat race as well. Lane 6, Rangiruru 1, Sophie Davidson, Poppy Mal, Emilia Hardyside, Mia Tucker and Charlie White is the Cox, coached by Fia Peterson. That's in lane 6. Taking a boat or so over there inside. Just inside them, though, is Oamaru, Hunter McClay, Summer Brosnad, Matilda Isbitster, Grace Webster and Greer Dixon, the Cox, coached by the Oamaru coaches. So they obviously share a bit of the coaching there. They're in second position there, but it looks like this Rangiruru crew is in a good point at the moment. They're pointing the arrow. They're probably a boat length ahead over this Oamaru crew. Third place looks like it's going to be interesting at this stage. They're the two clear, definite ones. But then we've got Christchurch Girls High School 2, Oamaru 23, Union, maybe Timaru 1 there over in the far side of the 3 for the 3. 3 for third. And yet, at the same time, we've got Rangiruru Girls 2 over in lane 4 there. Rangiruru Girls over there in lane 4. So it could be any of those for third at the moment, as we continue to see Rangiruru 1 and the women's novice Cox 4 controlling the race at the front there. I can just see their rating picked up a little there, and I do see it from the Oamaru 22. They put the Cox probably gave the call to try and pick it up a bit. Their rating's going up. They are rating faster than this Rangiruru crew. Are they making the boat move as well, though? I think they are actually. I think they're ticking it along a bit. They might be biting into this Rangiru crew a little. They're still a bit off though. Now it looks like they've got over a boat. They've still got over a boat length to crawl back onto them, and they're coming up to the 250 now. But meanwhile, in the third place, we've got Christchurch Girls High School 2 and Oamaru 2 there, battling just behind them. There, these two front boats though. 20 Oamaru 22 and Rangiru 2. Oamaru 22 and Rangiru 1 are out in front, and Rangiru 1 has just pedalled it down. They are moving away. They've now got a boat length over them. It's quite interesting. They've got a nice slower style, but they are moving the boat very well compared to this other crew. But that's often the way. Rating high doesn't mean speed. Oh, they've upped it now though. Rangiru 1 have upped it now. They're going to make sure this Oamaru crew aren't going to come down and roll over top of them. So back in third place, who have we got? We've got a bit more interest going on here. We've got Christchurch Girls 2 and Oamaru 23. Those two are now competing for third place. That's side by side. When you get side by side boats, it's a bit like Henley. They really push each other along, and they are mulling themselves into third position. But the Rangiru Girls 2 are starting to move it down the track, but they're not, I don't think, going to roll the other two for third, as we just hear Rangiru 1 cross the line, followed by Oamaru 22. Meanwhile, we're back to Christchurch Girls and Oamaru 22. That's Christchurch Girls 2 and Oamaru 23, I should say. Christchurch Girls ahead of canvas over Oamaru 23. They've only got a canvas on them, but they're holding it. They're holding it there. There's no change in position there as they're coming up to the line. And this is Christchurch Girls High School 2, third, in the Women's Novice Cox 4A final, just pipping Oamaru 23. So Rangiru Girls 1, congratulations on taking that out. Oamaru 22 for second, and third, Christchurch Girls High School. And I'm going to hand you over to Will now, who's going to take you through the next session. Thanks for listening. This is my last one. Everyone have a safe journey home, safe travels and all that. Make sure you pack up and take everything out, including all your rubbish with you. And I'll hand it over to Will now.
All right, just entering the final stages now is the men's Inti double sculls. We've got the B final, so we're looking at lane 1, Dunstanam 2, lane 2, Wanaka 1, lane 3, Cashmere High School 2, lane 4, Cashmere High School 1, lane 5, Burnside High School 2, lane 6, Union 1, lane 7, Burnside High School 1, lane 8, Selwyn Rowing 2, lane 9, St Thomas of Canterbury 2, and lane 10, Otago Boys High 1. And you can see pretty clearly it is lane 4, Cashmere High School, number 1, Daniel O'Keefe and James Gibby, coached by Matt Allen, doing a pretty stellar job in this B final for the men's Inti double. About 3 lengths behind them would be Burnside High School 1, Lucas Cochran and Mitch Cowan, coached by Christina Blackford and Stephanie Barker Burns, who will take the second, and then a bit of a battle for third on the inside there. You got Dunstanam number 2, Harper Rule and Kiowa O'Neill, as well as, I'd say that's Union in lane 6, Valentine Frizzles and Blake Waterhouse, coached by Lisa Manson. So I'd say it's just barely going to be Dunstanam on the inside, so good row there from the outside lanes to get the third there. Right, A final just coming into the final 500 metres. We've got lane 1, Nelson 2, Luca Marfel, Harrison Roberts. Lane 2, Wairo 11, Tom Dunn and Ollie Sagers. Lane 3, Dunsnam 1, Boston Irving Dowling and Aidan O'Doherty. Lane 4, Cromwell 1, Jack Spriggs and Stan Langvik. Lane 5, Timaru 31, Charlie Cooper and Josh Shadler. Lane 6, Omaru 22, Jacob Rawback and Ike Newlands Carter. Lane 7, Wakatipu number 1, Liam Major and Cameron Hall. Lane 8, Selwyn Rowing 1, Fergus Johnson and Samuel Lindors. Lane 9, Nelson 3, Raphael Ardos Hiller and Matteo Ardos Hiller. And then lane 10 is Nelson number 1, Harry Booker and Cooper Nichols. And I've called their names quite a few times during this regatta. It is that Omaru double that we're looking at. Jacob Rawback and Ike Newlands Carter are really putting out a performance here in this A final of the men's Inti double. So you'll be looking at the yellow and the black here, middle of the field. So they would have had a good race yesterday, and they're definitely backing up the performance today as well. Looking for the second place. Might be looking to the blue cross of Timaru inside of them. Dunsnam as well. Looks like a bit of a battle between those two, as well as the green row suit of Selwyn out there. Look to Nelson as well on the outside, so quite a battle for second between Timaru and Dunsnam. Just a bit further back is Selwyn sitting in fourth. So the Timaru crew made up of Charlie Cooper and Josh Shadler, and then Dunsnam number 1 made of Boston Irving Dowling and Aidan O'Doherty. So look between Dunsnam. Dunsnam's moving on the inside. Dunsnam's got the momentum. It's going with them. Timaru's going to need to back up the performance as Omaru's through the last 100 metres now. So it's Dunsnam currently with the momentum going into the final 100 metres, but Timaru's just taken a step up again. Letsu's got the lead. I think it's with Timaru now. Timaru's got the lead barely over Dunsnam. It's close between these two schools for second and third. Dunsnam just half a canvas behind Timaru. Timaru's got the charge. They've now got the momentum. They've taken their rating up and they're really attacking this final 100 metres here. Steering's going a bit haywire, but that doesn't matter. They're in front. They've got the lead. They've done it dirty, but they've gotten the second place here by just half a length over Dunstanam. Omaru takes out the win there. Then we go to Selwyn, inside to Wairo, and Nelson on the outside there. Then we go to Cromwell, inside to Nelson, number 2. And then we have Wakatipu and another Nelson crew rounding out the field there. Next up, we've got a very good event. We've got the men's Prem Coxless Quads. Probably one of the fastest events of the day. We'll be curious to see what time they get. Probably under the 6:20 mark in these conditions, I'd hope. Lane 2, we've got Nelson 1, Ollie Hawkins, Ryan Flintoff, Sam Johnston and Flynn Mercer. Lane 3, Dunsnam number 4, Jed Tisdale, Roland Ozan, Oliver Hamilton, Harrison 3rd. Lane 4, Avon 1, George Johnson, Penn Allen, Power Sullivan and Jimmy Middleditch. Lane 5, Dunsnam number 3, Angus Lowe, Josh Bartlett, Matthew King and Hamish Yeatman. Lane 6, Dunsnam number 1, Harry Lightfoot, Charlie Manson, Matthew O'Meara and Henry Clatworthy. Lane 7, Dunsnam number 2, Lewis Meets, Sam Barnett, Luke Brock and Finn Allison. Lane 8, Avon number 2, Charlie Poulter, Joshua Clark, Luke Tompkins and Logan Freshwater. And then lane 9 is Avon number 3, Toby Tridgeter, Didier Marks, Sam Mones and Lawrence Birch. And it looks like quite a close lineup as we go to the last 500 here. We'll be seeing the green, yellow and blue of Dunstanam. Let's see which crew that is. I want to say that is lane number 6, Dunstanam number 1, Harry Lightfoot, Charlie Manson, Matthew O'Meara and Henry Clatworthy leading the field here. Outside of them, currently sitting in second, I'd have to give it to Dunstanam number 2. So everything going to schedule for the Dunstanam 1 and 2 crews. They're doing it well. They're currently in front of the 2 Avon crews. Maybe third place just going inside to that Avon crew as well as Dunstanam number 3. So they're probably battling on the inside there. And I think Avon number 1 might just be tracking down that Dunstanam number 2 crew as they both into the last 250 metres. I'd give it to Dunstan number 2. Not a bad performance from Avon number 2 on the outside as well, but these Prem events, they go very quick, and it is Dunstan number 1 just leading by length over their number 2 crew. Avon number 1 being tracked down by Dunstan number 3. Dunstan number 3 is looking for that third place, and so it's Avon number 2. Avon number 2, great performance on the outside, trying to roll over their number 1 crew, but Dunstan number 1 just a length over their number 2 crew. Number 2 crew's opened up to a length over Avon number 1. Dunstan number 3 closing down on Avon number 1 fast, as well as Avon number 2. Look at the lineup for third place. Dunstan number 2 separated away from the rest of the field, but the lineup for third, it's Avon number 1, Avon number 2, and Dunstan number 3. Dunstan number 3's got that momentum. Avon number 2 charging on the outside as well. Dunstan number 3's opened up to a canvas over Avon number 1. Avon number 1 just rolling over their number 2 crew. It's going to be Dunstan 1, 2, and 3. Then Avon number 1 to Avon number 2. Go back to Dunstan number 4, Nelson number 1, and Avon number 3 will round out the field there. So times for the A final of the men's Inti double. Oamaru rowing at a time of 7:13.65. Timaru sitting at a 7:21.99, and then Dunstan sitting at a 7:23. Another good event, we've got the men's under-19 Coxed Quad. You're looking at Lane 1, Shirley Boys High School 1, Lane 2, Christ College 2, Lane 3, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Lane 4, Oamaru 22, Lane 5, Wakatipu number 1, Lane 6, Otago number 1, Lane 7, Christ College number 1, Lane 8, Otago Boys High number 1, and Lane 9, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1. There has been a silver bangle found in the boat park. Go to the Secretary's office to pick it up if you are missing a silver bangle. It was found in the boat park. Well, times for that Prem Cox Quad, very quick. 6:08.1 for Dunstan number 1, 6:11.62 for Dunstan number 2, and Dunstan number 3 running at a time of 6:13.51. Coming past the 500 metres, and we've got a very good race here. It's between Wakatipu and Otago, I believe. Wakatipu leading by canvas, coming past the 500 metre mark, and Christ College, who had a very good performance yesterday, holding on to that third position. Again, more of a sweeping school, but they're deciding to have a crack at the sculling things, and they're doing well. They're challenging the top 2 sculling schools at the moment, but it is definitely Wakatipu and Otago at the moment. I think that Otago crew might be John McGlashan, if I'm not mistaken, but Wakatipu just leading by canvas over Otago number 1. Then we go back to Christ College on a bit of an island. They'll have to keep internal here. They'll have to have their Cox, who is Gabrielle Bevan, sort of giving a bit of self-motivation, maybe some technical tips as they come down in that last part of the race. Probably want to get that rating up as well, trying to take these top crews in Wakatipu and Otago. So this Wakatipu number 1 crew made up of Finn Henderson, Liam Faley, Max Davis, Ollie Watson, and Jesse Glover is the Cox, coached by John Morrison and Jasper Crawford, and they're holding off the crew from Otago, Alexander Hatchell, Gus Carr, Ethan Shirley, Ashton McNair, Matthew Hall as the Cox, coached by Mike Hill and Will Sweetman. And it's a battle. It is a battle. It's Wakatipu at the moment. Wakatipu's just opened up a wee bit more, I think. Otago just, it's close. It's closer than I thought. Otago's actually tracking them down. Otago's got their rating up, and they're really attacking it. Quarter of a canvas. Wakatipu's still got the lead, but Otago is closing, coming down to the final section of the race. Quarter of a canvas to Wakatipu, maybe just going to half a canvas now. Wakatipu will take it over the line by a canvas over Otago. Then we go back to Christ College, who have been tracked down by Oamaru and Christchurch Boys on the inside there. Then going to Otago Boys High, inside to Christ College number 2, then Shirley Boys and St Thomas. Next up, we have the women's Prem double and the women's senior double. So lanes 1 to 5 is Prem, and then lanes 7 to 9 is senior. Lane 1, Avon 2, Abby Higgins and Thea Murdy. Lane 2, Dunsnam number 3, Olivia Key and Emma Spittle. Lane 3, Dunsnam number 2, Olivia Pybinger and Millie Scott. Lane 4, Dunsnam number 1, Madison Neal and Bella Breen. Lane 5 is Avon number 1, Tegan Smith and Harriet Williams. Then we go to the senior crews. We've got Dunsnam number 2, Isla Nicholson and Maggie Hepburn. Lane 8, Cashmere High School number 1, Charlotte Clatworthy and Alary Clare. And lane 9, Cashmere High School number 2, Zoe Clark and Millie Brooks. Time for that under 19 quad was a 6:43.12 for Wakatipu, then a 6:43.72 for Otago, and then a 6:52.19 for Christ. Entering the last 500 now is the women's Prem and senior double. We are looking to the inside. Again, it is the green, yellow and blue of Dunstan Arm, pretty typical for the sculling events. Seeing Cashmere on the outside, which is a senior double. Actually performed pretty well, but they're currently sitting in 4th. I think we're looking 1, 2, 3 in. So lane 3, you're looking at Dunstan Arm number 2, Olivia Pybinger and Millie Scott. Then they're followed by Dunstan Arm number 1, Madison Neal and Bella Breen, both coached by Simon Smith. And then going inside to Dunstan Arm number 3 for that 3rd spot, which is Olivia Key and Emma Spittle. So Dunstan Arm looking to take a 1, 2, 3 in the Prem double, and then looks to be Cashmere High School number 1, Charlotte Clatworthy and Alary Clare looking to try and take that senior double out. So Dunstan Arm 1, 2, 3, all pretty well spread. I say that, but I think Dunstan Arm number 3 is actually challenging Dunstan Arm number 1 at the moment. So Dunstan Arm number 3 having a charge on the inside. They're both about 2 lengths away from Dunstan Arm number 1, maybe 2.5 lengths. But I think Dunstan Arm number 2 is the one leading it. Dunstan Arm number 1 just sitting, maybe about half a length in front of Dunstan Arm number 3. So Dunstan Arm number 3 trying to step it up, trying to take over the number 1 Dunstan Arm crew. It's going to only be about 70 metres runway, so it's pretty close. Dunstan Arm number 2 takes it out. Dunstan Arm number 1 just holding off the number 3 crew. It's going to be about half a length, opening up to about 3/4 of a length as we come to the buzzer. Then we go to Avon number 2, who will be the final crew in the Prem double, but they might be taken over by the senior double. Cashmere High School number 1, Charlotte Clatworthy and Alary Clare are just going to best that Avon double. So seniors rolling over some of the Prem crews. Very impressive from that Cashmere crew. Then we go to Avon number 1 in the middle. That's another Prem double. And then we go to Dunstan Arm number 2, a senior double. Next up, we have the men's club coxless pair. This is the B final coming down now. We've got Lane 2, Burnside High School 1, Sean Gilman and Riley McMorrin. Lane 3, Shirley Boys High School 1, Silas Freeman and AJ Jordan. Lane 4, Cure Boating Club 1, Darrell Lynch and John Reedy. Lane 5, St Andrews College 4, Oliver O'Brien and Logan Scott. Lane 6, St Andrews College number 1, Targ Maloney and Oliver Barker. Lane 7, Wairo 12, Jesse Englefield and Matthew McLeod. Lane 8, Avon number 4, Joseph Ritchie and Ollie Taylor. And then Lane 9 at St Andrews College number 3, George Barclay and Cameron Sharp. All right, so it looks to be the blue and white of St Andrews doing pretty well in this B final. It is Ollie Barker and Targ Maloney. They just missed out on the A final, and they're versing Cure Boating Club as well, made up of Darrell Lynch and John Reedy. So another stat crew on the outside as well, doing well there. I think that's St Andrews College number 3, George Barclay and Cameron Sharp. So you're looking at Cure and the 2 stat crews. Looks like a bit of a bet. Gosh, actually the outside stat crew is coming up pretty fast. I think they're taking a challenge at that number 1 crew there. Number 1 crew, just a bit of a slower rate, and they are definitely being tracked down. There's only half a length at it. St Andrews College number 1, Tyg Maloney and Oliver Barker need to watch out, because St Andrews College number 3, George Barclay and Cameron Sharp are coming fast on the outside, and they've actually stolen the lead off them just in that last 100 metres or so. So it's going to be half a length to St Andrews College number 3. Then we go to St Andrews College number 1. Then back inside to Cure. Then we go to Shirley, Wairo, and St Andrews College number 4. Burnside and Avon. Men's club coxless pair A final. Lane 1, Avon 2, Kobe Good and Ashton Corkery. I don't think they are racing in this one actually. Kobe Good told me he's a little bit scared of the competition that club pairs have to offer, so he's backed out of there. Lane 2, St Andrews College number 2, Noah Hunter and Hugo Millabell. Lane 3, Canterbury number 1, Oliver Ellis and Nate Renoff. Lane 4, Timaru 30, Cooper Gordon and Tim Bartlett. Lane 5, Wairo 11, Zachary Jenkins and Aidan Bennett. Lane 6, Avon number 1, Barney Evans and Noah LeQuellic. Lane 7, Avon number 3, Bruno Dooley and Hugo Van Herel. Lane 8, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Charlie Greenslade and Hugo Parnham. Lane 9, St Bede's College number 1, James Franken and Carter Connolly. And Lane 10, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1, Kara Horgan and Kaiden Barra. So we've got a good mix of high school crews and club crews in this. A few years ago, there were some high school crews beating senior crews. Now that's really not the case, and often club crews probably still beat the high school crews, maybe about 9 times out of 10. Anyway, here we see it happening right now. Wairo 11, really good performance coming from Zim. Zachary Jenkins and Aidan Bennett leading the field there. Then we go to Avon number 1, Barney Evans and Noah LeQuellic. Then probably looking to the red and black of St Bede's and Christchurch Boys, and a bit of a battle there for 3rd place at the moment. Also looking to the inside, it is also Timaru and Canterbury in the mix. So a really good battle for 3rd place here, coming from 4 crews. I think it will be Canterbury and Timaru that's actually in front of Christchurch Boys and St Bede's. But Wairo here is just really dominating, and they're stretching out, and they're leading Avon number 1, Barney Evans and Noah LeQuellic. So this Wairo pair, Zachary Jenkins and Aidan Bennett, coached by Clayton Lindstrom and Grant Morgan. Very good row here coming from the club pair. Last 100 metres, and they'll just really want to stretch out and take as much as they can. Then we look for that 3rd place. It is between Canterbury and Timaru at the moment. I'd give the slight edge to Timaru at the moment, just a canvas over Canterbury, but Canterbury is charging on the inside. You've got to watch these final ones because a lot can change, and I think Canterbury is moving. St Andrews on the inside doing well as well, but here comes Canterbury for that 3rd place. Here comes Timaru. Timaru just leading a canvas still. They're holding on to that canvas desperately. Canterbury's closed down to half a canvas. They've gone half a canvas, going to a quarter of a canvas over the line. Will be Timaru that gets it. Then we go to Canterbury, St Andrews and St Bede's. Right, J.F. Edwards, please come to the Secretary's office. Something of yours has been handed in. So that's J.F. Edwards to come to the Secretary's office because something of yours has been handed in. Sweet as. Next up, we have the women's. So we've got the Women's Club Coxless 4 and the Women's Club Cox 4 all combined in this event. Lane 1, we've got Dunstanarm number 2, Lane 2, Avon 2, Lane 3, Dunstanarm 1. Lane 4, Avon 1, and Lane 5, Ashburn 1. Those are all the Coxless 4s. Then on the outside, we have the Coxed 4s. We've got Lane 6, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Lane 7, St Andrews College 2, Lane 8, Wairo 1, Lane 9, St Andrews College 1, and Lane 10, St Andrews College 3. Time for that Wairo pair was a 7:01.51. That is very quick, actually. Nearly breaking the 7-minute mark. Then Avon number 1 just running at a time of 7:08.85. So great work from that Wairo pair. Nearly breaking the 7-minute mark, and it's not terribly fast conditions, so that's always a good row. Looks to be close as those Coxless 4s come over the line. It looks like there's been quite a few scratchings in the Coxed 4s, but the Women's Club Coxless 4s look to be off to a fly here. I think it's Dunstanarm leading it, but they are really being flanked on either side by the two Avon crews. So Dunstanarm number 1 being flanked by Avon number 2 and Avon number 1. Dunstanarm number 1 made up of Amy Pedersen, Ella Barnes, Nevo Doherty, Lucy Clark. Avon number 1 made up of Kate Rao, Jessica Rankin, Emma Gardner and Olivia Studham. Then Avon number 2 is Sienna Godfrey Chatterton, Courtney Preble and Julia Middleditch, as well as Jessica Rankin. So look for Dunstanarm number 1. They are leading the two Avon crews. I think Avon number 1 does have the lead over Avon number 2 on the inside there. So Avon number 1 really pushing away, trying to get as much distance as they can. But as I say that, I think Avon number 2 is climbing on the inside. So this means good things for their Club 8, good internal competition. And I think they've got a tandem rig in that Avon number 2 crew. But Dunstanarm leading both of them, Amy Patterson, Ella Barnes, Nevo Doherty, and Lucy Clark, coached by Lauren Gibb, just with clear water over both of the Avon crews. But both of the Avon crews are in a tight battle for second and third here. Give it to Avon number 1 just over Avon number 2. I think it's a canvas. It is a canvas. Avon number 2 charging on the inside. Avon number 1 just trying to hold on for as much as they can. They've got 50 metres to go. Still a canvas. They're holding on to that canvas like it's a loved one. They are really holding on here, and now they're pushing away. They've got a seat now. They've got a seat over the number 2 crew. Goes back to a canvas over the line. It will be Avon number 1 over Avon number 2 just. Then we go to Ashburton. Then we go to Wairo. inside to Dunstan Arm number 2. And that should do it. No St Andrews crews in this, so they've clearly scratched. Next up, we have the girls under 17 coxed for straight final. We've got lane 2, Star Boating Club, lane 3, Oamaru 22, lane 4, Rangiru Girls School 1, lane 5, Christchurch Girls High School 2, lane 6, Christchurch Girls High School 1, lane 7, Star Boating Club 21, and lane 8, Rangiru Girls School number 2. Coming up to the 500 metre mark now. We've got a clear leader there. It's outside. It's Christchurch Girls High School number 2, I think. Just over their number 1 crew, as well as a Rangi on the inside there. So look for those 3, and the cameras just stopped there. Okay, so I think it is Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Then we're going to Rangi on the inside for the second, and then Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Very close to Rangi. Just half a length. I'd call it half length in between second and third. Nobody's challenging those 3. It looks to be well away from the rest of them in this under 17 4. So, yeah. Inside Nelson as well, putting up a pretty good performance. That's what both Nelson crews. No, that's not Nelson. That's Star Boating Club, actually. So the 2 Star Boating Club crews relatively close together, doing all right there. But it is Christchurch Girls High School number 2, made up of Lola Grace Woods, Sophie Keane, Lily Irving, Millie Parsons, and Savrit. Marley is the Cox. Rangi number 1, made up of Manaya Shed, Toya Shed, Chloe Malone, Olivia Long, and Charlie Ward is the Cox. Can Rangi close the gap? It's about a length, and Christchurch Girls is holding on to it. Again, the older you get, the harder it becomes to really take back these distances. So it is possible, but realistically, about a length going into the 250. I've very rarely seen crews come back from that. I've only been in one race where we've come back from about 3/4 of a length, and that wasn't in a actual regatta. Anyway, here comes Christchurch Girls High School through the 100 metre marks, and they've actually got clear water on Rangi now. Rangi being slowly closed down by Christchurch Girls High School number 2. It's about 3/4 of a length there. I don't think they're going to catch them. Star Boating Club number 2 has just gone past their number 1 crew, I think. They're very close, though. Anyways, Christchurch Girls High School about to cross the line. Clear water over Rangi. Then we go to Christchurch Girls High School number 2. 3/4 of a length behind Rangi. Both the Star Boating Club's crews. Rangi number 2, and we will have Oamaru rounding out the field in that one. All right, B final of the boys under 17 single. We have Lane 1, St Bede's College number 2, Connor Thwaites. Lane 2, St Bede's College number 3, Ryan Atwood. Lane 3, Invercargill number 1, Ali Hamilton. Lane 4, Cashmere High School number 3, Jack McDonald. Lane 5, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1, Luke Sweeney. Lane 6, St Bede's College number 1, Harrison Seal. Lane 7, Selwyn number 2. Lane 8, Shirley Boys High School number 3, Chris Brignall. Lane 9, Cashmere High School number 2, Cooper Ladd. And lane 10 is Invercargill number 2, Jackson Hutton. Time for that women's club coxed for was Wairo at a time of 7:52. All right, just entering the last 250 is the B final of the boys under 17 single, and I think we are seeing the blue and red of St Thomas do well as well as Shirley boys. Then going a bit further back to two bead singles, currently sitting in 3rd and 4th. Then another bead single, and there might be another Shirley boys crew. No, it's Selwyn, and then Invercargill. So St Thomas, that crew is Luke Sweeney, coached by Jack Wassell and Paddy Dowling. Coming into the last 100 metres, good row from him. Then the two beads rows are actually closing down on Shirley boys. So Shirley boys, Chris Brignall needs to watch out for that because the inside Shirley, St Bede's row, that is Ryan Atwood, is doing pretty well here. He's just trying to hold off his other beads rower, Harrison Seal from St Bede's College 1. He's closing down fast, so a bit of a battle, and they're both working their way back to Shirley boys. I don't think they'll catch him, but it is Harrison Seal just over Ryan Atwood there. I think it's just a canvas now, so a very close race between those two. And we go to St Bede's College number 2, Connor Thwaites. Then Christ College, Selwyn, and Invercargill. Next up, we have the A final of the boys under 17 single. Time for that girls under 17 Cox 4 was a 7:44.25 by Christchurch girls number 2. Then Rangi a 7:48, and then at Christchurch girls high school number 1 a 7:50.5. So under 17 single A final. Lane 1 Shirley boys high school number 2 Ruben Sagers. Lane 2 Ashburn number 1 Caleb Armstrong. Lane 3 Otago number 2 Ollie O'Connell. Lane 4 Timaru 32 George Talbot. Lane 5 Burnside high school number 1 Thomas Carey. Lane 6 Cashmere high school number 1 Jacob Haley. Lane 7 Wakatipu number 4 Mike Perry. Lane 8 Wakatipu number 3 Louis Dela Cruz. Lane 9 Shirley boys high school number 1 Dominico Freaker. Lane 10 Timaru 30 Parker Anderson. And that is the field, and there is definitely a bit more of a tailwind coming in that first K, I think. Just saw it on the camera there. look to the blue cross of Timaru. I think that's where the action is happening in the A final of the boys under 17 single. So Marty, you come to this event, and if you win it, you get a free boat, which you can row in next year. Unfortunately, it's the school that gets it, not the rower, but that's all right. I'll probably still push just as hard. Anyway, it is Timaru, and then tracking him down is Burnside and Cashmere. So the Timaru rower, you look at George Talbot, and then coming outside of him is Burnside High School number 1, Thomas Carey, and Cashmere High School number 1, Jacob Haley. So those are the middle lanes, those are the favourites, but also tracking well on the outside there in the yellow boat. It is Shirley Boys High School 1, Dominico Freaker, probably just off the pace to get a top 3 finish here, but it is a battle between Burnside High School and Cashmere. Burnside High School just have the second over Cashmere at the moment. It's about a length. It's starting to wind up. We're starting to see that tailwind happening. Get prepared for some fast results or some boat tipping. Through the 100 goes Timaru. Burnside charging. Burnside really charging for that silver right now. Through the 100 they go. Through goes Cashmere. It's half a length. I'd say it's half a length at the moment. Timaru's opened up to 2 lengths. Lane 4, Timaru, George Talbot doing well here. Thomas Carey just trying to hold off Jacob Haley for that second place, but it's close. Jacob Haley absolutely charging on the outside. He's really closed down here. It's going to half a canvas. Can he close down? He's just getting a bit more each stroke, but it's going to be a quarter of a canvas to Thomas Carey from Burnside over Jacob Haley from Cashmere. Then we go to Dominico Freaker from, not Cashmere, Shirley Boys. Then to Otago to Ollie O'Connell. Then inside to Ashburn number 1, Caleb Armstrong. Wakatipu number 4, Mike Perry. Inside to Shirley Boys. High School number 2, Ruben Sagers. Then to Timaru 30 and another Wakatipu rower. Yep, that wind is starting to pick up a bit. Still rowing conditions for sure, but it will start to get a bit more difficult. Bit more of a tailwind coming through. So hopefully all these races get done. I'm pretty sure they will. Next up, we have the girls under 15 Cox State. So that's an interesting one to see how they deal with the tailwind. Tailwinds, you do go faster conditions, but sometimes it doesn't feel as nice when you're rowing in it because it's a lot harder to get that platform or balance in the boat. So typically, or you'll have a bit more oars hitting the water, even on the recovery, even at some of the best levels, such as senior and under 18 level, you'll still sometimes not have that proper platform that you're quite looking for in the tailwind. But races in a tailwind, they do go very quick. Girls under 15 Cox State, lane 4 St Margaret's College 1, lane 5 Ringaroo Girls School 1, lane 6 Christchurch Girls High School 1, and lane 7 Christchurch Girls High School 2. So I'm seeing a few boats at the K. Hope there's no issue there. Because the conditions at the start line can be very different to the conditions we see here at the end. There's been times where I've been in races where the first K has been hell, and the second K has been absolutely epic conditions, and vice versa. George Talbot rowing at a 7:35.89 for the boys under 17 single. Burnside is 7:42.55 and Cashmere is 7:42.99. So close racing all around. Girls under 15.8 just about to approach the K. Look for St Margaret's in lane 4. Rangi in lane 5. It's looking pretty close for an under 15.8 at this point. I'd currently give the edge to St Margaret's, but Christchurch Girls High School as well, doing well there. So maybe they've just had one or two things to work on that they've taken into their race, which an under 15 level can mean boat length sometimes. And St Margaret's really taken a big step up here, I think. Hopefully we get the camera pan. There it is. Awesome. Let's see what Christchurch. It is quite a battle in this under 15 as they come up to the 1,000 metres. St Margaret's, I want to say, have the advantage, then Ringaroo, then Christchurch Girls High School, but there's not much in it at all. Have to line them on the boys here. Wow. It is a 3-boat lineup in this girls under 15.8 coming to the K, but Rangi is the one making a push. Rangi's going aggressive at the K. Margaret's going with them. Christchurch Girls High School might be the first one to drop off out of the 3 to contend. Sometimes, I believe the K, that's the point where the real contenders come out. If you don't move at the K to get yourself in a decent position, sometimes it's pretty impossible to recover from there. So we'll have to see what happens. How do Christchurch Girls High School respond? Because Rangi took a step up, Margaret's took a step up. Christchurch Girls High School were starting to drop back, so I can't quite see them yet. But watch out for the battle between St Margaret's College and Rangi Ruru. St Margaret's College number 1, you're looking at Annabelle Sutherland, Gemma Hannah, Bo Yank, Georgie Hyde, Caitlin Ferguson, Izzy Pinkney, Charlie Flintoff, Frankie Wells, and Paige Roberts as the Cox. Then the Rangi Ruru crew is Alice Johnston, Poppy Moore, Georgie O'Neill, Billy McFarlane, Pip McKay, Sophie Murchison, Sophia Davidson, Mia Tucker, and Isabella Burns as the Cox. Then Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Juno Teller, Lola Vatisilius, Chloe Pollock, Florence Adamson, Lily Banks, Ella Toshak, Zoe Dunning, Georgie Mathewson, and Holly Jensen is the Cox. Coming up to the 500 metre mark, and it's still a close race between St Margaret's and Rangi, but St Margaret's have stolen a march on Rangi. It is one seat to St Margaret's over Rangi, now pushing up to 2 seats. Rangi now have 3/4 of a length over Christchurch Girls High School, so Christchurch Girls High School, they certainly haven't gone away, but Rangi Ruru and St Margaret's in a real battle for this under 15. We see that tailwind. I'll be curious about the times. I don't know how fast the girls under 15 8 usually goes, but it is between St Margaret's and Rangi at the moment. So Paige Roberts, the Cox for St Margaret's, and Isabella Burns, the Cox for Rangi. They'll be eyeing each other up. They'll be barking orders at the crew, and they'll have to see what takes them over the line in first place. But it is St Margaret's. St Margaret's do look to be the one that's moving. I think Rangi is dropping back. They need to stay calm under the pressure here. This will be good experience. There will be a battle between these two crews at Marty, I think. And let's see who crosses the 250 in front. I think Rangi might be doing another push. Margaret's through the 250 now. Rangi through now. So it's definitely not much distance. And Christchurch Girls High School only a little bit behind them. So Christchurch Girls High School still doing well. They can still close that gap. But it is St Margaret's and Rangi. Let's see what Rangi can do to charge up. Trying to see the distances here. I think it's only a canvas. It's only a canvas. Maybe a bit more, actually. It might be pushing out to half length. I think Margaret's is taking seats at the moment. Margaret's trying to take one each seat. If I was the Coxswain at this point, I'd just be asking for one more seat, asking for the next one. Going up to the 100 metre mark. St Margaret's through now, Rangi through now. It's not much at all. It's a second. I'd say 2 seats to St Margaret's at the moment. What can Rangi do? Rangi Ruru number 1 versus St Margaret's number 1. Christchurch Girls High School, they haven't gone anywhere. They're hanging on. St Margaret's still got the lead. I think they're going to hold on to it. St Margaret's, they've got a seat. They've got a seat. It's stayed that way since the 1K. St Margaret's are charging. They aren't going to gain any more. They aren't going to gain anything less. It will be exactly a second 2 seat on the bow ball there at St Margaret's, and they're wrapped with that result. They take out Rangi. Rangi gets the second. Christchurch Girls High School 1 for the third, and then Christchurch Girls High School 2 just a bit further back there. Next up is the women's intermediate double sculls B final. Lane 1, we're looking at Timaru 20, Emerson Ward and Zara Rawcliffe. Lane 2, Burnside High School 2, Miranda Ewan and Julia Mitchell. Lane 3, Wakatipu number 1, Ella Day, Lucia Summerfield. Lane 4, Avonside Girls High School 1, Kira Knighton and Gabby Chapman. Lane 5, Wakatipu number 3, Poisey Mansa and Annie Clark. Lane 6, Avon number 1, Isabella Williamson and Isabella Galvin. Lane 7, Wakatipu number 2, Eve Burr and Gemma Wood. Lane 8, Invercargill number 2, Evie Randall and Piper Marshall. Lane 9, Wakatipu number 4, Andy Clark and Mimi Blundell. And Lane 10, Avon number 4, Bridget Moore and Zara Abisakura. Exactly a second difference between St Margaret's and Rangi. St Margaret's running a time of 7:46.14 and Rangi at a time of 7:47.15. Then Christchurch Girls High School just about 4 seconds back off that. Seeing the yellow boats there of Wakatipu have a pretty good performance in this B final. We're looking at Wakatipu number 1, Alade and Lucia Summerfield. And then also Wakatipu number 3, Poisey Mansa and Annie Clark. And then also Wakatipu number 2, Eve Burrow and Gemma Wood. Could they get a 1, 2, 3 in this B final here? It looks like they're all pretty close together. I'd currently give the edge to the inside Wakatipu crew of Wakatipu number 1. They're all coached by Javi Kavanaugh and Shane Muir. So you can see the yellow boats, and they're about to enter the yellow boys. It is a sea of Wakatipu, and I think Wakatipu is also challenging for that 4 spot. Wakatipu number 4, Andy Clark and Mimi Blundell, but potentially Burnside High School number 2, Miranda Ewan and Julia Mitchell might be able to upset that crew. So we're looking at Wakatipu number 1, then Wakatipu number 2, then Wakatipu number 3. It's all Wakatipu. It's a sea of yellow in this B final of the girls' intermediate double sculls. They'd get a sweep of the podium at this stage. Through the 100-metre mark they go. Very good performance from these Wakatipu crews. And then there is definitely a battle for second here. I wonder who's going to get it at the moment. Wakatipu 3 in the middle, Wakatipu 2 on the outside, Wakatipu 2 just with the slide edge, opening up to maybe just half a canvas, going to a full canvas over the line. I think they'll get it there. And then Burnside for the 4th, Wakatipu 4 for the 5th. Avonside girls, Timaru, Invercargill and Avon. All right, a final of the women's NT double sculls coming down now. Lane 1, Dunsnam 2, Liesl Tolson and Elisa Wilson. Lane 2, Otago Girls 1, Jamie Stibb and Harriet Rowe. Lane 3, Columba College 1, Ruby Hefford and Charlie Smith. Lane 4, Otago Girls 2, Arla Marshall and Ellie Ryan. Lane 5, Dunsnam 1, Maria Theresa Schrems and Gemma Mead. Lane 6, Cashmere High School 1, Holly Gundry and Isla Anderson. Lane 7, Burnside High School 1, Lucy Gibson and Harriet Gorman. Lane 8, Canterbury number 1, Natalie Walsh and Lily Davidson. Lane 9, Timaru 11, Ella Inch and Ella Metcalf. Lane 10, Union number 1, Emily Gilmore and Felicity Wright. And seems to be a pretty well spread 1, 2 and 3 here. You can see the Masters line up at the 1,000, getting ready for their race. B final came through at a time of 8:21.91. So probably maybe just looking to be a sub-8 for these NT doubles. And 20 seconds past in the B final, that sounds reasonable. Dunsnam, number 1, Maria Theresa Schrems and Gemma Mead. They're from lane 5. They've had the fastest qualifying time. No surprises here, and they are leading the field. Burnside High School 1, Lucy Gibson and Harriet Gorman currently sitting in second. And probably going a bit back to third, we're looking at Otago Girls number 2. For that third spot there, they're just sitting about 3 or 4 lengths back over the rest of the field. Burnside High School not too far away from Dunstan number 1. So Dunstan number 1 doing very well. They're going to probably take out this women's intermediate double sculls. We've got a well-spread event here. Maybe potentially on the outside trying to get up for that third place could be Canterbury and Union. So Canterbury High School 1, Holly Gundry and Isla Anderson. And then Union number 1, Emily Gilmore and Felicity Wright. So Dunstan number 1, they're just going to lead by a length and a half over Burnside High School. Those two well separate from the rest of the field, but you got Otago Girls number 2, Isla Marshall and Ellie Ryan are going to take the third here. Then looking for that fourth spot, you're actually going to go inside to Otago Girls 1, Jamie Stibb and Harriet Rowe, both coached by Peter Mitchell and Ama Nicholson. So great rowing there. Next up, we have the mixed Masters Coxless Quad. Wow, that's quite close. Lane 1, we've got Wanaka number 1, Matt Rickard, Shane Gibson, Victoria Shue and Chelsea Lodge. Lane 2, Union number 1, Kirsty Marnie, Lisa Manson, Dominic Marnie and Valentin Frizzles. Lane 3, Cure Boating Club number 1, Kelly Laverley, Florencia Kalanian, Scott Berry, Jonathan King. Then lane 4, Union number 4, Kathy Neuenhuizen, Matt, how do you say it? Oh, Matt Neuhazen, Andrew Thompson and Wendy Duggan. Lane 5 is Union number 3, Catherine Sutherland, Matthew Sutherland, Amadine Frizzles and Richard Moore. Lane 6 is Union number 2, Paul Isaac, Scott Engels, Amanda Richards and Deb Heimers-Ross. Lane 7 is Canterbury number 1, Lisa Young, Jane Higgins, Brent Higgins and Blair Clatworthy. Lane 8 is Wanaka number 2, Max Paulin, Tristan Hughes, Jacqueline Knight and Elizabeth Ritchie. And then lane 9 is the Ariti Swans, Susan Townsend, Julie Dwyer, Frank Dean and Ian Hamilton. And they are charging into the last 500 metres, and it looks to be a bit of action on the inside. It is Union 1, lane number 2, leading at the moment. We'll have to see if anyone can catch them on the outside. The Riti Swans as well, doing a pretty good performance. I'd say they're in second. So the Riti Swans having a go at it. That's a composite crew between Invercargill Aroa Boating Club and Waihopai. So a good mix of crews there. Then we've got Union as well. Union number 2 in the middle. But it is Union number 1 leading the field here. Then we go the Ariti Swans. It looks to be a bit of a battle between those two coming into the last 250 metres there. Heading up to the last races of the day now. Then we go to Union 2. Paul Isaac, Scott Engels, Amanda Richards and Deb Heimers-Ross currently sitting in third. Outside of them would be Canterbury number 1, Lisa Young, Jane Higgins, Brent Higgins and Blair Clatworthy trying to challenge for that third spot as well. But we go to the front of the field. It is Union number 1 and the Ariti Swans. I think Union number 1 are just going to hold on to that lead there. They're through the 100 now. Just go a length and a half back to the Ariti Swans. And I think trying to catch up to them is Union number 2. So Union number 2 trying to get up for it. I think that might be Union number 3 actually. Union number 3, Catherine Sutherland, Matthew Sutherland, Amadine Frizzles and Richard Moore getting up for that spot. So there goes Union number 1. Then we're going to the Ariti Swans. Then we're going to Union again. Then Canterbury, followed by Wanaka and 2 more Union crews. And then Cure will round it off. That'll be me for the day. I will now hand over to Ian, who's going to take you through the final races of the day.
Thanks very much, Will. Fantastic effort from you again, and appreciate the service you've put in. Great commentary. We will have to have a discussion, though, Will, about the difference between a commentary box and a university dorm room, though. There's so many bits of paper here. It looks like you've been holding your own ticker tape parade. Anyway, so the men's novice Cox State. Let's go to lane number 2, Christ College number 2. Otto Acklin, Leo Beck, Freddie Gorman, Olin Spence, Corbin Donaldson, Justin Liu, Nicholas Barr, Jaden Ferrier, Jeffrey Bergen is the Cox. Lane number 3 is Otago 1. Nate Koisomi, Toby Ellis, Forbes, Mackay, Travis Winterbourne, Cornelius van der Clyden, Felix Roberts, Mackley Adams, William Colley, Matthew Hall was the Cox. Kashmir High School number 1 in lane 4. Flynn Drew, Darby Fellett, Oliver Garden, Samuel Forster, Corey Lee, Timothy Henderson, McKinley Graham, Henrik de Castro Pelvin, Matthew Stewart as the Cox. Christ College number 1 in lane number 5. Right out there they are, right alongside some Bs. That's where the battle will be. Christ College's George Wood, Guy Bisson, Benedict Van Wolfing, Oscar Cutler, George Grigg, Sam Pilbar, Ollie Reardon, Pollitt and Gus Matheson, Charlie Saunders, Coxing them down right next to him in lane 6 is St Bede's College 1. Samuel Fallett, Hunter Nichols, Darcy Franken, Sawyer Jenkins, Arlo Franklin, Luke Pedersen, William Blackburn, Flanker Frenchland, Seth Knights is the Cox. Right alongside them in lane 7, probably about 2 boat links back now is Wairo 11, Halaka, Swada Harlan, Finley Mertens, and Nico Bailey, Cooper Murray, William Howden, Ned Barons, Max Skellen, Isaac Coleman, and Patrick Gaines is the Cox as a composite in lane 8. It is St Bede's and Shirley Boys High School, Angus Taylor, Kingy Nixon, Lewis Mortel, Archie Mates, Luca Rose, Billy Ryan, Comma Smitty, Jack Logerson with Lockie Manson, the Cox, Whakatipu 1, completing the field in lane number 9. Charlie Pagan, Tyler Love, Ethan Patterson, Henry Manser, Max Balsally, Finn Connington, Henry Ruse, Rome, Lawrence and Harrison Atwood as the Cox. They're into the last 350 metres. Leaders with St Bede's out there in front of Christ College. Then we've got daylight back to everybody else. And that would be the Bede's composite. Just inside of them is Wairo. Then we go back to the Kashmir in the maroon and gold. Back from them in lane number 3 is Otago. Right down the outside then in lane number 9 would be the big yellow boat of Whakatipu number 1. Christ College 2 are in lane 2. So they make their way down. Nice handy lead here for the men's novice Cox State for some Bs. They were impressive at the Otago Championships. Well coached by Pat McQuinn and Flynn Hutchison Ray. And just continuing that growing sweeping program that they have got at St B's. They are well clear of Christ College here in the novice Cox State. Bodes well for them for the rest of the season. Coming into the Golden Boys they are now. And Seth Knight's the Cox. He's got a pretty easy job when he's that far in front. Just wants to stick at it. And I'm pretty sure the coaching connections will just want them to keep their heads still and not focus on anybody else except the job they got to do. Now, will we see a response here from Christ College? I think they might have just ticked up a bit, but geez, they're 2 boat lengths back, and these 2 crews well clear of everybody else. In the battle for the minors, the St Bede's College composite with Shirley Boys. That's the number 2 seat. There's the Shirley Boy, right up against Wairo, Marlborough Boys College. Then neck and neck. Sneaking through the inside is Kashmir, trying to nobble them for 3rd. 100 metres to go now out the front, though, for St Bede's College. And a nice effort from them. They'll be pretty happy with this. It's very commanding. Still noticing those black armbands that the boys are wearing to honour Father Crotty, so he'll be very impressed to see this from the team, I'm sure. A nice honour for him as they come over to take the line now. There goes the buzzer for St Bede's College, taking out the men's novice Cox State. Then we go 2 clear boat lengths back to Christ College. Very easily into second. Now here's the battle for 3rd team. Look out, they're right alongside each other. On the outside is St Bede's composite. Inside for them is Wairo. And down the inside comes Kashmir, number 2 seat. And Kashmir's a look across to see what he's got to do. There's some hard boys working in there. Here we come. They're still lining up between their St Bede's composite and Kashmir. St Bede's composite might have gone across the top of them. They've got a bow on them now. And it will be the St Bede's College composite with the Shirley Boy in 2 seat. Over they go and take 3rd. Well done, boys. Game fight for 4th for Kashmir. 5th goes to Wairo. Back down here to Otago number 1. We go out though on the far side to Whakatipu, and then completing the field down here in lane number 2 will be Christ College 2. Right, some notices. There's a yellow drink bottle in the secretary's office. Fancy that. Someone's lost a drink bottle. There's a silver bangle being found in the boat park. Go to the secretary's office for that too, please. I hope J.F. Edwards has already been to the secretary's office because something of yours has been handed in. I think that's what we've got. Found some Scott's headphones. Can the couple who came looking for them yesterday please return to the secretary's office? And some sunglasses found in the coffee shop. Please come to the secretary's office. If you want to go camping for the next regattas, go and see the secretary. Secretary's going to be wrapped with this, so we have 40,000 people in there shortly. If you want to register your self-contained motorhome and caravans for those regattas, $30 per night for a couple of peoples. That would be magnificent. In the meantime, They are just coming through the second quarter of the course. It would be the boys under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls, their B final, and that is in lane 3, St Andrews College 1, Freddie Allen, Archie Foster, Louis Campbell, Harry Kempthorne, Georgia Elwood is the Cox. Lane 4, Shirley Boys High School number 3, Jackson Lilly, Campbell Williamson, Caden Seymour, Ryder Smith, and Cooper Curry is the Cox. In lane number 5, Cashmere High School 1, Arush Sewak, Isaiah Kwong, William Orchard, and Isaiah Benz Pryor with Jacob Haley the Cox. In lane number 6, it's Christchurch Boys. It's not. Lane number 6 is Christ College. It's the number 1 crew. Jono Irving, Marcus Fogarty, Jack Boysard, Alex Innes and Billy Shield as the Cox. Lane number 7, Otago 1, Jacob Moore, Quinn Breen, Jacob McDonald and Lucas Raymond with Archie Donald the Cox, and St Thomas the Canterbury completing that field out there in lane number 8. Harry Gould, Xavier Croucher, Seth Hanrahan, Flynn Hansford and Jack Clark. He is the Cox. They are up towards the 1,000 metre mark. It's all coming at the moment from Christ College by the look of it. Christ College just ahead of the crew from Cashmere, so that's a good effort for them so far. They make their way through. Third in position at the moment would be the Shirley Boys High School number 3 crew. Then we go right out to St Thomas the Canterbury 1 and back inside to Otago. So they've got underway in the A final too. So if you're looking for your crews and the boys under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls, the A final, they have left the start zone. So they'll just be settling down into some nice long strokes very shortly. So as that B final makes its way up into the second half of the course, let's go through the crews for the A final. Lane 1 there, and they're heading towards the 500 metre mark now. Otago Boys High School number 1, Luca Jury, Eli Hellier, Hunter Windmill, Theo Kindiak and Connor Sinclair as the Cox. Lane number 2 is Union 1. That's Zachary Dalton, Caleb Yates, Peter Neuhausen and Conrad Hurst. Eden Petey is the Cox. Shirley Boys High School number 1 are in lane 3. Finn Clark, Alfred Gabrielson, George McElray, Toby Watson, Maxwell Wilson is the Cox. Lane number 4 there will be Timaru 30, George Neal, Alex Lithero, Ben Murray, Idris Hudat and Charlie Dwyer as the Cox. Wido 11 in lane number 5, Harris Spencer, Sam Shenfield, Ollie Saggers, Logan Planthaber and Dion Crafer as the Cox. Whakatipu 1 in lane number 6, Baker Schmitz and Oliver Glover. Angus Brown, Flynn Webber, Jesse Glover is the Cox. Selwyn Rowing 1 are in lane number 7, Max Korchovski, Joe Creeker, Max Eberhardt, Matt, that is Korchovski, Max Eberhardt, Hugo Johnson and Troy Eberhardt as a Cox. Olmaru 1 are in lane number 8, Ari Edward Smith, Jade McMurtry, Isaac Fox, Cash Loud and Georgia Guy is the Cox. Shirley Boys High School number 2 are in lane 9. Connor Howard, Charlie Paul, Johan Merther and Ben Lyons with Vaden Frick of the Cox. Ashburton 1 in lane 10 in that A final, just gone through 500 metres. Ashburton 1, George Robinson, William George, Luke Moffat, George Lash, Evie Marshall. Out in front of us though, the B final continues to make its way through the course, and just a little bit of a loose stroke there I think in one of the Cashmere chaps, but it is pretty commanding here from the Christ College crew. Cashmere continuing to hold second, just being pushed on the inside by Shirley Boys High School, but these 3 crews well clear of everybody else. So we go back about 4 boat lengths to St Thomas's, just to the left of the umpire's boat. Alongside them is Otago 1, and just a little bit further back is St Andrews College number 1 in lane number 1. Lane number 3 in fact. So that A final, just looking at that, early doors, they're heading towards the 1,000 metre mark. There is a big golden boat smack bang in the middle of the field leading them down, and that is Whakatipu, and that is the same crew that won the same event at the Otago Championships in December, so expected them to be favourites, but they have really put the hammer down early on in that A final and leading them through the 1,000 metre mark. So their work is cut out amongst the rest of them to get anywhere near them, I would suggest. Just wait and see. Looks like the best next is Wido, just inside of them, currently running second. But let's just stay with Christ College here. John O'Marcus, Jack, Alex, Billy Shield doing a good job coxing there, sitting in the bow seat. He sees the red boys, knows he's got 100 to go in this B final, and that's quite commanding for them. Working hard now is Shirley Boys High. They have got well past Cashmere, so nice move in the last 100 metres to move past them. I thought it was a couple of strokes going amiss for Cashmere, but they've put the afterburners on, have these Shirley Boys, Jackson, Campbell, Caden and Ryder. Cooper Curry, the Cox, giving them the message. They've got 100 metres to go now, so they'll comfortably pick up second here in the B final, and it will be Cashmere holding on to third. Down to the line now comes Christ College to take the buzzer and the bees. It goes together, doesn't it? Shirley Boys High School, about 50 metres to go, working hard. Oh, they're tired. Some of those boys have had a long weekend, I think, and this second will be quite nice for them. Cashmere will come in, wee bit scrappy towards the end. A few tired boys in there, some probably coming off some camps as well. So second there for Shirley Boys. Cashmere will come down and take third. It's a long way with these under 15s. They've got to get down to the start in the first place, then row back again. And you'll just see slightly different there for Otago. You don't see it very often, but there is a bow seated facing Cox in there, just sitting and facing the other way, holding on for dear life by the look of it. But he's having a fun ride there. He'll probably have to have some back surgery by the time he finishes with that. Down the line now comes St Thomas's past the Cashmere crew, and then completing will be Otago. And got on the St Andrews College crew working really hard down here in lane number 3. Giving it their best, and there's some real effort going in there for those boys. So give them a round of applause for St Andrews College. They're just completing their B final, and the boys under 15 Coxless quads. Good on them. Meanwhile, let's just see what's happened, and it is Whakatipu. They have put distance between them and everybody else in this under 15 Cox quadruple scull. Very impressive effort this year from Baker Schmitz, Oliver Glover, Angus Brown, Flynn Webber, and Jesse Glover. They will be one to watch for the rest of the season. You go back second to Wairau, holding on to that's Marlborough Boys College. Just inside from them is Timaru 30, holding on to third in the A final. Just back in lane 1, Otago Boys High School, just going past Union, who are sitting there in lane 2. We go outside to, it is Oamaru number 1. Right next to them, 2 across would be Shirley Boys High School. Then we go back to Selwyn rowing in lane 7. And then on the outside, lane number 10 is Ashburton 1. But no doubt about it, it is with this Whakatipu crew. That's very impressive. They would be 7 boat lengths clear of everybody else and going away with it. That's a big distance. Interesting timing. 7:40 is what they did against the rest of the crews at Otago. So let's see how they go. A little bit of a ripple across the lake, but not too bad. And if you look closely for under 15s, technically this is pretty damn good. There is a very clean catch. They are nice. They're swinging together nicely and just making the boat do the work. Nice and smooth as it glides through the last of those yellow buoys, and they're not letting up at all. They come up to those red buoys with 100 metres to go, and they're still holding very nicely, sitting there at a rating at 35. They're working hard. That's laying down a marker for anybody else this season. Wairau have pulled clear of the rest of the field, bringing Timaru with them. And Union might have just had a rough stroke, I think, in there. They're just allowing Shirley Boys to go past them, just getting to the end of their tether, I think. So they'll recover. They've had a pretty good go at this race so far. There they go, underway again, Union. Down the line, congratulations, Whakatipu. That's pretty impressive. Well done to them, taking out the boys under 15, Cox quadruple sculls, the A final. And then Wairau with 100 metres to go now. Timaru 30 just alongside them will be about 3 boat lengths back. There they go. They've got 100 metres to go now, and Union have recovered to get that gap back over Shirley. On the outside to Oamaru, then Shirley Boys number 2 will be behind them. We go a little bit further back to the crew from Selwyn rowing, and then on the outside Ashburton, back down the inside, Otago Boys High number 1. Girls under 16, Cox 4, well on their way down the track. Lane number 1, Rangiru Girls School number 2, Anna Turner, Isabel Carnahan, 80 Cathray, Miller Wilk and Lily Frost the Cox. Lane number 2, Timaru 11, Amy De Ruyter, Juliet Griffin, Heidi Harper, Mackenzie Raymond, Daisy Campbell is the Cox. Timaru 1 are there in lane number 3. That's Justina Courage, Paige Ellery, Paris McRae, Charlie Cooper, Matilda, England is the Cox. Lane 4 is Rangiruru number 1. They are they're running second at this stage, I think. Zoe Clements, Jasmine Collins, Bo Collier, Zoe Fahey and Rose Chapman, the Cox. 2 Wairo crews right next to each other in lane number 5, and they are right next to each other on the course too. 42 is Wairo 42 in lane 5. Emma Isles, Maggie Clark, Daisy Lindstrom, Charlie Bennett, Molly Hoban is the Cox. Next to them, Wairo 32 in lane 6. Kate Young, Poppy Fernandez, Maisie Shenfield, Ruby Lindstrom and Hayley Sutherland. Lane number 7 out there, a little bit further back, is Columba College 1, Isla Petty, Divings Skivington, Hazel McRae, Charlotte Scott, Chloe Byrne, the Cox. In lane number 8, it is out there, St Andrews College 1, Rebecca Buis, Georgie McGrath, Anna Lewis, Talia Christie and Louis Prophet, the Cox. But further back outside lane number 9 is Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Alice Bradshaw, War, Phoebe Colley, Sophie Kerr, Sophie Cleve and Saverick Marley. It is Wairo 32 leading from Wairo. Oh no, I've got, just check. Oh, yeah, it is the boat. They've got a borrow boat. Wairo 32 from Wairo 42, and then back to Rangiruru Girls School. Out there in lane number 10, Columba College 2, Zoe Wallace, Stella Ingles, Trelise Mitchell, India Scott, and Taya Zogby. We'll get you a result for the boys under 15 Cox quadruple squirrels 702. Whakatipu went through, and so a lot quicker than when they did at Otago. So a lot of work gone in between that time and now. So boat length we've got Wairo 32 in the final here of the girls under 16 Cox 4. And then Rangiruru Girls School, they are sitting there in 4th, so it's the difference. They won this event at Otago Champs, did this crew. Very similar Rangiruru crew to what you see out there in front of you now, but it is the Wairo difference that has come into play. They are leading them down, and a nice row coming in the outside there from St Andrews College. They're moving right up alongside Rangiruru, so nice push being guided by their Cox and Lily Prophet. Coaches Kendall Everest and Tyra Stewart, well experienced. They'll be pretty happy to see this fight coming from that St Andrews crew out there. They'll be looking to run down the crews from Rangiruru, but no doubt about where the advantage or the lead's coming from. Wairo 32, Kate, Poppy, Maisie and Ruby. Hayley Sutherland, the Cox, bow seated. She can see the finish line. She's got 100 metres to go. They've got 2 boat lengths now over their number 42 crew, and they have then got the similar amount over Rangiruru, and still St Andrews continue to push up on Rangiruru. 3rd position now, Rangi through the red boys now, and St Andrews right on top of them now, very close between St Andrews and Rangiruru for this 3rd spot. Back to Columba, back on the outside to Christchurch Girls, then we go to Timaru, back inside to Timaru again, and to Rangiruru number 2, but they've taken it out. Have Wairo 32, happy they are as well. Wairo 42 are going to take out the 2nd spot, but there's nothing between Rangiruru and St Andrews. It'll be on the line. St Andrews got a bow ball now. They come down to the line and whoa. Let's take a picture and find out. It's between Rangiruru and St Andrews College. 3 boat lengths, I'm not going to call it, 3 boat lengths back to Columba College. Then we come down on the inside to Timaru number 1. Up across the top to Christchurch Girls High School number 1. And then it's Timaru 11 down here from Craighead and Rangiruru Girls School number 2. Finishing across the line in lane number 1 and completing the field will be Columba College number 2. No doubt about the winner. That's Timaru Wairo 32, Wairo 42 finishing 2nd. Maybe. My guess is half a bow ball to Rangiruru Girls School number 1, but you'll have to check on Rowett and find out. Women's novice Cox quadruple sculls. The B final is into the 2nd half of the course for them. Lane number 1, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Ava Brandt, Isla McGregor, Chloe Wally, and B Simpson Bannister. Liv Abley is the Cox. And lane number 2 is Burnside High School number 1, Isabella Heap, Nisa Butani, Miriam Lemon, and Emerald Lou with Evie Nathan the Cox. And lane number 3, Whakatipu 2, Isabella Thompson, Milan Matua Carissa, Ruby Weber and Gwyn Baldwin with Mila Walker the Cox. Lane number 4 is Waihope number 1, Brooke Bartlett, Amelia Duffel, Isabel Moore, Olive Rutledge, Indy Rogers is the Cox. Lane number 5, Timaru 20, Hannah Thorpe, Zara Rawcliffe, Paige Ward, Xanthi Nelson, Sophie Scarlett is the Cox. Lane number 6, Cure Boating Club is their number 1 crew, Daisy Morrow, Meg Dunn, Liam McLean, Macy Wellsby and Sophie Rattray as the Cox. Lane number 7 is Otago Girls High School number 1, Nakaya Smith, Eva Gardner, Duxia Grant, Ella Glover, Ruby Merriman as the Cox. Marion College 1 in lane 8, Claudia Craze, Neem Jemmings, Amelia Kelly, Jordis Kramer and Lexi Fackery House. And lane number 9 is Timaru 1, Isabel Atkinson, Rachel Roberts, Madison Cooper, Terry Guilford, Annie Burnside as the Cox, and Invercargill 1 out there in lane 10, Keely Templeton, Katie Gray, Lola Dean, Georgia Webster, and Ava Valoa Jack is the Cox. It's right out in the middle of it. You can see them sitting out there. That is the crew from Otago Girls. That's in lane 7, currently leading them down. There we come right across into Waihopai, just sitting to the right of Whakatipu number 2, who are currently 3rd, and behind that Waihopai crew, going across to Cure, look pretty handily placed. Then on the outside to Invercargill, back inside to Marion, we come down to Burnside High School in lane number 2, then Christchurch Girls High School in lane number 1, and it looks like it might be Timaru 20 just a bit further back in lane 5 as far as they go. Men's novice Cox State, St Bede's winning that in time of 6:43, about 8 seconds ahead of Christ College. So B final makes its way down. It looks like it's still sitting there with the crews from Otago Girls High. Waihopai about 2 boat lengths back from them. Inside we go to Whakatipu. Still 2 boat lengths back from them would be Burnside. And then back to the crew from Christchurch Girls High School. Right across the top to Invercargill. And 2 back inside from them would be Marion. So this is the B final, the women's novice Cox quadruple sculls. Oh, just, it was half a bow ball. So it went to Wairau 32, took out from Wairau 42 in the girls under 16, Cox 4. 3rd went to Rangiruru number 1 in a time of 7:56.08. 0.13 of a second ahead of St Andrews, who finished 4th. We'll give you the field for the A final in this particular event once we get to the end of the B final. Working hard out there is Otago Girls High. You can see the Harlequin quarters of them, and then the orange and the pink hats, aren't they, as they come down to the line to take this one out. They'll be about 2 boat lengths ahead of the rest of the field. On the outside there is the crew from Invercargill, going to finish 2nd here from Marion. So they've picked up nicely to go past Waihopai. Waihopai just on the line are going to hold on to 3rd, I think, just from Marion. Then we go to Whakatipu. Just crabbed in the middle there to Cure, letting Burnside go past them. Just, if Burnside can keep the run on their boat, I think they will. They've recovered nicely, a little bit of congestion down here. Marion in lane 1, across the top we go to the Timaru crew, back into Timaru in the middle of the field. That's their B final, their A final. Looks like this is being led through. We'll just get where we're at the moment. Oamaru are leading this down. It looks like it's Oamaru 22 ahead of Oamaru 32. Lane 1, Ashburton 1, Sienna Hart, Elise Gill, Georgia Gill, Sasimi Kazumi, and Kate Shepherd the Cox. Lane number 2 is Avonside Girls High School 1, Grace Orchard, Bridie Hand, Logan Bell, and Eva Reeves, Emily Ash the Cox. It is that Oamaru 23 crew in lane 3, Charlie Burnett, Pippa McMillan, Millie Patterson, and Annabelle King. Isla Capely is the Cox. They are chasing their number 22 crew, Summer Brosnan, and Hunter McLean, Matilda Ispista, and Grace Webster. Greer Dixon is the Cox. It's Oamaru 22. They're leading from Oamaru 32. Looks on the outside, it might be Cashmere High School that are currently holding 3rd. So that's Cashmere out in lane number 8. Zoe Ross, Jessica Hill, Emily Mueller, Evie O'Driscoll, Ivy Omar is leading them as far as the coxing goes. We'll go back to lane 5, which is Wairau 1, Lena Bailey, Julie Mackay, Georgina Musgrove, Laura Anderson, and Annabelle Ray. Then North End 1 are in lane 6, Zoe Cleghorn, Harbour Harricks, Annabelle Webster, Isabel Frost, and Bryn Allison as the Cox. Columba College number 2 out there in lane 7, Millie Garside, Pippa Brown, Ava Peters, Oswald, Alicia O'Connor, and Nova Fiston as the Cox. Gave you the Cashmere crew. Whakatipu number 1 are in lane 9, Sophie Clauston, Sienna Reid, Evie Clark, Pippa Julian, Sophia Brown, Selwyn rowing out there in lane 10, enjoying an A final for them. That is Isabel Greer, Pippa Tyler, Olivia Kershaw, Meredith Dunbar, and Indy Hobson. Still sits out here. They've extended, have Oamaru 22. Greer Dixon, the Cox, has got them working hard. They'll have to look across the top though, because here comes that Cashmere crew still holding on to 2nd. Oamaru number 23 would be 3rd. Out on the outside to Whakatipu, starting to poke their nose into it, but they're 2 boat lengths back from the Cashmere crew. We come right across into the middle, and it is with the North End crew just ahead of Wairau. Then back down to lane number 1, which is Ashburton, back into Avonside Girls High School. We go right into the middle of the field. You can see the Columba College crew just a little bit further back, and Selwyn just are ahead of them, sitting out there in lane number 10. The B final went through in 8:18. Let's see what these crews can do. Cashmere trying to claw back that lead. They've got to chase from Oamaru 22 here in the women's novice Cox quadruple sculls. Oamaru had a pretty good weekend with their crews, pretty strong. And Kashmir just trying to bridge that gap. Oamaru, number 23 now, starting to push up to hold on to that third. They're trying to move past Whakatipu. They're doing so. North End are in the mix here along with the crew from Wairo. These crews have moved clear of the rest of it. That is Ashburton leading those other crews and down there in lane number 1, right across to Selwyn, right up with them as well. They're ahead of Columba, and those crews are also ahead of Avonside Girls High School down there in lane number 2. Through the last of the Golden Boys comes the crew from Oamaru. They have got 2 boat lengths over Kashmir. Oamaru number 23 is ahead of Whakatipu. Those are your 1, 2 and 3. Are they going to make it 1 and 3? Oamaru, you need to get down there and give them a bit of a cheer, boys and girls, because this is where they're coming to it. Right on the outside, Whakatipu trying to push them up. They're going to be in 4th, I think. North End back to Wairo, just missed a stroke. Then we go on the outside to Selwyn, making a good showing. But down we come, less than 50 metres to go now. Very impressive, this from Oamaru 22. Summer, Hunter, Matilda, Grace, Greer, Dixon, the Cox. They're going to win this by 3 to 4 boat lengths and going away with it. Game fight for second from Kashmir. The battle will be for third because Whakatipu are rolling over the top of the other Oamaru crew. There goes Oamaru number 23 taking the 22 taking the buzzer. A couple of fist bumps, they're happy with that. Kashmir are going to take second. Let's have a look at Whakatipu and Oamaru 23 battling for third. Oamaru 23 just. Whakatipu across the top trying to get into it. They've got a bow ball with 10 metres to go. It's Whakatipu. They're going to take the third on the line. Nice finish from them over the top of Oamaru 23. Then we go back to North End, inside to Wairo, across the top to Selwyn rowing, down the bottom to Ashburton. Just inside from Ashburton is Avonside Girls. Then we go to Columba College, completing the field in the women's novice Cox quadruple sculls. Congratulations, Oamaru. That's a pretty impressive effort. B final of the men's intermediate single sculls is well into the last part of their race. Lane 1 is Burnside High School Felix Rowe. That's the high school number 2. Selwyn rowing number 1, Samuel Indoors. Lane 3 is Whakatipu 1, Cameron Hall. Lane 4 is Kashmir High School 3. That's Charlie Fellett, and he looks to have the lead at this stage, does Charlie. Lane number 5 is Wairo 12, Paddy Girling. Then we go across to St Thomas and Canterbury 2, Hunter Taylor. Those two would be second and third. Out we go to Wairo 11, Blake Pitts in lane 7. Shirley Boys High School number 1, Zach Brockles is out there in lane 8. Lane 9 is Wairo's Blake Marfell. That's Wairo number 13. Just moving up to 4th now, Blake, past Shirley Boys. And back there in lane number 10 is Kashmir High School 4. That is Cameron Taylor. Just getting a little bit lumpy out there. And these boys in the single sculls will be noticing that. Not as easy as it has been over the regatta. And as you get towards the end of it, they'll be a little bit tighter too. So just another challenge we throw in. Nothing they can't handle. But this is looking pretty tidy here for Charlie. Matt Allen, the coach, will be pretty happy. 2 boat lengths he's got now over Paddy Girling moving into second from Wairo, and they're ahead of Cameron Hall from Whakatipu. Just watching Felix Rowe down here from Burnside. He might have moved himself up into 3rd spot, just trying to sneak through in lane number 1. Then we go right outside to Wairo number 11, Blake Pitts. Just alongside him is Zach Brockles from Shirley Boys High School. And then it is further out to Kashmir 4, Cameron Taylor. And then back down to Samuel. Actually, Samuel Indoors ahead of Cameron Taylor down here in lane number 2, not going too badly. Up to the boys, 100 metres to go here in the B final. And that is with Charlie Fellett, no doubt about that. Pushed nicely, has Paddy Girling. He's holding on to second. Nice battle here for second. Actually, there's a line up here. We've got Whakatipu and we've got Burnside. Just trying to poke his nose into it is Hunter Taylor from St Thomas's. But it is Wairo, Whakatipu. Then St Thomas's and Burnside trying to chase them down. So nice finish here to the B final. He's eased off a wee bit, has Charlie from Kashmir. He's got the sort of Wairo moved into second. Whakatipu. And he looks across to grab 4th, I think, of St Thomas's. He will do. Does Burnside, just checks the boys. There he goes. He's got 4th, 5th to St Thomas's. And 6th looks like it will be. Nice finish down here from Samuel Indoors from Selwyn rowing. Looks like he'll take 6th on the line from Wairo. And then we go across the top, Shirley Boys back to Wairo again. And finishing on the outside there will be Kashmir High School number 4. Back to the A final. Let's see where they're at. They've got about 450 metres to go. Bit of separation here. They're being led down by Jack Spriggs from Cromwell out there in lane number 3. Back inside, actually, no, that looks like that might be Liam Jessup from St Thomas's. It is, sorry. Lane number 1, Dunstan Arm number 1, Aidan O'Doherty. Lane number 2, Otago 3, Ashton McNee. Lane number 3 is Jack Spriggs from Cromwell 2. Our leader is Liam Jessup, I think. Oh, it's across the top as well. That's St Thomas Canterbury number 3, Liam Jessup. Lane number 5, Otago 1, Ethan Shirley. Lane 6, St Thomas Canterbury 1, Declan Ducey. Lane number 7 is Whakatipu 3, Ruben Davis. Lane 8 is Timaru 30, Parker Anderson. Lane 9 is Otago 2, Gus Carr. And lane 10, Christchurch Boys High School number 2, Toby Brook. Ruben Davis from Whakatipu. Ruben Davis, Whakatipu 3. Outside him, Parker Anderson from Timaru 30. And then we come back right down on the inside here. Just look at this run coming from Dunstan Arm. Aidan O'Doherty's cranked it up since he got past the 350. So Aidan O'Doherty sneaking down here in the men's intermediate singles finals in lane number 1 is rolled through over the top of St Thomas Canterbury, Liam Jessup. He's now lining up their leaders in the middle of the course. Ruben Davis from Whakatipu holding on from Dunstan Arm. Across the top is Parker Anderson from Timaru. He continues this run down here. Aidan O'Doherty, coached by Natalie Wilson and Liam Morris. He snuck right through. We'll get a gauge on the Red Boys. They come up them now. He's just gone through the Red Boys, smack bang in a line with Ruben Davis from Whakatipu. So Dunstan and Whakatipu taking on Timaru and St Thomas's. It's a sprint between these two down the line. It's lane 1 and lane 7. So it still sits here with Aidan O'Doherty, I think, just. He's responding on the outside now. Ruben Davis from Whakatipu. They're even coming up to the Yellow Boys. I think you might have him on the inside. He just got a roll. They come up the line. Dunstan Arm will take it on the line by half a canvas from Whakatipu. We go over the top to Parker Anderson from Timaru. Back we come down to St Thomas of Canterbury. That will be Liam Jessup. Done well down there. He has in the middle of the course will be Targo. I think is that Ethan Shirley out there. It's lane number 8, Timaru 30, Parker Anderson. Down we come to lane number 2, Otago number 3. Finishing across the top in the middle there will be Otago and St Thomas's number 1, and then down here in lane number 3 will be Jack Spriggs from Cromwell. Men's club doubles, the B final. Lane number 1, Dunstan Arm 4, Brennan Keane, Jack McCallan. Lane number 2, Ashburton 1, Geordie McGillan, Cabalab Armstrong. Lane number 3 is Otago Boys High School 2, Jude Smiley, Leo Garden. Lane number 4, Dunstan Arm 2, Luca Mains Upston and Jed Tisdall. Lane number 5 is St Andrews College 1, Targ Maloney and Oliver Barker. Lane number 6, Shirley Boys High School number 1, Logan Skelton, Aidan Daly. Lane number 7 is Waido 11, Logan Flight, Hunter Marfell. Lane number 8 is Otago Boys High School 1, Ollie Scott and Jackson Templeton. And Oamaru 24 are in lane number 9, Stuart Ispister and Jet Roberts. Lane 10, Avon 2, Jack McStay, Jack Wassell. And they are putting on a good show right out there in lane number 10, Jack McStay and Jack Wassell from Avon. Looking at their competition coming from Dunstan Arm number 4 down here in lane number 1. Then it is Dunstan Arm number 2 in lane number 4, just ahead of St Andrews College. Then we come back to Ashburton, have a look across to Otago Boys, back to Shirley Boys number 1, out to Oamaru. And just missing the Wairo crew by the look of it. Can't see them out there in lane number 7. So the B final this is of the men's club double. Up they come past the safety, past that umpire boat number 1, and into the last 100 metres for Avon number 2. Joining them very shortly will be the 2 Dunstan crews. So Dunstan 4 goes through just ahead of Dunstan number 2. So the Bucket Hats will have a bit of a battle for 2nd and 3rd. 4th looks like it's going to be between St Andrews College and Ashburton College. Geordie and Caleb getting a bit of a move on there. Chasing them down the crew from St Andrews, but it looks like Ashburton will take out 4th. Then St Andrews across will go to Otago Boys High School 1, back into Shirley Boys High School number 1. And then just with 100 metres to go on the outside now is Oamaru 24. That'll complete the B final. A final of the men's club double sculls. Lane 1, Whakatipu 2, Finn Henderson, Mike Perry. Lane 2, Nelson 1, right up in the mix they are. Brian Flintoff and Ollie Hawkins. Lane number 3, Whakatipu 1, Liam Fairley and Ollie Watson. Lane number 4, Dunstan Arm number 3, Jacob Harrison and Max Smith. Lane number 5, Canterbury 1, Sam Clark, Tim Chapman. Right in a battle alongside lane 6 is Dunstan Arms, Ben Thompson and Dylan Acton for first. These two crews are. They are your leaders. They've got boat links on the rest of them. Outside Dunstan Arm 1 is Oamaru 23, Jacob Rawbach, Patrick Spillane. Lane number 8 is Nelson 2, Harry Booker and George Maloney. Then we go outside to Oamaru 22, Ralph Henderson, Cooper Lynch, and lane 10, Canterbury 2, Mark McDermott and Noah Visser. Just ahead of Dunstan Arm number 1, Canterbury 1, Sam and Tim. Then they would have 3 to 4 boat links back on Nelson 1 down there in lane number 2. Right alongside them is Dunstan Arm number 3, very even across to Oamaru 23. Just in behind them, actually now Canterbury number 2 starting to come along nicely in lane number 10. Just back inside from them is Oamaru 22. They've got an advantage now, Canterbury. Canterbury have the advantage over Dunstan Arm. They're getting a little bit close together, these two crews. They want a little bit of separation, I think, just to make sure it's tidy, but they're starting to go at each other now. Canterbury still holding on by half a boat length over Ben and Dylan from Dunstan. There's still 3 boat lengths back. Another wee battle on the inside here between Nelson and the crew from Whakatipu for that 3rd spot. Oamaru number 23 trying to push into that, and Canterbury number 2 as well. But they've pushed nicely, have Canterbury just wound up the hands a wee bit there. Have Canterbury number 1, Sam Clark, Tim Chapman holding off this Dunstan crew. These small boats can move quickly though. Dunstan have still got a chance, but they're starting to run out of track. Half a boat length to Canterbury now, and possibly extending. There's almost out to a seat. Nice effort here from Canterbury. They're going to take out the men's club double sculls. Down to the line they come now. Second will go to Dunstan 1. Then we've got 4 boat lengths back. Whakatipu got half a canvas on Nelson. Nelson trying to come again down the inside in lane 2, and they're just going to pip on the line. Oh no, I'll give it to Whakatipu. Nelson just missing out. They'll hold 4th though. Then Canterbury 2. We come back to Oamaru 23. Back to the crew from Oamaru 22. Then we come back to Dunstan Arm, and then it will be the other crew from Nelson, so Nelson 2 we call them, and Whakatipu 2 just completing the field down here in lane number 1. Urgent message. Please pay attention. L.D. Neal, spelled N-E-A-L-E. Please call at the Secretary's office. Something of yours has been found. Woo! So L.D. Neal, if you can hop along the Secretary's office, your stress will be reduced. The Women's Club double singles... No such thing. Women's Club Double Sculls B final makes its way down the course there in lane number 1, Marion College 1, 80 Pinford and Olive Burak. Lane number 2 is Wanaka Composite 1, Wanaka and Cure Boating Club getting together here, Hannah Shadbolt and Eliana Hay. Lane number 3 is Columba College 1, Fenella Millen and Sarah Stevens. Lane number 4 is Dunstan Arm 3, Drew Thomas and Charlotte Crosby. Lane number 5 is Timaru 11, Kate Caird, Greta Murray. Lane 6 is Otago 1, Maya Still and Brianna Patterson. Lane number 7, Dunstan Arm number 4, Elizabeth Engstrom and Alia Cunningham. Lane number 8 is Columba College 2, Anika Laser and Sophie Thode. Lane number 9 is Waihopai 1, Mia Brown and Leela Jack. Lane number 10, Otago Girls High School number 2, Mila Hill, Molly Huata. That is the Women's Club Double Sculls B final. It's all coming out of lanes 3, 4 and 5. So Timaru 11 leading them down. Just inside of them back to Dunstan Arm number 3. Sneaky little run coming down from lane 1 from Marion College down there. That's 80 and Olive. Then we go right across, hoping no one would notice them. That's Mia Brown and Leela Jack from Waihopai. So they'll be right in this at the end. In fact, they're probably leading, I would think, at this stage as they head up towards 500 metres to go. Canterbury winning the men's club double sculls in a time of 6:50. So the time's just starting to get a little bit slower, probably because the wind's just picked up a little bit and made it a little bit lumpier out there, even though it is a slight tailwind. The A finals underway in the Women's Club Double Sculls. I'll give you those crews now while we can, while we still watch that here in the B final. Waihopai are leading over Timaru, back to Dunstan Arm, and then back further to Columba College. It's the B finals. It hits the middle of the Red Boys. The A final, which is through 500 metres now. Lane number 1 is Union 1, Ruby Bell Ferguson, Jamie Seddon. Lane number 2 is Canterbury 1, Georgia Wynyard, Toby Rees. Lane number 3 is Avon 1, Courtney Preble and Julia Middleditch. Lane number 4, Ashburton 1, Isla Moffat, Tegan Marriott. You'll have to get in and have a look, Robbie. Lane number 5 is Dunstan Arm 1, Lucy Clark and Katharina Hoffman. Lane number 6 is Union 2, Kirsty Marnie and Lisa Manson. So that's Lisa Manson, the actual Union coach So that's a couple of club rowers in there. Lane number 7 is Burnside High School 1, Melissa Irvine, Amy Muncaster. And lane number 8 is Dunstan Arm number 2, Amy Patterson, Emma Bryant. Lane number 9 is Canterbury 2, Meredith Lewis and Lily Davidson. Lane 10, Tago Girls High School 1, Kira Nicholson, Sienna Nicholson. That's the A final through 500 metres. Pretty even early doors. Out here is the B final, and well clear everybody else is Mia Brown and Leela Jack, coached by Danny Young. You can look at that, and there's about 5 boat lengths there in that lead. Still holding second is the Timaru crew in lane 5, and they've got 2 boat lengths ahead of Dunstan. Then we go back to Columba, and it would be across then to Dunstan number 4. Back to Otago 1, across at the top to Otago Girls number 2, back down here to Marion College in lane 1 by the look of it, and then we go out to Columba and back into the Wanaka Composite. So out there in lane number 10, lane number 9 rather, Waihopai are going to take out the B final here. And a pretty impressive effort from them in the B final, and then it'll be Timaru and to Dunstan. Let's go and check out the A final, see what's happening down there. Very close to the middle there between Union and Dunstan Arm. So Union 2, Dunstan Arm number 1 in that A final. Go back into lane number 2, which is Canterbury. Across from Canterbury is Ashburton. So that's coming through in 750 metres to go in the A final. So it looks like it's sitting there between Canterbury, between Ashburton and Dunstan Arm number 1, who have the lead just over Union. Then we go across on the outside right to Dunstan Arm number 2. And it's a lineup between those crews in that final of the A final for the Women's Club double sculls. Starting to get some separation now and there. So the 2 Dunstan crews, Canterbury, and then in behind them is Ashburton. Those are the way. That's the way they're coming down. Then we cross the top to Otago Girls by the look of it. Then we come back inside to Burnside, I think. No, it's Canterbury 2. I'm not sure the Burnside crew are there, actually. There might be a scratching. It's going to be a time for the men's club double sculls. Got that 6:50.82. And these are the last of the double sculls. Then we head into the 8s to finish the day. Gents, ladies and gents, so please make sure that you have got all of your rubbish picked up from around you, that you are leaving this place better than you found it. It'll be much appreciated. And make sure that you have packed in what you've brought with you. B final, Waihopai won that in 7:44, so we can start to see that real separation coming in now. Right on the outside there in this Women Club double sculls A final, Dunstan Arm number 2 just holding their position right in behind the other Dunstan Arm number 1 crew of Lucy and Katarina. So Dunstan have got 1 crew leading just from Canterbury across to the number 2 crew. Just inside of them on either is Ashburton, and right alongside them is the Union crew. Down here in lane number 1 is Union number 1. So the 2 Union crews featuring, I won't use the term veterans in the middle, but experience is probably a better way of putting it. Canterbury, though, starting to sneak up on side along this Dunstan Arm number 1 crew. Still trying to hang with them as the 2 crew. So Canterbury, Georgia Wynyard and Toby Rees pushing through on this number 1 crew from Dunstan, Lucy Clark, Katharina Hoffman. Still holding their own out there is Union number 2, Kirsty Marnie and Lisa Manson. Just in behind the number 1 crew from Union in lane number 1, Ruby Bell Ferguson and Jamie Seddon. And then across the top, it's Amy Patterson and Emma Bryant. But looking pretty, a big battle here between Dunstan Arm and Canterbury. Dunstan Arm still holding it. They come up to 100 metres to go now. They've still got a boat length over Canterbury. What have Canterbury got left to try and chase them down? Still sitting up nice and tall is the Dunstan crew. Canterbury winding up, trying to sprint them through in the last 100 metres. They've increased the hand speed greatly coming through, putting some real pressure on Dunstan now. Can they hold them off Dunstan? They've got it down to 3/4 of a boat length there of Canterbury. They're still coming at them. Dunstan still holding though. Dunstan are going to hold on though. They'll come down to the buzzer now. Good finish from Canterbury, but Dunstan number 1 will win it. From Canterbury 1 across the top to Dunstan Arm number 2. And then down here in lane number 1 will be Union number 1, Union number 2. Then we go to Ashburton. Right across the top is Otago Girls number 1. Back inside from them will be Canterbury 2, and then it'll be Avon number 1 down here completing the field. We're starting to get the 8s coming down now. This is the men's Premier 8 in lane number 3. Dunstan Arm 1, Hamish Yateman, Angus Yo, Josh Bartlett, Luke Brock, Roland Ozan, Lewis Mates, Oliver Hamilton, Harrison Throw, Kate Baskerville is the Cox. Right next to them is Ava number 3, Lawrence Birch, George Young, Jake Burrows, George Kinder, George Wilson, Bruno Dooley, Noah Laquellic and Joshua Clark with Grayson Faulkner as the Cox. In lane 5, it's Ava number 2, Toby Robertson, Logan Freshwater, Payo O'Sullivan, Ben Allen, George Johnson, William McIntosh, Charlie Poulter and Luke Tompkins with Eliza Omar, the Cox. The number 1 crew is out there in lane number 6 and leading them all down. That's Sam Wilson, Scott Shackleton, Josh Syme, Fergus Johnson, B. Guerra, Ted Payne, Harry Galvin, Matthew Glenn, Annabelle Wynne Williams is the Cox. Out in lane 7, Dunstan Arm number 2, Harry Lightfoot, Charlie Manser, Matthew O'Meara, Henry Clackworthy. It is a quad. The Dunstan Arm 2 quad are in lane number 7, Premier Quad. Lane number 8 is Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Donaka Doyle, Freddie Sampson, Patrick O'Regan, Ruben Fifield, Charlie Greenslade, Matthew Barnes, Hugo Panham, Romy Johnson and Cooper Dean is the Cox. This is the men's Premier 8. And it's Avon 1 doing all the running on the in the middle of the course here, leading them down. Well clear of the rest of them now by 2 to 3 boat lengths, I would think you will find, over the Avon number 2 crew, then Avon number 3, and then they're flanked by the Dunstan Arm crews, the full 8 in lane 3. In the Premier Quad in lane 7. Didn't have a Premier 8 as such at Otago's, where the open Cox State. Avon took that out. And there's a combination of these 1 and 2 crews were in the same positions, but clearly the Avon camp that they've had in Marlborough recently has sorted a few seats out. And this is a pretty easy ride there for Annabelle Wynne Williams, sitting there in lane number 6 with that Avon crew. Well clear. We're interested to see how the times go against what's to come later on, which is the men's under 19 Cox State. That'll give us a bit of a gauge on where the world's at. So they're heading down quite nicely, looking very tidy. No pressure there for that crew. They've got 3 boat lengths and going beyond it from Avon number 2. Avon number 3 just about 2 seats in behind them. And both those crews under pressure from the Dunstan Quad. Outside them is the Christchurch Boys High School number 1 crew, and back we come to Dunstan Arm number 1 in lane 3. But down they come past the Duck, and there's about 3 strokes left for that crew. Down to the buzz they come, and they take out the men's Premier 8 to Avon number 1. Down here in the middle of the track will be Avon number 2, who've got 2 seats now on their number 3 crew to take out 2nd and 3rd. So the Avon trifecta takes its place. Quickly in behind them now is the Dunstan Quad. Then we go to Christchurch Boys High School, and Dunstan number 1 will take the last place in the men's Premier Cox 8. So we've got the women's Premier Cox State, and then we've got the men's and women's under 19 Cox State. They should probably be more fun, eh? There'll be more going on with those crews, so we'll look forward to those. In the meantime, the women's Premier Cox State is making its way down. They're not all there. I just mean that in terms of the crews that have fronted up, nothing else. So it looks like Avon 3 have been scratched. That was in lane 4. So lane 5 is Avon 1, Lily Grant, Emily Ryle, Anya Leeson, Harriet Williams, Phoebe Collier, Georgie Bethel, Jessica Tavendale, Coco Flood, and Isabella Hope Murray is the Cox. Lane 6 is Avon 2, Tyler Stewart, Isabel Welch, Abby Higgins, Tegan Smith, Elkie Thurston, Sadie Mason, Sasha Delman and Brooke Harper with Timmy Heritage the Cox. And it's Dunstan Arm number 1 out there in lane number 7, Millie Scott, Maggie Hepburn, Olivia Key, Ella Barnes, Olivia Pybenga, Ember Spittle, Bella Breen, Ruby Smith and Fred Phillips is the Cox. Avon 1 all under control. They have got 2 boat lengths, I think, over the Dunstan Arm crew back to Avon number 2. So while they're doing that, let's give you the fields for the men's under 19 Cox State, because they've let them loose. So there's 7 lanes of testosterone making its way down the course. In lane number 2, Christ College number 2, Cody Rollinson, Oliver Simpson, Henry Handyside, Joshua Padiachis, Charlie Syme, James Anderson, George Campbell and Edward Killick with Max Dirk in the Cox. Lane number 3, St Andrews College 1, Hugo Millabell, Isaac Keane, Targ Maloney, Logan Scott, Oliver O'Brien, Noah Hunter, George Barclay, Cameron Sharp, Emily DeJour is the Cox. Lane number 4, Timaru 30, Tim Bartlett, Harry Shearer, Baxter, Hopper Park, Cooper Gordon, Charlie Cooper, Louis O'Sullivan, George Talbot, Josh Sadler, Ned Brown as the Cox. Christ College 1 are in lane 5. Alex Lascelles, George Haddon, Arthur Brown, Henry Jones, Toby Adams, Freddie Parfitt, Matthew Vance, Alex Richards and Gabriel Bevan as the Cox. Avon 1 continue to lead the Women's Premier 8. In lane number 6 in the men's under-19 Cox State, St Bede's College 1, Cooper, Tiverton, Leakey, Carter, Connolly, Isaac, Guerra, Alex Walters, James Franken, Brody, Clements, Wyatt, Dent, Ryan Gardner and Matthew Casey the Cox. Christ College number 3 are out there in lane number 7, Sam Cochran, Seb Gray, Lewis Fogarty, Max Osmus, Joshua Brown, Charlie Lucetti, Thomas Richmond, Jack James and Jono Simpson. Lane number 8, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Seth Trender, Marcus Fisher, Calix Manahira, Ben Morrison, James Lotter, Cairo Horgan, Kyden Barrow, Lucas Dowling and Jack Dunn as the Cox. That is the field for the men's under-19 Cox 8 final. They're on their way down. Out in front of us is the Women's Premier Cox State. Still sits with Avon number 1. They are under pressure a little bit from Dunstan Arm number 1 and want to have a crack at them. Then we go back to Avon 2 right between the middle of them. Excuse me, young man on the dais with the bicycle. Young man on the dais with the bicycle. Young man on the dais with the bicycle, could you please not do that? Thank you very much. Avon 1 continuing to make their way down in the Premier 8. They're coming out with 100 metres to go. Second will be the Dunstan Arm crew, and then it looks like it will be Avon number 2 that will take out the third. So that will be the way they finish in the Women's Premier Cox State. So great effort there from Avon. They'll be pretty happy with that. Another 3 or 4 strokes down to the line they come. There they go. Avon, followed by Dunstan Arm, and then Avon. Let's go and see what's happening. The men's under-19 Cox State. It's been led down there by Christ College. Outside of them is St Bede's. St Bede's would be half a boat length back, I would think, from Christ College. Then we go across on the outside to St Thomas's of Canterbury number 1. Back across on the other side of St Bede's, Christ College to Timaru 30, and then St Andrews. St Bede's and Christ College look like they're having the best battle out there. I thought Christ College looked pretty impressive yesterday coming through in this. The time for the men's Premier Cox 8, 5:46. I'll just write that down because I think it's going to be very interesting to see what these crews go through in. The women's Premier Cox 8 went through in 6:34. Let's have a wee look, see what happens with those. Pretty commanding this from Christ College. They've got Clearwater already over St Bede's and on the inside Timaru 30. So these are basically the school crews as they head into the school season. The only difference will be is that you would normally have Christchurch Boys High School in this race, not the one you've just seen. Then we go outside to St Thomas's and a wee way back to the Christ College number 3 crew. And then it is St Andrews sitting down there in lane 3, not Christ College number 2. They're not in the field. So one race to go in this regatta. We've got ourselves through bang on time. 2:54 is when the women's under-19 Cox State is due to go. So congratulations to the team here at South Island Rowing. It delivered another successful regatta. Huge amount of races in a very short period of time at 4-minute intervals. So big thanks to them. If you see anybody around the blue shirt, thank them very much. One more chance to deliver all that food that you might have left over to the Secretary's office. It will be well appreciated by the Twizel Food Bank. And just watching this under-19 Cox State start to take a change out here because St Bede's have pulled a move and is trying to pull up alongside Christ College. Let's just see how this plays out. They're well clear of the rest of the field. There's a gap of about 2-3 boat lengths back to the crew from Timaru 30. On the outside of St Thomas's, back we go to Christ College number 3 and then St Andrews. But the drag race is in the middle. They were well ahead at the 1,000 by were Christ College. Now St Bede's have left their move a little bit later and they've come right down in Christ College. So what's going to happen here? Look at that Matthew Casey, the Cox from St Bede's. He's given his crew the instructions. He's like a hunt away in the high country telling them what to do and when to do it and how to do it. Inside of him is Christ College. Gabriel Bevan doing his best he can in there, giving the orders to the Christ College crew. But I think St Bede's might have done them. They've gone over the top of them, St Bede's, roaring right through Christ College as they come down with 70 metres to go. Oh, that's a heck of a move in the last 750 metres. They're out now to 5 seats coming down in the final of the men's under-19 Cox State. St Bede's have done a job here. Good on you, St Bees, you've gone right through. Father Crotty will be proud. 7 seats, they take it from Christ College. What a race between those two. More to come from them later in the season. Timaru 30 fighting gamely down here in lane number 4 to pick up the third. Cross the outside to St Thomas's. Then we go to Christ College number 3. And then finishing down here will be St Andrews College number 1. Just check that time. Women's under 19 Cox State, our last race of the day, and you'll see it followed down by the umpire boats. Will give you all of the crews. Lane number 1, St Margaret's College 1, Olivia Beecroft, Mackenzie Large, Glare, Cathro, Sophia Tivers, Audrina Stewart, Leela Elkington, Grace Edwards, and Annabelle Glenglary, Georgie Todd Hunter, the Cox. Lane number 2, Rangiru Girls School number 3, Martha Richards, Jasmine Collins, Georgia Kelso, Bo Crookshank, Bo Collier, Tyler Gilbard, Jessica Skinner, Matilda Beresford, Charlie White is the Cox. Lane number 3 is St Andrews College. Gady Taggart, Alicia Apps, Hadessa Timo, Xanthi Rock Ward, Sophia Lagaeus, Sailor Hitchcock, Charlotte Galvin, Lauren Bolton, George Rankin is the Cox. Lane number 4 is Rangiru Girls School number 2, Mania She, Kate Oliver, Chloe King, Amelia Wilkie, Sophie Harris, Lucy Horton, Charlotte Gorman, Amelia Jones, Phoebe White is the Cox. They're pretty even coming through 500 metres. Not much coming out of it, just a wee bit of an emergence in lanes 3, 4 and 5. And lane 5 is Christchurch Girls High School 1. Emily Shearer, Olive Cooper, Greer Bowman, Summer Smith, Lola Grace Wood, Izzy Strawn, Sienna Cochran, Sophia Robinson, Georgetta Heller is the Cox. Lane number 6, St Margaret's College. That is Ella Drummond, Grace Thorne, Grace Miller, Taylor Davis, Bronnie O'Sullivan, Josie Kennedy, Scout Fiske, and Sophia Catherine with Annabelle Scott is the Cox. Number 7 is Rangiru Girls School number 1, Georgie Stalker, Tyre Sheed, Chloe Malone, Olivia Long, Phoebe Ensor, Alice Duffy, Toledo Nelson, Maddie Young, Charlie Ward is the Cox. Lane number 8, Cashmere High School number 1, Isla Anderson, O'Leary, Claire, Lucy O'Connor, Marley Lloyd, Regan Kelly, Zoe Clark, Millie Brooks, Charlotte Clatworthy, Ivy O'Mara is coxing them down. Lane number 9 is St Margaret's College number 2, Isabella Green, Isabella McCulley, Popper Blakely, Scarlett Hanson, Scout Fiske, Izzy Hill, Fleur Jansen, and Alex Campbell with Emily Fitzsimons, the Cox. They go through the 1,000-metre mark. Very even still. This could be a good finish, team. Hold your tickets. I can tell you that St Beeds won the men's under 19 Cox State in a time of 6:01.21, which was 2 seconds clear of Christ College. We look at it very even here. It is Rangiru Girls School number 2. On the outside of them would be Christchurch Girls High School with the advantage. Across we go to Rangiru Girls School number 1, I think out there in lane number 7. Back from them in lane number 9 is St Margaret's College number 2. Then we go back inside to Cashmere High School, starting to get a bit of movement now. Back to St Margaret's College number 3. Into lane 2, Rangiru Girls number 3, and then it is St Margaret's College number 1. Well into the last half of the course they come. Not much between them. Just watching Rangiru Girls School number 2 in lane 4. The battle is between them and Christchurch Girls High School. Out to the Rangiru Girls School number 1 crew. St Margaret's trying to hang tough out there in lane number 2. Come back to lane number 3. St Andrews College is right in it. And then Rangiru number 3 just inside from them. We go back to St Margaret's number 1 down there in lane number 1. 750 metres to go in the last race of the day at the Meridian Canterbury Championships for 2026. We sit there with the Christchurch Girls High School crew in the middle. Either side of them you've got Rangiru Girls School number 2. Across we go to Rangiru Girls School number 1. The Rangi crews are starting to gather some momentum, taking Christchurch Girls with them. These crews, 3 crews starting to emerge from the rest of them. The only one that's looking to go with them on the outside is St Margaret's College number 2. Right out there in lane number 9. Back inside to Cashmere High School, starting to find the going a bit tough. We go across to St Margaret's number 3, moving along with them. Then back to Rangiru Girls School number 3, just tucked in behind St Andrews College number 1. Inside from them is St Margaret's number 1. It still is with Christchurch Girls High School. 500 metres to go. Christchurch Girls flanked by Rangiru on the left and Rangiru on the right. St Margaret's right out in lane number 10. They're hanging tough here. Georgetta Heller, the Cox, got some work to do to hold on this because Rangiru will come at them. And St Andrews looking promising down there in lane number 3. Still sitting out there and trying to give a crack at it is Rangiru number 3. Right across the outside still to Cashmere, trying to get back into it. Back inside from there would be St Margaret's number 3. They're holding on our Christchurch Girls High School. The pressure's starting to come. St Margaret's moving nicely on the outside in lane number 9, trying to put some pressure on those 2 Rangiru crews. And I think they might have burned off Rangiru number 2. They're under pressure now from St Andrews. It still is with Christchurch Girls High School and Rangiru number 1. St Margaret's coming into them as well. These 3 crews starting starting to move away now. St Andrews trying to put pressure on that Rangiruru number 2 crew, but they're still hanging in there. St Margaret's number 3 right in the middle of it as well. They're out of the last of the red boys they come. 300 metres to go. Christchurch girls, can they hold off Rangiruru? Can Rangiruru hold off St Margaret's? These 3 crews have gone clear of the rest. Too tough now for Kashmir. Also maybe for St Margaret's number 3. They're coming back again. Rangiruru number 2 still holding on to it. They've got half a boat length. Christchurch girls trying to extend over Rangiruru, and it's St Margaret still coming back into it in lane number 10. We go back inside to Kashmir. We go to Rangiruru number 2, still looking at that challenge on the left hand side of them from St Margaret's. Back into St Margaret's, St Andrews rather. St Margaret's number 3 inside of them, and then further back now and out of it is Rangiruru number 3 and St Margaret's number 1. They're holding on. Christchurch Girls High School, they've got it out to nearly clear water. It's Christchurch Girls over Rangiruru number 1, outside to St Margaret's, and Rangiruru number 2 coming again, trying to pick up third off St Margaret's. St Andrews having a dab at Rangiruru. We're coming down to 70 metres to go. I think Christchurch Girls have done it. They had the lead from the 1,000. They've held on here. They've got out to 6 seats. Rangiruru doing all they can to come in again, but I think St Margaret's will hold on to third. We come down to the line. The winners of the women's under 19 Cox State goes to Christchurch Girls High School. Second will go to Rangiruru Girls School number 1, then to St Margaret's, back inside to Rangiruru number 2, out to Kashmir. Game fight from them over St Andrews, back to St Margaret's number 3. Completing the field will be Rangiruru number 3 down here in lane number 2, and St Margaret's College number 1 in lane number 1. That's all, folks. Travel safe, especially to those crews that have joined us from Wellington, the Star Boating Club, to the Nelson cruise, to the Marlborough cruise. Travel safe. Have a good journey home. We'll all see you here again another couple of weeks' time for the South Island Rowing Championships. Please make sure you've taken everything you bought with you. Don't forget to drop that food off. And remember, travel safe. Thank you very much for your attendance, and we'll see you again in a couple of weeks.